All right, welcome back, everybody, to the BSL. The Bombastic StarLeague is back with a round of 16. I'm Rapid with Nyokin. How you doing, Nyokin?
Doing good.
Okay. Are you excited for the round of 16?
I am excited. We had epic TVTs last time with Mad, and now we've got another TVT Fiesta coming up.
Yeah, I'm not going to say I didn't want Mad to advance, because honestly, his games versus Cryok were some of the most epic we've ever had in the BSL. I still remember them. They're so good. But now we've got a Group A of the round of 16 that has 3 Terran players in it. I don't know how you want to call this. This is like the Terran group of death, the Peruvian group of death, because of course we have the 2 best Terran players from Peru, who are also just 2 of the best non-Korean Terran players ever, Dandy and Terror. They are going to be playing the spirit of Bob Malcolm, alive and well. He recorded and sent me a hype video of him like cheering on the 2 Peruvian Terran players there. And I felt moved, very impassioned. So hopefully that'll help them. And then we've got our 1 North American, we promise, Zerg player, Crossy there. What do you think? What do you think of Crossy's chances, Nyokin?
I think Crossy has a good chance. He's got good ZBT. He follows the meta, and Zerg is kind of killing it these days. You know, even Flash getting eliminated. So I like Crossy's chances. I'm worried for Bob Malcolm here, because this could be the worst day of his life. Both Dandy and Terra go out potentially. Mad looked really good in his TVT, and I think Crossy could take out Terra. But you know, Dandy and Terra are 2 of the best Terrans that the foreign scene has, so it's gonna be difficult to top them.
Yeah, I'm waiting. Our secret is that now that we're in the round of 16, we get to watch Zeke play a little bit later on. We've also got all of our seeded players from last season that we'll get a chance to watch. So we're going to be seeing Bonnet. We're going to be seeing TT1, the God, that we playing later on too. So it's going to be a very exciting round of 16. It's going to be today and tomorrow, and then next Saturday and Sunday as well. So mark your calendars, or just check Team Liquid or whatever. It's going to be a really exciting round of 16. So we're going to be starting with our first game, and that is going to be Mad, our Norwegian Terran player, who, like we said, had super epic games in the round of 24. Now coming in, but I don't think he's ever made it past the round of 16 before, if I'm not mistaken. So we're to see what Mad can do. And of course, he's playing against Dandy, a guy that has won BSL before.
Yeah, Mad actually did make quarterfinals in season 6, but Dandy always quarterfinals are better. He's champion in season 4. Last season got semifinals. So he's a force to be reckoned with, and he looked pretty good last season. So he actually had a disappointing loss to TT1.
He did. That's one of the reasons I mentioned TT1, because he was pre-seeded because he beat Dandy in an epically close series. Very, very exciting. And yeah, usually Terror will make it farther than Dandy. Last season, the opposite was true, because Terror got eliminated pretty early, and then Dandy made it a little bit farther. So this season, we're coming back, and we're going to see how Dandy can do against Mad, who appears to be doing pretty well. He's already made it farther than he has in Gosu League, and, well, I guess he made it quarterfinals Gosu League, but we're in the big leagues now, the Pro League. So I'm pretty excited. Also, one thing to talk about is that with the new round of 16, we'll be changing up the map pool a little bit, and that means that we get to start with our first map on Monte Cristo. So, my favorite sandwich, a lot of people are saying croque monsieur. I'm like, no way, man. If you've never had a Monte Cristo sandwich, it's the best. Also, the book's pretty good too. Don't watch the movie. It's got a terrible Leonardo DiCaprio acting in it. Ugh, kill me. But it's a great map, but it's definitely one that we don't see a lot. What do you think about Monte Cristo, Nyokin?
I don't think I've seen this map before. It's a new map, right? I don't remember.
Well, I mean, it's 10 years old, right?
Is it?
Is it? Yeah. It's from 2011.
I don't remember this map at all.
Jeez.
Nothing is coming to mind here with this map.
Well, thankfully, if you guys are like Nyokin, not me. I mean, I remember. Then we've got Bonnet's helpful tips for the map. So big thanks to him for helping us out. The big interesting thing is that the rush distance changes over the course of the game based on those neutral temple. And then I guess it does have island expos, but I actually didn't think about that when I was looking at the map earlier. So yeah, it's got island expos, guys. I have not seen this map played in about 10 years. So it's going to be a learning experience, but also you get a chance to learn from some of our best players out there. So I'm ready. You want to watch our first game on Monte Cristo, Nyokin?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, well, let's do it. Let's get into our first game of the round of 16 of BSL Season 9 on Monte Cristo. Okay, here we go in the upper left-hand corner in the magenta playing Terran from Peru. It's Dandy.
And in the bottom right, in the yellow, we have our European Terran. It is Mad. I like his name, Dinosaur. Now I can pronounce that one right.
I was going to say, yeah. We had some negative caster feedback, Nyokin. Why are you calling this guy Mad? I'm like, well, perhaps it's because that's literally his Liquipedia page. It's his IGN. It's his TL account. I'm just like, I called him Mad when we hang out and had dinner in Russia. So I think we're okay here. But also, shout out to Kix's cat somewhere watching and cheering on this epic TVT. And it could be an epic TVT. I get that it's a 2-player map, but what did we have? We had like 45-minute TVT?
Yeah, we had 45-minute TVT, Croc versus Mad, and then we had previously like a 35-minute TVT between them. Like the games were all, even the one that had the Vulture run by that got Croc was also super long.
Yeah, and one of our 30-minute games was an AREX that it started off with. And then it went into a normal game after that, which is always super weird to me. But all right, we're here on Monte Cristo. We're starting off building supply depots and barracks in our bases. I'm very upset about that, but okay, at least we get a normal game.
Well, the travel distance I'm already noticing is super far. Look how far away it is from your main to your natural. And then there's a ramp there. So I really do expect to see gasless from both of these players. I actually thought Dandy might go for 14 Command Center. Yeah, but there is actually 12 gas for Dandy. I already like Mad's position better than Dandy because with the 12 gas, you have the advantage of having more tanks. You can put pressure onto the bunker. But where on this position are you going to be able to damage the bunker? I don't see any position where the tank's not going to get ranged by the bunker and have vision. That's the thing. How's it going to have vision up the ramp unless he floats the racks across the map? Of course, that's common, but still.
Yeah, I mean, we'll be floating the racks eventually anyway. I just want to see who takes their expo first. It looks like it is going to be Mad, who's going to start his expo down there. And actually, this is way faster considering that Dandy went for that gas early, which I agree is a little bit strange considering how long the rush distance is. You should, in theory, be able to get away with this expo, but see what Dandy wants to do with all that gas.
Well, one thing I'm noticing already that Mad's going for is he got an extremely fast gas. 230 gas from him, usually you're building an extra depot, extra SCV, but he got it immediately when he had 100 gas. So he's actually going to have tanks about 20 seconds faster than Dandy's expecting. See ya, SCV, Mad snipes one.
Wow, oh, that gets away with 5 HP.
And it's stuck.
No, you're kidding me. Well, hey, that means the SCV can't kill the Marine, right? Right, yeah. He's safe from the SCV.
Yeah, he's safe. Last week we saw drones get SCV kills. Now we see an SCV actually get an SCV kill.
Oh, that SCV's dead. So that's a little bit unfortunate, but excuse me. All right, what's my mulligan yawn? Anyway, it was. I guess that's something we have to write down in our build order notebook. When we build our early barracks, don't build it there, otherwise the Marine gets stuck. I mean, you're gonna float it anyway, but. Ha ha ha. Wow, we saw a funny thing in TVT. Now we get to watch the macro for 20 minutes.
Yeah, and look at the bunker placement for Mad. It was so far forward, there's no place that you can put a tank there and it can range the bunker. So as expected, I don't see how we're actually going to damage this Nat. Also, Mad's rushing tanks himself, so he's going to be definitely prepared. The barracks is really just now moving across the map. Meanwhile, the tank add-on is already up. So the tank's going to get across the map, I think, before the Rax actually gets into position. Now, what is Dandy's follow-up going to be? Because common follow-up is second factory, could be Starport. I don't think he's going to actually go for a second factory because what would you do with it? Starport seems really okay. He's actually going to go for a second factory and set up a massive contain, I guess.
And I think we're going to see the same thing on the other side. No, we're just going straight up to 2-port Wraith coming in from Mad. I'd like to think that Mad like has a folder of all of Kogut's old replays where he just learns how to build raids in TVT. And I love it. It's super exciting. The only problem is that, I mean, raids are most potent when you first reveal them, and then they really kind of fall off after that. So let's see how they work out here. What do you think? I mean, is Dandy just going to get completely blindsided by this?
Yeah, so what you usually do with the 2-fact is you go tank mines, but because there's a ramp, we're getting siege mode, that cuts into his gas.
Oh, he saw the SCVs.
He saw the SCVs.
Well, he didn't see the tank, but he turned around.
Yeah, but he knows that something's coming across the map, and now he sees that it's a tank, and he should be feeling pretty good. He's going to be feeling really good when he notices that it's siege mode, because that cuts into your armory timing, cuts into your academy timing, cuts into everything. The 50 gas really does matter. And unless this is an eBay from one of these SCVs, this might actually be a really short game.
Well, this is what's so like five-head about doing this double two-port wraith is because, like you were talking about, this bunker position is so well protected. Even once siege mode finishes, the Rays, when they bust out, it's haha, surprise, you're gonna get like a tank kill or two. You're definitely gonna be able to push back, like, what is it, 2 Marines?
Well, this is a cute move. He's going to build a bunker, and he's got range onto the high ground, but it doesn't see, you know, much of the mineral line. But here come the Rays, and they're actually going to come. Oh, no, you can't do that.
Uh-oh.
Two
Rays beat a Ray.
Yeah, they do. He's going to micro it back.
And it's before the bunker's done, so he actually loses all of his anti-air. If he had gotten the Marines in the bunker, then the tanks hold, and maybe he has to micro the Rays. Now, the Rays are just going to kill off the tanks, and that siege mode, all that tech, completely worthless.
Well, it is going to buy him time to get the armory up, so this actually isn't a complete waste for Dandy. Now, he's definitely got to save his tanks, because when you go 12 gas versus gasless,
he's going to have to snipe the Marine before it gets from the barracks to the bunker, and he does it. So no more Marines. I don't know why he's continuing to even build them. The next round of 2 Rays come out. It's going to kill off the 1 wounded tank, and there it goes. And that Marine, when it pops out, is going to die too. This is terrible.
Well, it's all just buying time for Dandy, because if we look at the tab, eBay just completed, Armory just completed, so he doesn't have really any anti-air. And actually, Dandy's mining his net way better than Mad was this entire time, because the tank push was, you know, isolating those SCVs. They would easily get picked off.
Yeah.
He's got great saturation even. He's even caught up in SCVs. So this opener that I thought was going to give Matt a huge lead, actually, Dandy's not that far behind, but he did lose 2 tanks.
Yeah, the tank count is in Matt's favor for now. Defender's advantage might help that out. What?
Okay, now that's actually a huge loss. He only has 2 factories right now, and he lost his barrack, and you know he was scrambling to get up an eBay, an armory, an academy. So it's going to take him a long time to replenish
the tank count.
The tank count. It's going to take him a long time to get up to 5 factories. But Mad needs to transfer some SCVs to his natural, because Dandy actually has super big econ.
Yeah, I know Dandy Maynarded correctly. He's in a great position here. The raid count, though, is actually kind of scary. Oh, it's going to snipe the scouting SCV. Let's see if it can get it. It does.
Look at how many SCVs Dandy has. 41 to 27. It's crazy how many more SCVs he has. Now tanks are in position on the low ground. How do you actually fight this? This is 6 race.
Yeah, I mean, you can actually just run in there and start sniping SCVs. Obviously, you want to maintain the health on your rays, so this is just disgusting. He actually even brought SCVs so he can repair the rays if they get damaged. Imagine if you could like repair mutas when you microed them. It'd be insane. Well, that's how good rays are, guys.
Now he's going to get rid of the comsat. One of them, he has cloak pretty soon, so it's going to be down to 1 scan. This was a nice flank from the back. Goliath's hiding behind, but actually can they...
Oh, well, they do kill off a couple of the tanks, and the one tank survives incredibly well. Microed there by Mad. He keeps one of his tanks alive. That means he's going to be able to control the high ground. And he does. Probably he's going to lose it now, but that's still a pretty good trade.
Yeah, but now he's lost his contain, kinda. He only has 1 tank left. He also doesn't have that many factories, but again, Dandy still doesn't have... Okay, he does complete his barracks, so he can build some more factories pretty soon. Meanwhile, Mad, I think, only has 2 factories, 2 star parts. There's the factories for Danny. Now, imagine if he had built those factories earlier.
Yeah.
And there's 1 tank containing. He easily just busts out of this. And he's up so many workers. You'd have a huge econ, army lead.
And eventually, these raids are not going to do anything anymore. When either detection comes out or you've got a high enough Goliath count. I actually think Dandy, he's still up like 10 workers.
Well, he doesn't know that because TVT, even if you have the weaker army, sometimes it's not about that. You have map control, and Terran's worried. They don't want to run into mines. They don't want to run into 100 damage tanks, right? So they end up just sitting there, and then players like in Mad's position slowly catch up, slowly build up the tank count, and then it doesn't matter how many SCVs Dandy has.
Well, let's see if we can get this contain out here again. I guess one of the benefits of air superiority is that you can push back these neutral buildings like that engineering bay. But it's usually more useful to use the raise to scout everywhere else. So that's what Matt is doing. Neither player looking for a third base just yet. I think they're really kind of playing this tank versus tank battle. Kind of cheeky trying to put it underneath the barracks there, I think. But in the end, actually, Dandy is coming out on top here. Although I will say he doesn't have any Goliaths, right? Yeah, he has one.
Yeah, he only has one, so he's got to be careful to leapfrog those tanks closer because the race can pick them off very easily. Now we do see vultures finally coming out for Dandy, so he's looking to bust out pretty soon. And this is what I'm saying. There's a nice position for Mad, but the tank count is so low. If Dandy knew this, he's doing one more round and going.
Okay, now Cloak's coming out. I think what Zero is showing us is that he either has one or no scans left. So that could be really, really crucial here as these Cloak raids continue to micro. There's the scan, just forcing out a scan and running away. Doesn't even lose a wraith, and the SCV is there to repair it.
Yeah, SCVs can repair it, but it's going to take a long time to repair it. I'm loving how Mad's just consistently rallying across the map. And what is he building? It's just pure tank. That's all he needs. Also, what he can do when Dandy eventually moves out is he can land his barracks in eBay if he's really on top of it to mess up the AI. We see drops coming out from Dandy, so he's looking to try and multitask his way back into the game. A Goliath drop is super annoying. There's really not going to be any defense for Mad. What's he going to do? Turn around with tanks? That's going to take forever. He's going to turn around with Wraith, and they're just going to get eaten alive by 4 Goliaths.
Well, I'm just worried about the dropship being sniped by the Wraiths. That would be total tragedy. He's right in position. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. It does have 4 Goliaths in it, so if he sees it in time, oh my god, he didn't see it. Oh yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Okay, watch him 2-shot this. 1, and there it goes. Only got 1 Goliath out, so that's 3 Goliaths for free, and he kills the one on the ground. What a trade there. Huge move by Matt.
But it draws Dandy out of position. You see instant reaction to full SCVs. This is Dandy's time. It's 6 tanks, though, and they're in a really good position.
We're pulling the boys. It's time. Trying to run out there. He doesn't actually have many of his tanks in siege. There we go. He's only moving 3 tanks forward, 5 now with the Goliaths and Gulchers in front. Now the Raids are coming back, but they're not really going to be able to do a whole lot, or maybe, unless... wow, what a huge turnaround by Mad. He's got that insane high ground position, and even with the Goliaths there to push the Rays back, the high ground is too good for Mad.
The high ground is fantastic. I actually thought Mad had lost that fight because all of his tanks focused the vultures and all of the tanks and Goliaths remained, but the Rays are actually going to pick off almost every single tank.
These Rays, man.
It's 5 tanks versus 1. There's 2 Goliaths. He needs to leapfrog his own tanks forward, and then there's going to be no way for Dandy to actually get out.
This is crazy. Really, really good by Mad to not only keep those raids alive, sniping the dropship, coming back and picking off some tanks where he can. Besides that, just insane high ground position. And that's actually something I'm learning about this map is like the high ground with the natural, and then also at your opponent's natural, like that position. That's crazy how effective that is once you set up a hard contain there.
Well, Dandy's actually on a timer because Mad has +2 weapon halfway done. He just has to make sure he doesn't get dropped, and this is his game to take. Dandy's macro slipping a little bit. He has so many Goliaths, so many tanks, but the positioning for Mad is huge, and now he's about to have mines. It looks like his tanks are just barely out of range of sniping all of these tanks. Oh, this is a huge blunder to let these units just freely move across the top.
Yeah, Matt a little bit slow on the reaction here. He's got some mines being laid in the path of these tanks coming forward, but you know, Goliaths are really good at clearing mines, so I don't think he has to worry too much about that. And Mad's still not moving that contain outside of Dandy's natural, so this is actually a pretty scary army out here unless Mad picks up and comes to help.
Okay, so like we were talking about in the Croc Mad series where Croc busted top, Krog needed to take that base immediately. Mad just saw the whole army move. He needs to set up a contain right outside that ramp. Do not let Dandy reinforce. This is a tiny army. If he picks off these Goliaths, this is all Dandy has. All the tanks are going to get wiped afterwards.
Coming forward with the raise, they are cloaked. There's no scan.
You know what's the funny part is? He used all his scan to kill those mines.
I don't know why he has Goliaths, but now that the scan energy is evaporated, exhausted, depleted, everything here dies. It doesn't even cancel that command center. That's how fast everything got cleaned up. And now that timer that Dandy was on is ticking down even faster. Although he is secretly expanding to the upper right with a Ninja Expo on the island. So let's see if that's Dandy's way back in the game.
Yeah, +2 is done for Matt in any second now. But he needs to put those tanks on the low ground because Dandy is just freely moving down the side of the ramp there. He's going to scoop by. There we go. Mad now finally moves. Got a siege though.
Sieges.
Oh,
it's perfect. It's perfect timing. Oh, look at that. The Goliaths and Vultures are coming in, but there's not enough tanks in the back. Dandy's got like 4 tanks here. They are trying to move forward, but the siege line is insane. Mad, I think he did it.
I think he's done it. He has so many tanks. He's got so many rays. He instantly picked off those mines with the race also. There's absolutely no way Dandy get outside of his base now unless he has a bank of dropships stored anywhere.
Oh,
Command center
CC.
Going down.
Damn.
Top right gets scouted.
Shut down. Oh, that's it. GG. Dandy taps out, and Mad takes game number 1. Oof.
Yeah, that was really good. And Dandy, like I was saying in the beginning, when you 12 gas, you have the advantage of the tank count. But he lost those tanks. So then he lost his tank count advantage. And you set up even a small contain with 3 tanks. So impossible to fight down, coming bundled down a ramp.
Yeah, from high ground, especially when you have the air advantage with those rays. Beautifully played. Somewhere, Kogut like feels a little bit of a warmth in his heart. It's like winning TVTs with rays. Just feels right. So that's game number 1. And if I'm not mistaken, we're doing best of 3s in the round of 16. So that means that instead of speed running through to the winner's match and then taking a break, no, we're doing best of 3s this time, and especially when it's a mostly Terran group. That means these series could go the distance. So I hope you guys are in for the long haul because we've got plenty of TVTs coming up tonight. Unless Crossy wants to save us and perfectly win and lose to stagger the most possible number of CVTs we could possibly have. I don't know. He could just, 2-0 out of both of his groups, and then we just have nothing but Terran games. But thankfully, we've got TVT expert Nyokin with us. So, if these were PvPs, I don't know if we'd make it through the group. But at least, Mad seems to be playing really well. Hopefully, Dandy and maybe Terror later on can pull out some really interesting strategies, and then maybe Crossy can be kind of the salt-based sprinkle on our games tonight. Yeah, what a god.
Yeah, I'm a little worried for Dandy, though, because he's floating a lot of minerals and resources at the end.
Yeah, also he went gas
and he went gas first. So it wasn't like he had the huge econ boom that Matt had, but actually he did because he was up like 15 workers over Matt. It was 41-26 at one point. I was really worried for Matt because he had this great positioning, but he just had no units. But that Rax, Dandy had no units and he couldn't bust out in time.
Yeah, that was almost, I actually kind of forgot that's how the game started. But let's get into our next game, and then we can reminisce all we want. It's going to be on the map Sylphid coming up, so we're getting to a little bit more of a standard map. And Matt is up 1-0 in the series against one of the best non-Korean Terrans in the world, Dandy. Excuse me, let's see if Matt can take this game and advance on to our winner's match, or if Dandy is going to bring it back and take us on to a game number 3. All right, here we go in the bottom left-hand corner in the black as Terran, or I guess that's dark gray. From Peru, it's Dandy.
And in the bottom right, in the yellow again, I think, it is Mad. Yeah, so Mad's looking really good. He did cut a lot of econ to go for that build. That's one of the drawbacks when you get instant gas like that at 15. That's why you see a lot of players go depot then gas, but it really cripples your econ. But he had faster raise. It probably saved him because that bunker was how close to getting up?
Yeah, I'm still kind of confused how Dandy did the build that like is theoretically less economic and had way more workers and a later command center. I'm just okay. Well, I will not understand it. But you're right. It was so close. That bunker push was super scary, and then his 2 Marines died to the Rays, and he was like, "Well, I guess I'm not as strong as I thought I was." So, I mean, you can't pull out Rays every game, unless I would expect maybe either a different strategy or Dandy being a little bit more prepared for that. And it's still fit, so you can't quite rely on the same high ground right outside your natural.
I actually like the race a lot because in the Cryox series, how many times did we see race from that? 0.
Yeah.
I don't even think he was the one that race switched, did he? It was Cryox, I think, that race switched.
I think they both. I think no. Mad would do the thing where he only builds 1 Wraith, so it's not like it's like a 2-port Wraith. He would just have 1 and then fly it around, and he actually used it super effectively. But you're right. Especially once those games went super late, I think Cryox did start building more.
Yeah, so I like how he's already mixed it up, because if Dandy had a read or thought he had a read coming into the series, there's no read now because it was a completely different opener from what we saw last week.
Yeah.
Now we do have 12 gas from both players.
Yeah. So both players are choosing to kind of roll it back a little bit, and I mean, I think this is what I expect from most Terrans in TBT, unless they get super greedy and go like 14 CC. Probably don't do that on a 2 or 3 player map, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to watch more games on Monte Cristo, because that rush distance looked deceptively long. So maybe you can get away with that there.
Here's the first difference we have. Even though it's the same build, 5-second faster factory for Mad, so he can potentially try and go for a tank first. We do see both players have pulled off of gas, so it's not going to be 2 fact or factory port or anything like that, at least not initially. Now, Dandy loves going race, or he used to in the past. Recently, when I played him on ladder, he was going for the 2 fact tank that we just saw.
Mm-hmm.
For a while, I didn't know how to kill it. He just rallies 1 tank across the map and just kills you. It's so hard to stop that push. That's why I recommend all the people that ask me for advice to play it. It's so ridiculously strong. So we might see it again. Remember last time he went siege, but most of the time you do go mines. He's going to see nothing here.
Wow, he really denies that SCV. I kind of thought you could just run it by the Marines straight in, but he actually misrouted the SCV. It goes down instead of through, and it kind of runs back home with its tail between its legs, and actually might get intercepted. Oh, I think he's trying to find it with his SCV returning to get the shot off, but they actually just wind up running right by each other. And in the end, it is basically even expo timings.
So actually, Dandy is getting a little greedy here, going for the factory add-on that I say is very strong.
What happens if that vulture just shows up?
He's about to take a lot of damage. So
yeah.
So if this is a tank, he's going to take tons of damage. If it's a vulture, he's probably still going to take tons of damage because there's a second vulture coming out from Mad. But he's at least going to have mines up quicker. Oh, is that a tank? It is a tank. So Dandy's in trouble. This is going to deal a lot of damage. Oof.
I mean, he did get a little bit greedy there. Let's find out how punished he gets here. Oh. Command center. Oh, he pulls off of it. He knows.
Yeah,
this is not a great spot to be in.
This is a great pull-off. And the fact that Mad actually built 2 vultures, he's making a 3rd vulture even.
Oh
actually, Dandy's build just blind counters this, because nothing that Mad has deals any damage to the tank.
Yeah, I mean, nothing he has deals a lot of damage to the command center either. So once his tank comes out, everything just has to run away. I mean, maybe you could like dive on it and barely pick it off, but then, you know, you've lost everything. And yeah, Mad just heads back home. Wow. I definitely thought he was going to get a little bit more punished there, but no justice.
Well, he did pull off in time. That was a good reaction from Danny, but his natural did get delayed forever. There's the mine upgrade that I was saying. This is basically the build that I recommend all the time for players. It's just so ridiculously strong. Usually you go across the map.
Curiosity says this is the build Nyoken told me was trash.
Oh, I think he's talking about the Mads build, the Vulture Goliath build that he's going for. Because you run across with 2 tanks and mines, and the opposing player has 4 vultures.
Well, yeah, what do you do now?
He's in trouble because he has nothing. He has no mines, no speed, no tank. he has an armory, but there's no Goliath. So these two tanks just walk across the map.
Well.
So this could be very fast,
Will
but
justice be
here we
served
go.
today?
Dandy is going to reinforce with his own vultures. He can't lose these vultures though because they have mines. Oh no!
Well, he is. Yeah, this is not looking good for our heroes, having to pull the boys and hope that SCVs and Marines can deal damage. He's gonna pinch a tank. What? How dare he? How does it happen? He gets one tank basically for free and stops it in its tracks.
He caught that tank for free, and now, but still not out of the woodworks yet.
Oh, he's trying to lay mines to come back or pick them off, but the mine gets sniped just expertly, and now can Mad hold on? He's pulling his tank back, and looks like he will just barely be able to stabilize at his natural.
Well, even though Dandy didn't win with that attack, he forced SCVs off the line, and now he's got mines set up. And the hardest part about this is Mad doesn't know exactly where all the mines are. So Dandy can freely set up a siege line without any fear of really Mad just trying to bulldoze out, because he's easily going to lose his tank. Now, luckily for Mad, he rushed his academy here, countering this build. He's going to have scan. He needs it ASAP because siege is about to finish.
And actually, Danny's just pulling back. He wants to use the mines to try to hold on here, but with the first scan coming through, he clears all the mines. And wow, I actually thought the mine that Mad laid was an enemy mine. That was going to be bad, but instead, Bad reclaims the position right outside of his natural, pushes Dandy back, and is actually, I think, going to clear up a bunch of these mines once he gets scan energy again.
Yeah, this was actually an incredible hold from Mad. Picking off those two vultures that were coming as rallied across the map was actually huge, because if we set up a minefield with the first two tanks, we are in deep trouble. But if we look at the econ difference, Dandy up 10 workers again.
Every game.
So every game, Dandy's getting a huge econ lead. So let's see if he can actually put that to use, because he hasn't lost his racks this time. We do see a starport coming up for him, so he's going for a more harassment-based build. But I would love to see him put down his 2, 3, 4 more facts just now and set up a huge tank contain like Mad did last game.
Mad's got I don't know. Mad, his eco is suffered in both of these games. I mean, he did have to pull the boys, but he did it basically perfectly. And so now, finally, we have that starport being added on. So let's see what that is for. I mean, I actually really liked the Wraith play for Mad, but it doesn't look like that's what he's going for this game.
No, we'll have to wait and see if he is actually going to go for Wraith. It doesn't look like it's going to be Wraith. We do have 4 facts for Dandy. He could even afford one more. It is drops. We're seeing drops more and more often these days. Now, how Mad got out, and he actually has enough room to actually take a 3rd and 4th base now. Dandy, I guess, was fearing that he was going to get busted, but he actually wasn't. He had so many mines, so many tanks set up, but this was a good reaction from him.
Yeah, how do you tell when to pull back? Because obviously a lot of players overstay their welcome, they get busted, and then they lose the game.
Well, it's hard to tell. And then those SCVs, they got 60 health. They don't die. Yeah. The only way they die is to a drone and a probe, not a tank.
Invincible. Yeah, so that's hard to tell. So when Dandy pulled back, usually you'll see a player pull back and then expand when they, come back to defend it, to try to say, okay, well, I'm not pressuring you, so maybe I can just stay back and defend. But no expo coming through from Dandy. He is going for that drop, and here's the dropship loading up with Goliaths.
Now, Goliath drops are pretty expensive. There's a lot of gas. They're not the cheapest units. A lot of time you're just going for vulture drops. Also, it cuts into your factory count, so he does need to get something done. Meanwhile, Mad is really prioritizing more tanks, more vultures. We do have science facility already done for him. He is, I already thought he had +1. If he had already had +1 while holding that, I was going to lose my mind. But here he comes, Dandy with the drop. There's nothing here.
Yeah, absolutely nothing.
And this is going to actually deal a considerable amount of damage. I think
honestly, he could just drop in the natural. But, he gets spotted going into the main. There's still nothing here.
There's no reaction from Dandy either. Okay, now he's coming back. Yeah, but vultures aren't going to be able to stop this. This is going to be tanks that actually have to come back. Even forcing a full SCV pull is pretty good. But as I said, Goliaths are pretty expensive. And actually, they didn't deal that much damage. And Mad has range, so this dropship might actually get picked off.
Oh, one more. SimCity helping out Dandy. He will make the great escape and maybe live to fight another day.
Yeah, but Dandy at least got in and saw what Mad was going for, and he sees that it's the exact same thing. 4-fac starport, except Dandy's farther along. He's got his own command center up. He's starting to put up a turret ring, so he's not really going to be under any threat of drops himself. Now, one thing I do see lacking from him is that armory is not spinning. Now, I'm not sure if he has +1 just yet.
Looks like no.
I don't think he does. Yeah, there's no +1 for him. So actually, that's a big miss because Matt already has +1. He's even getting +1 armor, and I already saw the science facility for him. So again, he's gonna have a big +2 power spike. Yeah, instantly starts +2. Instantly.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how fast Mad got +2 in the first game. So this time around, no difference. And Mad is doing it always like kind of baffles me. He's always a little bit behind in the econ, but his army is always just right up on par. Literally, the supply difference right now is just the SCV difference. So as soon as his third base comes up, obviously that's going to be a big lead for Dandy. But I mean, it's almost up for Mad too, so he shouldn't be that far behind.
Well, we have 4 dropships for Mad.
Oh,
and
God.
He's looking to get lots and lots of damage on. And I love this expo position for Dandy because taking this defends his main at the same time.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, there's that ledge over the bottom that Mad's going towards, and he's
Oh, God.
Oh, is he actually going to drop this base? I don't think he knows it's there.
Yeah,
He
well,
does.
I guess so. Well, he's instantly going to force a cancel here. If he had waited until it had been finished, then yeah, that's actually a really big pick off. But instead, he cancels it, makes sure that there's no easy early 4th base, and he is getting his 4th base up right now on location, even though it's not quite in the same position.
Yeah, so he denies the 4th base. He denies the turret ring there. He denies a lot of crucial space for Dandy, because that is a huge base for Mad to take, because now he can secure that. And if he ever breaks into the main with a drop, he can easily rally units there and then ferry more over and over and over.
Yeah.
Now he has a 4th base himself. His +2 is farther along than Dandy's +1. He has 3 tanks there, so they one-shot anything coming up the ramp. Everything is going perfectly for Mad. This SCV transfer didn't get caught by the Vultures. They do manage to pick off 1 SCV, but they're not going to get any more SCVs on the right side.
Yeah, that could have been really bad. Also, it could have been really, I don't know, neither player seems to be going quite as far with their drops as maybe I think. I definitely thought Mad could have done a little bit more damage there, but in the end, I guess Mad seems to be doing a little bit with a lot. And actually, after all is said and done, he's still down 10 workers, and now he's down more army supply, but I think that should fix itself over time because he has an extra base, right?
Yeah, it should fix itself. He should catch up in workers pretty soon. I'm getting very concerned for Dandy because Mad's map control is better than Dandy's right now. Sure, Dandy's army is a little bit stronger right now, but tanks in better positions are just flat out going to trade so much better.
Yeah.
And the one thing that's really lacking from Dandy is we know Mad has the 4 dropships,
Yeah.
but there's no 4 dropships for Dandy. So how are you going to bust any secured location is what I'm wondering.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering if that was like Doom drop ships, or if it was more for, the big pick up your whole army and run across the map. Ooh, mines, scout the position of Danny's army. Mad knows he's moving out right now. And all of a sudden, the drop ships are coming.
Yeah, instantly loads up, instantly goes into a defensive stance with his own tanks. Oh my God, that's so many units.
Look at how big that
Oh,
tank
wow.
line is. The spread, the concave, dwarfing Mad's tiny little bastion out here in the middle of nowhere, sieging up and busting through. Dandy is crushing Mad.
Yeah, this is one of the drawbacks of overexpanding and also having dropships. There's no unit to actually stop. There's like 12 tanks. We don't even know if there's any locked up in those dropships, but what we do know is that this 3rd base is going to get denied, Nat's going to get contained, and then the 4th base is isolated. His only way to defend it, Nat's going to lose all his dropships.
Yeah, I mean, this could just be it. Is this the Doom push from Dandy? Dandy's tank printer goes burr. He just keeps building them. He doesn't need anything else. He's got the prerequisite number of Goliaths, and now it's time to pull the boys again. And I don't know if they're going to get such a great catch on these tanks like they did last time.
I think Dandy's done it. This 3rd base should fall. The 4th base is still up for Mad. He's still got a decent worker count. But the issue now is that the Nats compromised and we lost all the dropships.
Damn. Okay, Dandy. I mean, he's in a great position. He hasn't won yet. And winning TVTs is oftentimes a lot harder than it looks, just because it can be really difficult to really close the game out. But everything's going Dandy's way on his side of the map. He's now almost doubling Mad up in workers. He's got an insane supply lead, up 50 supply, and it's just going from bad to worse. Let's see if Mad can retake his natural here. He's got a good tank angle. Actually, I think if he wants to, he can maybe pick up that last tank. So close. The mines get targeted down by the Goliaths. And they contain holds with massive reinforcements coming in for Dandy.
Yeah, fourth base is going to go down. There's just nothing for Mad. The one thing he had going for him was +2, but he's still not able to bust out of that contain. Now, fourth base is gone. Third base is probably going to go down to these vultures if he sends them there. And now we're basically not even mining for Mad. SCV count is plummeting. We're at 34, soon to be probably in the 20s.
Yeah, looks like Mad really on his last legs here. I don't know if there's any way to come back from this. He's getting doubled up in just supply now, and yeah, does not look great. You can really tell that Dandy did a much better job biding his time and going out with that sort of big hanbang kind of thing. One big push, and I mean, it seems to have really crushed Madness tracks. The dropships were a cool idea, and maybe they stopped Dandy for a little bit, but now Mad has no dropships and no way of stopping Dandy's giant army.
Yeah, the army is just too massive. We're going to go for a small counterattack with these 3 tanks, but Dandy can just smash it whenever he wants.
Yeah.
He's actually killing a lot of SCVs. This is probably the best trade he could possibly hope for.
Yeah, the surprise tanks. Oh, no. Not like this. So he does kill the mine, doesn't drag through everything, but you're right. He just A-moves through the entire army, and that's basically it. I mean, Mad does have 100 supply behind this, so it's not like he has 0 units, but he has 0 way of stopping 4 bases from Dandy.
Oh, he pops the tanks, but being down so much supply. I mean, actually, it's something like 140 to 100 supply, basically, if you factor in the worker difference. But still, there's just so much for Dandy. He has so many vultures. Mad actually has a lot of vultures too, but there's just no econ. And also he has a stranglehold on the right side of the map. So he's got a stranglehold while having similar amounts of units in the center of the map. It's just a matter of time until Mad falls. He has secured his nat again, but we just don't have any econ. This is going to fall too.
Yeah, this is not looking good. I mean, he's doing a decent job using the mines to delay and hold on for a little bit longer, maximize the usefulness of his single-digit tank count. But Dandy just, it moves through. He's got the power of the economy on his side. The tank count just never seems to be going down. I mean, Mad's not doing bad at macro, but he's slipping just further and further behind every time they fight.
Yeah, and what Mad has going for him again is the +2 weapon. Dandy doesn't have it just yet, so if he could slowly leapfrog to the third base, he could potentially wipe out all these tanks. But I imagine at some point, Dandy's just going to use brute force. He's got so many at his rally point. He can just easily smash this army. It's only 5. It'd be different if there was, potential D-Matrix here, but with no D-Matrix, no vultures even.
Yeah.
Now we have drops coming out for Dandy. He's got his eyes set probably on the top side since he already has units at mid-right. That would be just a killing move.
You don't think he could just bulldog the tank line?
He could do that, but he could just go for the main, and then it forces everything out of position, and then just swarm everything.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are multiple options when you are 90 supply up on your opponent. So let's see which one of those Dandy wants to take. I mean, it's not over until it's over. Mad does have 3 bases, maybe like 2.5 by now, soon to be 2. But it's nothing compared to Dandy's massive economy. He's still 30 some SCVs up. So, I mean, what's the plan here? It's not like Mad doesn't have any purchase out on the map. He's actually going to try to bust through a little bit here. A-moving, he's got the vultures out in front. Siege tanks getting into a nice arc here. He's going to blow up all of Dandy's tanks here, protecting the third base.
Now, where are the drops? Because this is actually a lot of tanks now. There's the drops, but this shouldn't actually stop Mad's army. So this third base might actually fall. We're a little bit slow on the move. Oh, that's not the greatest position, but luckily those tanks are firing on Goliath.
Yeah, he did get a little bit lucky on those tank volleys. It's still not going to be an easy trade to get out of here. And actually, the tank line lines up such that Mad retains most of the concave there. It's not enough, and in the end, he just taps out. So GG. Well. A series on our hands.
Yeah, even it up. Dandy looked a lot better this time. I thought for sure he's actually going to win with that first push.
It was
4
strong.
vultures, it's super strong. If you do that on the ladder, you will get a lot of wins versus players that open like that. But Mad had a good hold. The 3 vultures to intercept the 2 coming actually saved him the game.
Yeah, I actually thought he was going to lose in the game because he had only vultures against no tanks. But the interception was choice. And that's going to do it for our second game. And that means we have our final game of our first series of the round of 16 Group A coming up. So I'm always torn as a caster when I want to attribute players' victories to things other than their skill. So we use terms like momentum. It's like, wow, is the momentum going to carry him forward? Which totally obscures the fact that one player is maybe better than the other, or the fact that, like, you know, anybody could win any game. It's like a mental thing. I think for Mad, honestly, he really impressed me in game number 1. I mean, that looked smooth. Obviously, it was a 2-port Wraith kind of thing, and that's better on some maps than others. And on our next map, it is La Mancha. So we've got those that nice windmill of high ground in the middle, make kind of like a 4-player Heartbreak Bridge, something like that. That's basically what Vana said down there too. So I like to think we both understand this map basically the same degree. And you guys can discuss that in chat as we get into our last game of this series. It's Mad versus Dandy. Find out which player will advance on to the winner's match in the round of 16. Either one's fine. Do not care. Okay, here we go. In the upper right-hand corner in the red from Peru, it's our Terran player, Dandy.
And in the top left in yellow again, it is Mad. And I think momentum is a real thing. Like, even though Dandy now has momentum winning the game, I still actually like Mad. Because when he won the first game, it was like a convincing win. And then also, he had a convincing hold. The only thing that went wrong was we overexpanded a little bit. He really did.
Yeah.
There wasn't really anything other than that, because he even had that drop to deny the 4th base. That was a big move. Like, everything was going well for him other than the bust. If we talked about in the beginning, he was down SCVs. If he had a few more SCVs to have a little bit better econ, he probably holds that, because he probably has 2, 3, 4 more vultures or tanks just sitting there.
Yeah, man, it's tough. It's kind of one of those coulda, woulda, shoulda moments. I actually want to see what their openers look like, because we've had Mad go gasless, and then they both went gasless, or they both went 12 gas last map. This is a bigger map, so in theory you can do one of those classics, just split it down the middle, have a long ass Terran game. I think that might be in our in the cards for now. We'll see whether they decide to scout here, and it looks like Mad is not going to yet.
Yeah, La Mancha is one of those maps, just like what we saw in Monte Cristo. You sit on a high ground, all of a sudden it's almost unbreakable. You don't even have to sit on a high ground. You can sit outside the bridges, the other escapes, and they just funnel in a line. It's so hard once somebody sets up a contain like that. But it looked like last game, Mad set up too much of a try to defend too many areas. Okay, we've got Dandy going 14 CC. Now we have Mad with the 12, or is it 12 gas? Yeah, it is 12 gas. So he's actually just playing pretty standard. Now this is going to be gaslit, or not gasless, 14 CC. Now, remember in the gasless game, Mad cut to get the 230 gas. I'm just curious, when is Dandy going to get his own gas? Is he going to go into 2-port Wraith just as fast? Because really, if that bunker gets up, that's a completely different game.
Oh yeah,
Monte Cristo.
Well, this is one of those other reasons I like to see, not proxy racks, but
not pulling off gas.
Is he gonna do it? I mean, he could.
You can do it. You can go fact starport. Well, he's pulling off 1, so this is probably gonna be 2 fact. It could still be Wraith, or it could be he's expecting to get scouted soon, so he's leaving 1 on the racks, or 1 on the gas. I mean, there was the fast gas for Dandy this time. So
actually really interesting. Matt is using 1 SCV to require like 2 wasted SCVs just to protect the other ones. There's 1 at the natural and 1 there at the barracks building. And so coming out to scout here, this is one of the reasons I like to see players not proxy, but just build that barracks out there to punish 14 CCs like this. But I don't think that's going to happen now. First, Marine is out running across the map, Vulture following it. So let's see if there's any opportunity to punish. I mean, the SCVs building this bunker have actually been damaged quite a bit from just that SCV harass from Mad. So let's see if he can kill one of them. Maybe. Oh, he does take out one SCV. There's a Marine coming through behind it. So probably not a whole lot more going to happen there. And so the 14cc holds, no punishment.
This was really good by Mad. Pulled off so many SCVs, actually kills one, and there's the starport, but it is off of a command center. Now, this is a common follow-up. I was saying it in the other game. You can either go to fact or starport. So this time we do have starport. Now, if he loses his racks, he's in deep trouble, because the one vulnerability of this build is you spend so much resources building tanks and wraiths, which are almost factories by themselves, because your factory count remains super low. And he's going up against a build that has the most econ that you can possibly open with. You can easily get busted by something like a 5-fact, 6-fact. So Matt's going to make sure he does not lose this racks, because as soon as Dandy sees the race, this is going to be 5-fact, like immediately, unless he goes 2-port wraith right now.
Yeah, you're right. Well, I don't see any second starports. So
what's that? There's one.
Okay, I'm waiting. I don't see it yet.
Ooh. It looks like he's just gonna go fact starport himself.
Okay.
Now, this is actually a dangerous move from Dandy, because when the other player has the 12 gas tech lead,
you're just always gonna be behind.
A lot of times what Flash does with the one wraith is he sends it in to scout, but you're gonna be running into somebody that already has one wraith made.
Yeah.
So
you'll just always have less.
You're just going to lose it probably, because the race can go do the moving shot.
I mean, it's like, it depends on where the wraith is, right? If you get caught out of position, then some weird shenanigans can happen. But yeah, it seems like Mad is certainly in the lead. He's actually already started Cloak before the starport is even done for Dandy.
Well, we've got speed coming in for Vultures, which is unusual because he's going for Cloak, Raise. This may just be a bait, fake out Dandy that he's actually going Raise when actually he's going for drop follow-up.
Yeah, don't you want mines instead of speed to try to hold off a push while you get Cloak?
Yeah, this speed is kind of confusing. You can run by. I know it's Artosis' nightmare to watch them run by a tank and a vulture, but I don't think that's what Mad's going for. I think that this is gotta be for a drop. But as I say that, there's a second Wraith coming out.
The one port Wraith build.
Dandy has one Wraith. It just came out now. He still doesn't know what Mad is doing. If he sends this Wraith across the map, it insta-dies. There's going to be 2 Wraiths out for Mad, and they have Cloak.
Yeah, that would just be a horrendous move. He's actually... Wait, what? He's just hitting the barracks? Well, so he tipped his hands, and now actually immediately you can see Mad move out with his 2 Wraiths because he sees...
Goodbye.
He's all right on the intercept path. There's no Cloak for Dandy's Wraith, so he invested all that money into a starport, into a Wraith, and now it's completely been neutralized, and now Mad is knocking on the front door.
Yeah, and he can actually just rally Wraiths across the map because
you just park them over.
Armory's not done. eBay's not done. This is going to deal so much damage.
What, do you defend with Marines? Sure, okay.
And he has Cloak. Now, Dandy does have Scan. Dandy is falling apart. He actually has this depot not completed.
He's not going to finish the Armory.
He's not going to finish any of this. It's going to take him so long to finish it. There's another SCV down.
There's 2 more Wraiths.
There's a Vulture drop. And now, does Mad have mines? I didn't see if he actually got mines with these drops now, but it's been quite a while. He does.
Oh, he does. Wow.
So if he sets up mines in front of the factories, Goliaths pop out and die.
Well, plus he only has 3 Marines. At most, he's going to have like 4, and that's 1 Marine for each Wraith, which in general is not good odds. And so once these Wraiths start to pile up, I forgot it was a dropship coming next, but the Vultures especially, they're going to kill the Marines, they're going to kill the SCVs, they're going to protect the Wraiths. The Wraiths are going to kill everything else, and here we go.
Well, he's got to hurry because Goliaths are about to pop out.
Damn.
Oh, there's one.
Yeah, but the mines are already laid. They don't activate. He's going to target down the Marines, and he's going to get all of them. Yes, he will. He was actually busy working on killing off the starport this whole time. Maybe he could have put the Wraiths to a little bit more use, but even still, Dandy is in trouble mode.
Yeah,
trouble town.
It's still okay because it kept Dandy back. He still hasn't reached that 4-5 facts power spike that I was talking about. He kept the race alive. Also, Dandy made another Wraith, I think, and he at least started Cloak. So that delays, factories being built. Now Mad is going to be the one that gets into position. I don't know if he actually scanned for these mines. It doesn't look like he did, which is lucky for him because he needs to have scans to try and bust out of this contain that Mad's going for.
Well, yeah, Matt is here. He's got the contain. He's got the tech advantage. He was super annoying. It seems like Dandy has kind of, righted the ship in his main, but I mean, this is quite a lot to deal with. It's going to be a hard contain with turrets coming up, huge minefield that has been laid previously, and I think he's actually building more vultures right now to roll that out. Actually, no, he's continuing the Wraith production, which is a little bit interesting.
Yeah, Wraith tank. He's got double factory. Ooh, Goliath took a big hit down to 1 health. Now there's no way that he can even think about moving out. And Dandy's vision, I've been paying attention the whole time. He has absolutely no vision outside of his nat the entirety of the game.
God.
Tank walks out, has
the
no idea.
The scout tank.
Yeah, he had no idea that was even happening. He had so many tanks that could have been set up outside there, sitting in siege mode, but instead he just gives away a tank for free. Now what's he going to do? He's going to start building dropships now? He doesn't have any, and this is a huge tank contain, and it's also at a staggered angle. There's no way that he can get out. Look at the tank. The tank angle, you come out, you just get instantly clobbered.
Yeah, this is what we like to call concave, which is, you will learn, is better than convex. We're doing it. We're going for it. The boys have been pulled.
They're way too far ahead.
No, he's pushing from behind with his 3 tanks. Well, I don't know if this beats this.
God.
We'll learn the answer to that momentarily.
He didn't kill a single tank. He killed a turret. Didn't kill a tank. So this is going to be Dandy losing unless he has some type of miracle 50-minute game defense here and then stalls it out.
Well, he's only 6 racks behind this. And so the only thing I can think of is a dropship, either getting vultures into Mad's base or going for another one of these big bulldog rushes. But by the time all of that kicks in, can you imagine how many tanks and turrets and bunkers and shit are going to be outside of his base?
Yeah, but it's too late for that. If he had 4 dropships now, maybe that's a little different, but still, those Wraiths haven't died the whole time. So they can just intercept. Sure, and he's got a turret ring across all of the bottom. He's got vultures sitting at the top side of the map to see if drops are actually coming that direction. And this is just Mad's game to lose. How do you actually get out of this? There it goes. There goes the 1 drop. But the race.
Look at it. How does he know?
How
does he know? Is it ESP? Is this River Tam? Does he have psychic powers? I mean, the Goliath drop is okay, but he still snipes the dropship. So its Goliaths are stuck. They're good as dead. Not going to do anything up there. I think Mad could actually just move up there, kill them, and then return to the contain.
Yeah. So those Goliaths are definitely going to fall pretty soon. Another drop coming. There goes those tanks to try and clean them up. But it didn't even look like Dandy was ready to group them with an incoming drop. So those just fall. There's so many tanks. This is pure tank, pure Wraith. And if
a composition of the future, a comp that only works in 2020, by the way, when we have these advanced powers like Mad does. And man, Mad, I would have said this guy is a solid round of 24 player because that's as far as he had advanced before. But now we're paddling our Viking longboat up the fjord. I don't know what else you do with them. He's invading. He's contained him with longboat tanks. And look, he knows exactly the only place that these dropships can come. Get your G keys ready. Oh, okay, he turns them around. I thought he was just going to keep going. Like, that doesn't work. So now fully contained. Look at the contain that Mad has right now.
It's massive.
Global. Mr. Worldwide.
I don't even know if he can actually bulldog this. Can he actually unload before they get killed by the turrets?
I don't think so.
Oh, he's found a one. But all the dropships died.
He's busting out.
So all those are isolated too.
He's killed single-digit numbers of turrets, guys. Well, Dandy's trying to break out of his shelter-in-place contain order, and the government of Mad is back here to put him back in his place for the good of mankind.
Also, that tank of Dandy killed a turret at the end. It didn't even focus down the other tank.
Oh, you're right.
Nothing is going right for Dandy.
Oof. I mean, it's still only a 20 supply lead. I say only. That's still pretty big.
But he has 100 vultures. That's why.
Okay, well, look. We're not proud of our things. We just want stuff. So here we go. We're doing it again. The boys have been pulled. They're out in front. This time it's, oh, there's so many mines. He's going to be able to focus them down before he sieges. He's got like 3 tanks in siege mode. The vulture's running forward, going to try to put mines down on the tanks. Everything's blowing up because the tank line is as big as the world. One lone tank survives until it dies. Cloaked Rays. And we're doing it again. All right. 3rd time's the charm. We're going for it. Deep in that line. No.
There's so many.
3rd time is not the charm. And that is it. Dandy gets out of the game. And Mad, 2-1 over the Peruvian god.
Yeah, and we said last week that Mad looked pretty good versus Croc, but I didn't know if he was actually going to be able to take out Dandy, because Dandy, if he's not number 1, Terran, he's like number 2, number 3, something like that. He's way up there in terms of foreigners. So that's an impressive win. And now, actually, does that mean that Mad might actually make it out in first? Because if you can take out Dandy, I feel like you can take out Terror too, probably, or at least have a good shot.
I would always consider, Dandy may be a flashier player, but Terror is like the guy. He's gotten insane placements. Last season 8 of BSL, top 4, top 3 at Corrupted Cup, just killing them right, left, and center. He's so good, but he's got to go up against Crossy. So while everybody might think, hey, it's a Terran group, I'm just practicing versus Terran, Crossy's no joke either. He advanced out of a group with, was it Cadenzi in it? No, that was Kaido. Never mind. Very hard group, and so that is going to be our match coming up: Crossy versus Terror. I don't know how this is going to go. I would lean towards Terror just because we've seen him make it deep in so many tournaments. But after one Peruvian is going down, the best we can do for win rate is 50-50 on our Peruvians.
Yeah, and if Terror loses here, Bob Malcolm, one of them's got to go.
Look, he was in chat. He was cheering his heart out. It wasn't enough. And once Bob Malcolm fails, we're in trouble. The Peruvian hope. We have a 50-50 chance of a Peruvian making it out of this group. Actually, wait a second. No, it's better than that. It's
still better.
No. It's still 50-50.
Oh, it is 50.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Aha! My math degrees are kicking in. Anyway, it's going to be Crossy versus Terror coming up. A ZVT for a little bit of extra spice in what would be an all-Terran group otherwise. And I'm excited because Crossy is always brings a different style. This time he's bringing both that and a different Wraith. And I am excited to see how he does against Terror, who is another one of these guys. The BSL 3, it was Terror winning. BSL 4, it was Dandy winning. So there was this era of Peruvian dominance right after the era of Polish dominance. And then we just started letting everybody win. And so now we have to figure out, are the Peruvians going to make it out of this group? And this is how we do it in our next game between these two players. But I think actually we're going to take, are we going to go to the break or are we going to go to the next game? How do you feel? Do you have enough passion to keep going, Nyokin?
Oh, I've got the passion.
Oh, God. We're going to need Twitch chat to give us your energy so we can keep casting these games late into the night.
You know what I'm actually just realizing? Terror's only 26.
Wait,
like
what?
That's actually very young for a Brewport
I assumed
player.
that guy was way old. Also, why don't we have Crossy's age up there? That kid looks like he's 14. He's not good enough to get paid a full-time job. This guy is only allowed to push the shopping carts out to your car. He's not allowed to check you out in the grocery store. But he's a badass at Brewport. He's actually way older than that. He's going to college in Canada. Anyway, it's going to be exciting to watch this TVZ. And once again, it's also on Monte Cristo. So we're just salting our food all over the place there. It's going to be good. I can't wait to watch it. So let's get in to our second best of 3 match of the round of 16 on the map Monte Cristo. It's Crossy versus Terror. Game number 1. Okay, there we go. All right, here we go. Back in his home colors, the magenta Terran. This is our Peruvian player, Terror. Almost said Dandy again.
And in the bottom right, we have the blue Zerg from Canada. It is Crossy. Now, quick prediction. I think Terror 8 racks is here.
Oh, yeah?
We're getting so close that he has to make a decision pretty fast, but I think this would be a good map for it. because the Nat at Zerg's base is so far away. You can get an 8 racks there quickly, but it looks like he may not go for that. I'm actually kind of surprised.
Or one away.
Ooh, yeah, no 8 racks this time, but I felt like this could have been a good map for it with the Nat being so far. But it looks like Terra's not going to be aggressive, at least not with an 8 racks. So we'll have to wait and see what he wants to go for. He's definitely going to walk. This SCV is setting up for that.
Yeah.
Oh, he's not going to wall. He's just going to go eBay block.
Well. Okay, so this is really interesting because of the high ground that your natural is on. Traditionally, that makes it super safe, but you can overestimate how safe you are. So I'm actually really interested in this. Also, I'm not sure. What are we doing?
He's going to eBay block. I think he's going to eBay block. He's just
trying
to avoid the Overlord.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Because if you just path through the middle, then you'll go into the Overlord.
Look at this timing. Perfect.
How does he do? Oh,
what
a god.
You got to build it.
Yeah, there it is.
But Crossy had 2 drones coming. So that's actually not the greatest block for him because this isn't going to get blocked for very long.
You can go back and try to get a good RNG on the build pathing, but when you put the engineering bay down, it starts with 100 hit points, right?
It starts with a lot of health. It does force the pool, but Zergs these days, okay, now I don't know about
what
the
are we
4
doing
drone
there?
Pool. That's actually a lot of lost minerals, but he does kill the eBay a little faster. But Zergs are getting more confident just opening with 12 pool anyways. So this might have been a little bit of an overreaction, but he does kill it. Now the hatchery should be coming up pretty soon. Now what is Terra going to go for? Because there's no wall. This does look like a good mech map. You're going to need Goliath to defend the natural because it doesn't look like there's really that great of turret placement. You can only build like turrets behind the minerals, I guess.
Yeah, and you never want to do that because
you
you
don't
want
want
to
to do that.
supply.
So Goliath would be great here, but we don't see any gas. But we saw in ASL Flash go for the delayed mech style, so we may see Terra go for that. Looks like this is going to be an expansion here. The Overlord sees it.
Well, it's going to see the exact timing of this command center going down. So if this is some sort of 2-hatch build on the other side, I think Terra's going to know because he's still got his SCV waiting there. He's going to run it right back in right now and see the lair on the way.
Yeah, so he knows that this is 2-hatch, knows exactly what's going on. Still paying attention to Terra's Marine and SCV production. Okay, we've built 3 Marines now. Don't think we're going to be going into the delayed mech. This is definitely just going to be Marine medic now.
Wow, he made it all the way through that drone line. I definitely thought they were going to snipe the SCV, but the scouting is still alive and well. Or as I say, this SCV is going to die. But wait, what?
If he can, okay, now he still has the option, I think, to try and put down a Hydra Den. Maybe the lair is close to finishing, but it's not like 99%. He still could go for it, but there's no Hydra Den, so there's not going to be any lurker bust, which is actually very deadly these days. Meanwhile, Terra is going for 2 racks. This is standard follow-up. We saw actually. Oh, Overlord! We cannot lose that.
Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Wow! Tragedy striking. Thankfully, it's not going to supply block Crossy because he did build an Overlord right at the same time. But he got. Oh wow! Actually, that was just to get him back to even. So it will supply block him basically forever. Never mind.
Yeah, this is a huge supply block for him. And if there's 3 larvae built up at any hatchery, that's just gonna be lost drones for him. So that's a massive win for Terra. Back on Terra's side of the map, he's just going for the standard Academy timing follow-up. It's a little bit delayed because he did go for the eBay block, but everything looks pretty normal. He's got his 2 racks done. He's starting to mine gas. He's gonna have eBay coming in soon. I'm reminded of Casper's build versus, who was that Zerg? I can't remember the Zerg, but you remember he got away with murder, going for +1 off of 1 rack.
Oh, right, he did. Yeah, he had nothing.
He had absolutely nothing. But Terra's playing more defensive. He's playing more standard. He's not risking dying to a mass sling all in. So this is exactly what you should do as a Terran player. Everything is by the book for him.
It was Tababo.
Oh, Tababo. Yes, Tababo. He got super creepy. Now we do have a third hatchery in the main, which is a bit unusual because a lot of times you take that at a 3rd gas. Now this could confuse Terra. When he scans, it's at a position where it's not going to be scanned. He's not going to see a 3rd base on the map, which kind of, I don't know how Terra's going to react if there's no 3rd base on the map. you feel like you're being all in. And this is setting up to be an all in because it's a 3 hatch in your main. So it feels like this hatchery is kind of weird because Terra's going to play overly defensive. Now, something we do see this time, +1 weapon coming in for Mutas as opposed to +1 armor. We've been seeing everyone go +1 armor these days.
Yeah, so what's up with the weapons, though? I mean, weapons are usually to kill turrets, right?
Yeah, so turrets are going to fall so easily on this map because the terrain is not the greatest. And with +1 weapon, they're just going to get 2-shotted by a group of Mutalisks. So he's going to be able to snowball a lead if he can kill some SCVs in the natural very easily.
Ooh, can't lose mutas here.
Almost intercepts
some
Mutalisks.
I mean, it's still only 4 mutas instead of 6 because of that early supply block. But ooh, what do we got here? Some wandering fire bats.
Yes.
Pourquoi? What could they be for?
Yeah, so they're scouting for a third base, and he's gonna takes a lot of damage. They're only getting 1 Marine. Range isn't done. So this is one of the best moments to actually fight the Marines. But he loses a Muta for free. Even focuses down the weak one. So he's got to be very careful not to lose any more.
And great control. Range closer to being finished.
Oh no, we're taking way too much damage on these Mutas. And he's going for an all-in because there's a 3rd hatch in his main. This is going to just be like a Ling Muta, like, try to overrun them. He can't
even afford to build units with that larva.
Yeah, he's lost the 2nd Muta now, and actually, another third Muta. He might lose his bio ball here, but it's fine. He's killed 3 Mutas for a group of Marines. He didn't even lose any of his Marines there.
Crucially, these medics are just saving the day here, keeping the bio ball alive. Another Muta going down. You've got to either pull those back. But look at the focus fire. He's got to go for it now, but he's lost like 5, 6 Mutas now. I mean, it's almost just mission accomplished here because now he can't even go for like a counterattack here and wait for these hero fire bats.
Oh, they're going to stem.
The fire bat heroes.
He scans and he stems. There he goes. He's going to kill all these drones. No reaction from cross. He does pull. But the Mutas are, okay, they actually are going to clean this up. But back on Terra's side of the map, he's killing this build. Starport halfway done.
Damn.
Everything is perfect from him. Only lacking in the barracks count, but we do see a 3rd one coming up. So this is going to be actually Crossy's best moment to attack because there's not a lot of Marines. There's no vessels out. There's 3 turrets are a lot, but when you're 2-shotting them, they go down very quickly. If he can thin out the bio ball, this is his probably only time to actually try and salvage this game. Here he goes. He's going to try and bust the nat, but honestly, he needs to get into the main 5 turrets at the nat right now.
Damn. Wow. I mean, it's a full control group of +1 Mutas. So those things do kill turrets super fast. That being said, they don't do a whole lot else, especially when it comes to fighting massive bio balls.
Yeah, he doesn't go in when he sees the 3 turrets. So it feels like this game is just slowly slipping away. Surprisingly, I didn't even realize Crossy's already at Hive Tech.
Oh,
but
wow.
Without +1 armor, what could he possibly go for? It can't be Guardians. They're just going to die so easily.
I mean, he's on 19 drones.
Yeah, he has no econ. He's just going into standard Hydroden with Lurker Defiler follow-up. But because Terra's crushing his build, he's already got Starport done. This is actually a really fast Defiler mound, by the way. 9-minute Defiler mound. That's really damn fast. Now, Terra is building tons of turrets. That's like 15 turrets, actually, if we count them all. There's like 6 there. There's 4 at his racks. There's 5 in his main.
Terra is he's just rock solid. He's ironclad, airtight, whatever metaphor you want to use to describe how completely impervious he is to damage from this particular avenue. I mean, it's going to look cool, okay? When Crossy tries this, this one move, it's going to be really exciting to watch him totally fail it.
Well, there's not a lot of Radiate out just yet, and Defiler is coming across the map. Consume, I think, is about a minute upgrade. So if he can get 2 Terrors natural as soon as Consume is finished, there's going to be 1 Irradiate, maybe. There's not going to be critical mass tanks to pick off the Lurkers. There's only 1. So this actually might deal a lot of damage.
You think?
It could, simply because I don't think the Defiler is going to get picked off. I think it might actually make it all the way across the map.
Oh, there's 2 Defilers even. So you've got 1 Irradiate, and you can Irradiate Mutas, or a Defiler, and there's even a second one. This is like that build your team of Marvel superheroes at $5. But here it is. I don't know if you want to fight right here. He pulls back, but he's just going to go for it. Where are the Defilers? They're not even here, but he doesn't even need it. He's got infinity Zerglings. I definitely don't think Terra expected that. And so this one big move that Crossy's going for actually might be pretty effective. He's trying to dive in and pick off the bio on the ground. There's limited anti-air here, and the Mutas are doing it. Oh no! Oh god! Oh my god!
Oh my god!
No! Consume the Mutas! Do anything! Oh my god, it's the worst split I've ever seen.
But he has Dark Swarm, and even though he lost all of his Mutas, he forced out the Irradiate, and now we have no counter to 4 Lurkers, and there's 2 Defilers.
It was all part of the plan. The 5-head move here, a second Dark Swarm from yet another Defiler coming in. We're on top of the bunker, Nyokin.
This might be it. He's on top of the factory, too, so tanks can't even get made.
A third Dark Swarm comes down. We can detect underneath it, but it's too much. GG. Crossy does it, Nyokin. Oh, me of little faith. I'm so sorry I doubted you, Crossy. What? How many? He finished that game with 18 drones, Nyokin. All you Zerg players out there, you're building more than 18 drones to win your games? What are you doing? That's all you need.
Oh, wow. Terra did so well versus the Mutas, too. The Mutas did absolutely nothing except take that Irradiate.
Oh, dude, they took that Irradiate so good. We got to pour one out for the Muta boys, man. F's in the chat for those guys. They did it, okay? They deserve our respect. Ooh, yeah, that's like when Piccolo dives in front of that one beam that would have killed Goku, and he just tanks it right to the chest. He falls over. He's got this massive hole in his body. He's coming back later on, but he took one for the team, okay? What a God mode move there by Crossy. He's up 1-0 in the series, and I feel like this series is going kind of similarly to the last series where we saw the Foreign Hope come through, smash down a godlike Peruvian Terran, and now it's time for Terra to see if he can come back with the power of his straight band Roccat hat.
Okay. Oh, that's true. I forgot about that.
If you bend the brim, it's not as cool anymore.
No.
You'll never get the street
I know.
cred.
Also, you got to leave the
Yeah,
tag
guaranteed, if you tilt that hat down, he's got the sticker still on.
He's got the sticker
That's
on.
how you know he's
That's
cool.
how you know.
Okay, so Dandy did it. He came back. Can Terror do it too? Maybe.
Yeah, of course he can. He can do it.
I don't know, man.
But Crossy's playing really well lately. So, and he had what, 2,400? I think last season he also had 2,400. But last season he looked kind of rocky. Maybe he was like nervous. But this he doesn't look so nervous because he's just willing to all in you. And Crossy, when I played versus him, doesn't really all in often. He usually just goes for the macro game. He just plays pretty standard. So this is interesting to see the switch up here across the seasons.
Yeah, man, this season is super weird. Like, True Touch had to qualify for this tournament instead of winning the tournament, okay? Already crazy. What planet are we on? I don't know. So it's a really exciting time to be alive. Also, BSL9 is the last tournament before BSL10, which is the big one, okay? So just saying, this is the last chance for a lot of these guys to qualify for BSL10. So really, really exciting. Points on the line. Who's going to be the player to advance out of this series to the winners match to play against Mad? Well, we got one or possibly two more games because right now Terra's got to bring it back, or maybe Crossy is going to close it out. The map is going to be La Mancha, so kind of a similar progression that we had in our last series. And I wonder how different it's going to look given that Terra's now down 1-0. You were calling the A-Racks last time. Maybe this is the time on a 4-player map. Who knows? Let's find out and get into game number 2 on La Mancha, see if Crossy can close it out or if Terror is going to tie up our series. All right, in the upper left hand.
That is a 4-pool.
It is. I didn't even need that larva.
Okay, so there was a game. It was Kenzie versus Terror on Circuit Breaker. I remember this because I always talk about how 5-pool, not good versus Terran. This is a 4-pool. Now, if you go go find that game, Terror versus Kenzie. I remember this. Terror went for a wall, and he got the wall up because it was like 8 seconds slower, 5 seconds slower than a 4-pool. Now, this is a map where you often wall So this 4 pool may just barely be in time to bust it. Now, also, when you play maps like this, you don't generally build your second depot instantly at like 12 or 13. And a lot of times the depot doesn't even complete. There we go. This might be a very fast game.
Well, let's talk about the elephant in the room, and that is that this is a 4-player map.
Well,
so either Crossy looks very smart or very dumb.
Yeah, he does need to scout. 4 pool is not a build you transition out of, so we need to scout. If we see a transition, he either like killed a ton of workers and he can actually think he can do it, but really you never transition. There goes the drone scout. This again is a map that you often wall on. So I think when Crossy finds top right and there's no depot, he's feeling confident that he cannot be there. So all he has to do, go bottom. He's going bottom left.
Yeah, because of the way that the maps are aligned, the Overlord scouts the natural first. So you might see that
This has to be a depot or the game's done.
There's Crossy!
No depot!
Because he's going to have to change his ID to Bossy after this, Nyokin.
There's no depot.
He is the boss. He's the Sajangnim. You know what I mean?
This game is done. Oh, he's coming back. He's got to build a depot. But you can't repair it. That's the problem. This is going to be building. You cannot repair it now.
Yeah, it's a little bit too late. Are those Marines or SCVs? Those are SCVs. If they climbed into a slightly smaller armor suit, maybe they'd be better. But yeah, the SCVs are building, but it's not going to be in time. The 6-lings are here, and Terror is not feeling too good. No way to repair it. The bunker's down. The Marines are non-existent, and the 6-lings are in. Now, the SCVs are pretty good. Not this good. So let's see if he can get a good surround. More lings streaming through. 8 lings now. The SCVs, they're starting to fall, Nyokin. It's not looking good for our Peruvian Terran.
Bob Malcolm, what's happening?
Yeah, you got to give Dandy some power here. Or Terror.
He's got a bunker.
He does have a bunker back in the main. He's going to get one very
Did he hold because there's a bunker? I mean, think he might have.
He did get a second Marine.
Because he has so many SCVs.
He hit the second Marine.
What? He didn't kill them. He didn't kill the Marine. So he holds and he's up 10 workers.
Wait a second.
He's up 7 workers. Oh my gosh.
I mean, he killed the
he had it.
Depot, right?
He had it.
I mean, wait, how
now the bunker is hard to actually get SCVs in position.
Yeah, he's gonna have to dive the bunker eventually, right? He's just gonna land the racks next to it.
Yeah, that's what you do is you land. So close.
No, this is where you macro out of your 4 pool, right?
No, you don't macro out of a 4 pool.
I mean, look, we're in it to win it now, right now, guys. Oh, picking off the SCV? No, not yet. At this point, building SCVs is almost as effective as building Marines. Well, we now have 3 times as many workers for Terror.
Well, this is what you do versus 4 racks, 5 or 4 pool, 5 pool, 7 pool, whatever they end up throwing at you. Set up your racks in this position, then build a second rack below it and let your bunker cover both. This is exactly how it's done.
He's scouting for the lings out here to try to see if he can find them. Can't find them, but at least he's getting out. Honestly, just AFK some SCVs next to the bunker. Look, it's worth it right now. You're in such a huge position. I mean, Terror knows how far ahead he is right now.
Yeah, he's going for it, but there's just the Sim City's too good. The SCV control too good. Perfect defense from Terror.
Wait, he didn't even send all of his lings in at the same time, did he? Yeah, that's it. GG. Crossy taps out. Damn. Or yeah. Wow. What? I'm in shock after that. We had it, Nyokin.
We did.
We let it slip. We dropped the mom spaghetti. Don't do that, guys. Wow. I mean, as soon as he went out with that SCV instead of building the depot for the wall, I was like, wait a second. We all put on our thinking emoji hats. Is this gonna work?
You have to build it. You saw the depot just gets focused down. It's mandatory. Otherwise, you just insta lose to 4 pool like that. Oh my gosh! But the Marine getting by. How did it actually get in? How?
It was on like 2 HP too. So
if we go back in the replay, I think. Oh, we're not going to do that. But in the VOD, I think the Marine went around the SCVs, and then the SCVs drilled and glitched up the links. I think that's what actually happened, and the links didn't catch them. I think. I have to rewatch it. But I think
Either way, an incredible hold puts the series at 1-1. Or actually, I don't know if that counts as Terra winning the game or Crosshair losing it. Either way, the 4 pool, we saw it, okay? We can check that off our BSL bingo board, okay? Now we've got to look for what is the way that either one of these players is going to hold on here. Because I felt like that was more Crossy losing the game than Terra winning it. Sure, he microed correctly. But I don't even know what his plan was for that game. We short-circuited. So let's see what's coming in. Will the power of Bob Malcolm be enough to save Peru from certain defeat? Or can Terra bring it back, punish Crossy for the 4 pool? The map is going to be Neo Sylphid for the final map of this best of 3. So let's get into it to find out which player advances on to face off against Mad in the winner's match of Group A in the round of 16 of BSL Season 8, 9, 10, 12, whatever it is. What year is it? Did the Backstreet Boys just come out with a new album?
Didn't they come out with a new album last year?
Oh, wow. Wow.
They did.
I can't even use the Backstreet Boys launching an album to tell me what year it is. How dare they? I think they did, actually. Damn. What a time to be alive. All right, let's do it. In the 12 o'clock location at the top of Neo Sylphid in the blue playing Zerg from Canada, we promise. It's Crossy.
In the bottom left, we've got the pink Terran. It is Terror, and Terror got another good position for walling. They're all good for walling after I found about bottom right. But I like top left or mid left the best. Now, even though Crossy lost that game, I wouldn't actually feel that bad because the first game he won, second game should have won. So you're feeling pretty confident. And I think Terror should be a little bit nervous because this is not what I remember Crossy playing like. It's kind of Crossy being more in control of the flow of the game, whereas when I played versus him, I seem to have like good control over the flow, but it's not the case this time. Even from the get-go, he has control with the 4 pool.
Yeah, I mean, he was just in control from minute 1 until he lost control of that tiny marine. So this time we're not seeing any of those crazy early pools or anything like that. I mean, we're probably going to see 12 hatch out of him if I had to guess.
Yeah, 12 hatch. This is going to be, 2 hatch follow-up. 3 hatch is coming back a little bit, but still 2 hatch is just so popular these days.
Mm-hmm.
Now Terror, he is just going for standard barracks. He is just going to go for... is he going to go for mech? There is... Nope, he has an extra SCV queued up, so not going to be mech. No gas coming in for him, I think, right? No, he still could.
Workers see each other, but nothing going to stop Terra from getting in for the scout. And
nope, he is just going to play standard
Yeah.
bio play. So this is going to be 2 hatch from Crossy. It is pool gas at the same time. There's no gas first, so it's not going to be speed before lair. And Terror saw it, so that's great. If you can ever scout a Zerg and see the actual extractor timing, fantastic. Then you can already eliminate speed from the play. So this is great for him. Now, probably just going to see the same follow-up on Monte Cristo since that's just the go-to standard build. And I don't think we're going to see any risky play like Casper pulled out. That'd be crazy.
I mean, especially on the 3rd game of the series.
Yeah,
so.
and especially on Sylphid where you can't wall the net. It's got that little tiny rock path that's always open. You can't
Oh,
wall
yeah,
it
you're
off.
right.
So that'd be crazy risky.
Okay.
But I mean, maybe.
Workers not going to have anything to say to each other on the way out. And when the Terran player has their expo up at the same time the Zerg does. Oh, actually, well, it's not the same time, but it's coming, okay? This is always really interesting to me because it feels like Terror is, for maybe the first time in this whole series, has the potential to be back in the driver's seat as long as he's confident in his ability to hold on against this 2-hatch muta.
Yeah, and it could be lurkers. It doesn't have to necessarily be mutas, but everything. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at this point if Crossy goes lurkers because he's. Oh, I thought it was speed before lair, but it is lair before speed.
I was like, if he has speed now, something's wrong.
Yeah, if he catches this SCV, we may actually see the lurker bust. But I think that if it got caught, it would feel kind of
weird if he worked that hard to kill it.
Obvious is not the right word, but just based on how the flow of the games have been going with how aggressive Crossy has been, feels like that would kind of be the expected follow-up. But now that it's gotten so far along, this has got to be mutas. Now, my question is he going to go for weapon or armor this time? We already saw weapon, and Sylphid is another map where the Nat is very hard to defend when you play Bio. So we may see Weapon again and try and just all in again. It worked out in the first game.
Did not work out in the second game. Well, different all in, but anyway. I mean, nothing was weird yet. And I think both players know that nothing's weird. Well, I guess maybe not Crossy because he doesn't have an Overlord near the main. But
well, Terra's getting worried because he sends out a second SCV to gauge what's going on. Now he only sees 6 lings, but this is not really an overwhelming amount of links. If he had seen 12 there or something, this would almost 100%. There it is, same build as on Monte Cristo, and this is just such a weird follow-up to me because you're already playing super defensive when you when you play versus 2 hatch. Now he's continuing to all in.
I don't know. I mean,
It's probably gonna be 2 base Defiler again.
You really think so?
It's gotta be, because what's your strongest?
Yeah, if you're going 3 hatch, then
if you're going
for
mass mutas, which we see often these days, you need a 3rd gas, which he doesn't have. So what's your strongest follow-up to just like 12 mutas? It's Defiler.
Well, you're definitely not going like Hydras, and even Lurkers would be super risky. So you're right. I mean, you kind of need the Hive for Defilers, though. So first the mutas, the attack upgrade coming through as well. And man, Crossy is really... Oh, here come the... Oh, wait, he can actually get in there. There's nothing in the bunker.
Yeah, nothing in the bunker.
The Firebats are AFK.
Yeah, but Marines and Medics are moving across the map, and there's only 1 sunken. But 6 mutas are out. He is going for +1 weapon again. He could go Ling Lurker follow-up, because actually
he's gonna
that's
sandwich this. This could be nasty. Stim comes through. He wants to wait for that to finish up.
Ooh,
flies in, loses a muta right off the bat. Only 5 now. A couple more coming out, so he's going to replenish the numbers. 6 now, maybe 7 in a second. And where are the Lings? The Lings are actually outside the natural. I thought they were coming back to try to sandwich this bio ball. It looks like instead he is not.
Yeah, he's not going to sandwich it. Meanwhile, Terror has an even faster factory than last game. It's going to complete at 6:30. Oh, another interception.
Another muta.
So he's teching even harder, and he's dealing as much damage as he did last game to the mutas. Everything is going perfectly for him.
Yeah, I mean, Terror looks like he's in a really good spot, only losing like 1 or 2 Marines. I wonder if the way Terror plays the game is just different than the way every other player plays the game, because he just assumes that players are going to lose mutas to turn rate 8 micro.
Well, Terror is in complete control of this game. There's no Queen's Nest for Crossy. There's no Hydrogen, there's no Lurkers, there's no 3rd base for him. He's just trying to not die. So this is all in 2 hatch muta with no 3rd gas. Then the main, I don't even think these turrets are gonna fall. No, 1 goes down. But look at what Crossy has. He has 4 sunkens. He has 1 drone mining the natural. There's absolutely no econ. So we are 100% all in on 2 hatch muta. At least they have +1 weapon, so he can start bursting down buildings really quickly.
I mean, they don't have it yet. It's still not done. I mean, it does take a long time to come down. Wow, actually doing a really good job sniping these turrets before they can even come up. And he's picking off single Marines here and there. So, I mean, he's doing about as much as he can here. I mean, it doesn't look good, but I mean, the problem is the mutas just like, they don't have a shelf life.
Yeah,
the bio just keeps getting bigger and the mutas keep getting smaller.
He's just got that +1 weapon, but he loses 2 mutas. And the problem for Terror is that he has only 2 or 3 racks because he techs so hard. So once he loses his bio ball, that's it. But Crossy is losing so many mutas to such a tiny bio ball. The science facility is almost done, but we've got to get a radiate. We've got to get our vessels out, and +1 weapon just kicked in. So this is go time for Crossy.
I actually morphed all 4 Sunkens back at home instead of waiting for a little bit. Now there are 3 turrets up, but we've got +1 and a full control group of mutas here. Oh man, he just barely kills that turret with the bounce. He's gonna pick off another group of Marines, but at what cost? He's down to 8 mutas. Some of them are very badly damaged. And is he going Hive behind this? I don't think so. Nope. So yeah, there's no follow-up like Guardians or anything or Defilers. It's just 2 hatch or 3 hatch, I guess, mass muta.
You know, having to build so many sunken forced Crossy to not be able to tech, but now all the turrets going down. He has 7 Marines left over. He can just fight it straight up.
Oh, losing so many mutas. These mutas are almost dead.
Oh,
Oh, it's
drones.
a bad rally point. 4 drones here too. And he's only sending 2 of them back. So there's 3 idle drones just chilling across the map. Maybe he'll grab them and send them back too, but this is precious lost mining time when he just doesn't have too many legs to stand on.
Vessel is so close to coming out. Irradiate is going to be done, but there is a few seconds that the Vessel needs to get some energy, about 30 seconds. So if Terror holds on for 30 seconds, he's going to take this game. There's just absolutely nothing for Crossy. He's trying to transition out of it with drones, but he's not able to actually bust through the main.
He can't even kill the turret. Repair too good. He's got like 6 mutas left to his name and 4 whole sunken colonies doing nothing back home.
So Terror is on the brink of just taking out Crossy, sending him into the losers match versus Dandy. The mutas micro just not good enough. The turret survived with like no health. Lost too many mutas to the Marines in the center of the map.
But what about the follow-up lurkers, Myokin?
He's got lurkers coming. If he had not had the morph, those sunkens, I think that this was a pretty good follow-up. Go lurker with Carapace.
There's only 1 turret in the natural, right? He's got 2, but they're not going to be repaired in time. Yeah, 1 goes down. You can just get the second, but the bunkers are in range. There's the Irradiate. Oh, actually, no, it's not. He's got 2 vessels. There's the Irradiate.
Oh, no, no,
no. Okay, maybe. Still half health on every Mutalisk here. And there's another Irradiate coming.
And this time he's got 1 tank, but he doesn't have to worry about Dark Swarm. So any amount of lurkers that comes with 2 bunkers and tanks behind it, there's no way he's busting through. So these mutas, unfortunately not working out. Oh gosh.
Another
Irradiate just kills all
God.
of them.
Oh, well. Oh, he brought it back together. No. Well, there are now 2 Mutalisks left. 4 lurkers morphing on the way and a partridge and a pear tree. None of which will save Crossy.
Well, he's trying to go for the macro game. He's got his 4th hatch going up at mid-right, and the bio ball is actually not very big, but Crossy has to do something that Zerg's struggled with forever until they realized the power of the Defiler, and that's hold off bio-tank vessels with lair tech units. He just has only Ling Lurker, no Defiler, no Ultra, and Terra's just slowly building up that vessel count, slowly building up the tank count. Hive is 75% of the way done. But Terra just scanned it, and now it's going to be go time for him.
Yeah. I mean, look, this is not going to be the biggest bio move out because Terra doesn't actually have like a 4 or 5 racks. I think he's still only on 3, if I'm not mistaken, right? And now this is 3rd base coming up for Crossy on the other side as he's getting Hive or hatcheries. I mean, I'm not optimistic yet, but if Terra doesn't move out, doesn't get it done, then maybe there's time for this Hive to kick in.
Well, here he goes. 3 tanks, 2 or 3 vessels. Defiler mound just started, so there's going to be no way for him to actually stop this incoming attack. He's got to wait about 45 seconds for the mound, then about a minute for consume. So there's a 1.5 minute window of opportunity for Terra to get so much damage done. He can go pick off mid-right. He can just go for the kill, go straight for the natural, anything he wants.
Yeah, we're out. And I mean, crucially enough, Crossy's in position. He's ready to go for the flank here, but I think instead of pushing across the map to attack, Terra might just expand to a 3rd here. When he is scouting, he knows that he has map control right now with these vessels. Having killed off all the muties, he's going to scan the lurkers. He's just going to chase them down. Counterattack in the back? No, triple irradiate on the lurkers. They're going to have to burrow until they die. Oh my God.
Yeah, now he can either take out the Nat or the main. Now, even though he did lose 3 lurkers, this is buying Crossy some time to get up Dark Swarm. He can't fight this army with his own army. So he has to buy time. So I don't mind the move. I would like to see him send 2 lurkers to mid-right, try and delay this as long as possible. Consume is halfway done.
He's got the Nidus up, but I don't know if he's going to have enough time to get the lurkers out. We didn't finish it. What?
It's not done. It's just barely going to not complete, and 3rd base is going to go down. Crossy's best chance now is to try and just go for a counter. That's exactly what he's going for. So this is going to have to be a base trade. But Terror knows that, turns around instantly.
Yeah, immediate reaction here by Terror. He's pulling back. I mean, this is a great time for maybe hitting with some big lurker spines, but
Consume just finished.
Yeah, he's got Consume, he's got Dark Swarm, so let's see if he can get that down in time. Oh, I mean, the Science Vessel's a bite. He's just going to irradiate. Yeah, there he goes. Irradiates the Defiler, so he's going to have single-digit Dark Swarm here. I mean, just one. That's the digit. Maybe he gets a second one off. Nope, can't do it in time. Second Defiler got irradiated.
Oh.
Not able to cast the Dark Swarm before it falls. And that means these lurkers are going to be very, very sad.
Yeah, now Terror's just on his death march. He's got 3 tanks, 3 vessels, mass lings. Bunkers are all full. There's no way any counterattack can work. Actually, that's a lot of lings and lurkers, but I just don't see this tank army ever getting stopped. Now 2 bunkers are loaded up.
Wow. In an all-Terran group with 2 of the strongest Peruvian Terrans, both of them losing their opening round matchup? I mean, that would be crazy. And I think for a while there in game 2, I actually thought it was going to happen, but now Terror is doing his part. He's coming back in a big, big way, irradiating the Scourge actually to kill all of them at once. Big brain play there by the Science Vessel user to click that irradiate on the giant group of units to kill them all.
Very big brain. Now here come the lurkers and the lings from the back. There's not that much bio, but I just don't think it's matters.
Nope, that's it. GG, Crossy taps out. And Terror comes back after defending an epic 4-pool in game number 2 to take game 3 and advance on to play Mad for another epic TVT to get revenge for Mad taking out Dandy, that's right. I was like, wait a second, who's the guy, the other guy? Not that guy, the other one. Anyway, congratulations. Wow. Terror does it. Peru's alive.
Yeah, but Crossy looked pretty good, and Terror looked pretty good too. I think Mad and Terror are going to have a really good series.
I think we're all going to have a very good series because, of course, the true winner of today's group is the fans. So a big thanks to everyone for coming out and tuning in to the exciting round of 16 here for BSL. Make sure to get out there and tell people to come watch. It's always really cool to have something to come do with all your friends. The Discord viewing parties I've been to since we've all been quarantined. Well, not we've been quarantined. Since everybody's been quarantined and been lit. So get your friends out here, watch some BSL, and stick around because we'll be right back with our next best of 3 to find out which player is going to advance on to the round of 8 and which player will be knocked down to the loser's match. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more BSL. God, oh God, oh God. Oh! Oh my God. 1, 2, 3. Oh my God. Inside the tank. He gets the tank. Whoa, oh my God. Repair is so good. Oh my God. Oh, get me out of here.
Continue dropping out the Reavers right in front on the front lines here. Beautiful Storm on the back of the play goes off onto actually everything. Oh, this could. Reavers getting focused down. Still dealing a lot of damage. Even if all they do is kill turrets, that's fine.
Yeah, we still don't have +1 done for them yet, so I feel like maybe you hold off for a second, but there we go. You see +1 hit right as that volley came off. Oh, look at those Yamatos. Oh my God. That was a dope video. Thanks, Zero. Wow. Oh, sorry, I gotta mute my own voice. My entire job here is to sit and listen thoughtfully to Nyoken and say, "Oh my God," really loudly. So that's all I'm talking. Like, if my teachers from college saw me now, I mean, I don't know how much I remember that. I'm down to being a two-trick pony here. Luckily, the tricks are pretty good. So, where are we at in the BSL right now, Nyoken?
We got round of 16. We've got Terror versus Mad to see who's going to get out in first.
That's right.
And then we've got Dandy versus Cross in the losers match.
Yeah, that's right. And 100 more TVTs after this. Not really. We're just doing one group tonight because it's all best of 3s. So in theory, we're on track to have 15 games of StarCraft tonight, which may mean tomorrow doesn't happen, but we'll see. There are a lot of Terrans here. I think a lot of people would have looked at this and thought that Dandy and Terror would make it out or at least have an advantage here. But Mad looked so good in his series versus Dandy, who's already so strong. I'm excited to watch him versus Terror here because Terror kind of had to hang on by the seat of his pants there with a 2 HP Marine that saved his life. So I'm not sure if that's going to cut it against Mad, who seems to be playing pretty solidly. Our maps are a little bit weirder, and we're starting this next series on Whiteout. So
we already had an epic game on this map.
Oh, that's right.
Mad versus Cryok, and it's an unorthodox map, which kind of plays into Terror's hands, but it is TVT, and Mad's looking really good. So I'm ready to see who's going to make it out, because Mad is impressing me specifically in TVT. So I think he's got a really good chance to actually take out Terror.
I think so too, and I feel crazy for saying that. I hope Terror is not watching. The next time I go into his stream, he's going to have some words for me. And I don't know. I mean, look at his 515 BSL points because this guy is just crushing it. For Mad, this would be his biggest achievement, I think, ever. I mean, he's Norway does okay in Nation Wars, I'm just saying, but individually, making round of 8 would be huge. So let's see if he can do it. It's the winner of this series is going to advance on to the round of 8. So let's see who it's going to be. Is it Mad? Is it Terror? Map is Whiteout, so let's find out who it's going to be. All right, here we go. In the bottom of the 3-player map Whiteout, in the magenta once again, it's Terror.
In the top left, in the yellow again, it is Mad. And reading the chat, it sounds like Terror has Mad's number.
Oh, yeah?
He took him out at
Rapids Haggish. Well, it's Haggis. And my desserts, I did just make Bakewell cherry tarts the other day. So big shout out to Mad too. Anyway, back to what you were saying.
Yeah, you make a bunch of desserts. Like I told you about macarons, and then the next day I came over, you had macarons made, and we made them together.
Those things were science projects. Those were Frankenstein.
Yeah,
macarons.
But they still tasted.
They did. They did taste fantastic. So mission accomplished. And thanks for the shout out.
And you make the purple cakes, right?
Anything purple, I'm all about that. I'm here for it. Anyway, Brewboard, not purple, still here for it.
Yeah. Well, let's see what both these players open with. We've got. I'm going to guess that we're probably going to see 12 gas from both. We don't see 8 racks from Terror. So it looks based on the chat that Matt also realizes that Terror is got his number. So this would be a big win for him to take out his arch nemesis and also make it to the round of 8. You know, some people just have your number. It's just how it is. Like for me, there's this American Terran named Sadist. I felt like I had really good TVT, but every time we played, I couldn't win. We did very similar builds, and it was just every time I lost. Just some people have your number. Like Day 9's got Artosis number. Like everybody just has somebody that they can't beat.
Well, let's see. Who it's going to be today? I think obviously for Mad, I would love to see the stats between these guys, because I don't know how many times Mad's beaten Terror. I don't know if it's 0, but I don't know if it's 100 either. So let's see what's going to happen. Terror hung out by the seat of his pants. He maybe got a second lease on life to see if it reformed him and turned him into the unstoppable Peruvian dynamo we know he can be. As far as openers go, nothing super wacky so far. No 14cc, so an honest man's TVT. Wait, never mind.
We do have gasless for Terror.
That is a
and
14cc.
Normally, I'm not a huge fan of gasless, but on this specific map, on this specific position, look at where he would be able to position his tanks and how tiny the choke is there. He's going to be able to siege the tanks that try and siege a bunker from the high ground.
Oh, yeah,
so
you're right.
It's actually an amazing position to go for gasless. Now, again, he did go for a very fast gas, just like Mad did. So he's hurting his econ to get up this fast gas. So I wonder if he's going to go 2-port Wraith also. This is a common follow-up to gasless, but you build 2 Goliaths, it can kill infinite Wraith. Or if a bunker gets up in time. But this could be a similar situation where the bunker just doesn't get up in time. Then we have a huge contain, but on this position, you're not going to be able to bust the nat, so you would have to consider setting up a huge contain outside of the third base.
But then the circumference, the radius, the base, the area is so big. Then you just like build a dropship, and that's something Terror is 100% willing to do. So even if you try to go for the contained, I mean, it's going to take a lot. So let's see what the follow-up is going to be here. Machine Shop in for Terror.
For Mad.
Yeah, for Mad. Never mind.
Yeah, for Mad, he's going to go straight add-on. He's going to be pretty happy that he went for the add-on, since he's going to see that there is a gasless expand going out. Second factory coming in. Now, this is a pretty damn fast second factory, so it's probably Speed Vulture. Yep, so he is going Speed Vulture, and I'm thinking back to the Cryox series.
Wow.
Mad consistently went Vultures. And actually, Terror has a really good build now. And the SCV gets in and confirms it. So if he watched last week's BSL, he should know that this has to be speed.
Yeah, I mean,
the factor.
No, that SCV is immortal. The Highlander SCV. Never mind.
The reason you can know that this is Vultures is the second factory is too far along. If this was a tank Vulture, the factory would have just now started. But because it's around 800, there's no way that this can be a tank. You just don't have the money for it. So this is just going to be mass Vultures for Mad, and we see Terror in response is going for, it looks like, is it 3 facts? I think he also has his factory complete.
Is it really?
Yeah, he's already gone for 3 factories also. Now, Mad's going to have the benefit of having like 2 or 3 additional Vultures over Terror, so he's got to be careful to not try and engage, and not try and think like, oh, I have 3 factories, I'm good to go now. Because there's going to be a few rounds that he's going to need to catch up in.
Yeah. I mean, he will be able to catch up, but as long as he doesn't, as long as the front doesn't fall off here. So, I mean, the Barrack Scout will show Mad exactly how many factories there are if he wants to send it all the way in. I'm not sure how far he's going to go, but that is a beefy boy, so should be able to get in there and see the count. So, for the moment, Mad has a slight unit lead, but I don't think he's going to be able to bust through the bunker and those Vultures at the front. So, at best, this is.
Ooh, that was.
Oh man. Wait, there's no way that's a wall, right? They can get through on that side.
They could get through, but it would be way too risky. Now, Mad sees that it's also Vultures, and you can see that he's cutting SCVs to get even more factories up. He does have a 4th one going up, whereas Terror doesn't. This is probably going to be a 5th. No, not a 5th. But he's probably going to go up to 5. And Terror probably thinks that this is still 2 fact. Maybe thinks it's 3, but once he gets his 4th up, he will be able to close the gap in terms of supply. Yeah. But sometimes you just, from experience, you are overly confident with, oh, I've got 3 or 4 factories, but you didn't actually let the production kick in yet. So you move out,
right, yeah.
And then the other player that opened 12 gas just has 1 or 2 more units. Like right there, he has 1 more Vulture, I think, over Terror. It's right there. There's the difference. So if there's a fight, Mad wins this.
Yeah, kind of hard to think about that in the heat of battle, especially when you're letting your macro kick in. I mean, Mad is redoubled his production too, so I think parity will come through pretty soon. Actually, I think it's still 4 versus 5 for factories, right? Yeah, 5th back just started for Mad. So yeah, you're right. Eventually things will even out, but not yet.
Yeah, you don't want to fight this Terror. This is going to be a disaster for him. So there's one Vulture getting picked off. It looks like he's going to pick off a second or possibly 3.
Whoa, wow. Actually, a big move out there. Kind of uncharacteristic control. You usually think of Vultures being kind of greased in butter, but not those ones. They kind of got hung up a little bit. And so now, back behind this, after having that one Vulture advantage, I mean, that's up a lot now.
Yeah, I think he still wins this fight too. Now, one thing to point out is that there's no comm set. So, is he just going to overwhelmingly win this? I think he does. Look how many he has.
Yeah, and it just gets worse and worse the more and more you win here.
Oh, he backs off. It was 7 versus 6 though.
Yeah, but I think his were healthier.
Yeah, it's okay. There is reinforcing advantage for Terra, but it was actually on a tank switch, so he would have won the fight. Now, something that Madden doesn't have is I didn't see the Academy. It is 50% of the way done, so there's no comm set. So for now, these mines are going to save Terra. He's going to have more tanks than Mad because he started to build them faster. Still doesn't have any tanks. Actually, I think he has 1 actually.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought TVT was stood for tank versus tank, but now we're going to have to call it VVV, which is an old clan that had tons of cheaters. But anyway, the battle, intense though it may be, not very conclusive. So both players back to doing what Terran players do best, and that is macroing and building tanks and stuff.
Look at the SCV count for Mad. He spent so much to try and get out as many Vultures as possible, and now he has a lot of Vultures, but Terra has the better army comp. He's got more tanks.
What is it with Mad always having 10 less SCVs? Maybe it's a Peruvian thing. I don't know. Sometimes
you have to cut. Sometimes it's just you have that 1 extra unit, and that's all that matters. So if you lose a Vulture battle like that, you know, that's the difference between you just getting eliminated or, you know, barely holding on. So I don't mind it, but that's so many mines. It's going to take Terra forever to clear out these mines. It's hilarious how long this is going to take.
Oh, God. I mean, he's going to have to waste at least another scan, if that. I mean, he does have the tanks to be able to do it, but I don't know if he has the scans. And if you use the scans there, what happens when you get into the whiteout part of whiteout? It's just going to be impossible to get through without scans or, you know, floating your barracks over.
Well, here we go. There's 6 tanks for Terra. He has shown the tanks. Now Matt has.
And he just can't push in there.
There's only 2, and this is all Terra had to do was get to this position, because now he can take his 3rd base. He didn't have to move any farther right now. Now he's completely fine. He's got control over his 3rd base. He can start setting up, trying to take split map. So this is great for him. And Mad, really, he just doesn't have a lot of tanks, so he can't risk moving in here. He's actually in trouble of getting busted if we look at where his units are.
Yeah. You know, when you said maybe Mad should just contain Terra, I'm like, well, this is not the contain I kind of thought it was going to be. Because he's way up top, and I mean, it is a 3-player map, right? So you can't really split it down the middle. So if Mad can maintain his control here in the middle, maybe that'll help him build out these giant tank lines we see in TVT when the game does go on. But Terra's still a base up right now. He had the economic lead before, continues to have it, and Mad's got to make a choice. Does he try to get in here and do something about it, or pull back and expand himself?
Yeah, Terra has a huge lead right now. He's got good map control. Well, he's got good control of taking his 3rd base. It looks like he lost his Vultures in the center of the map. The one thing that Mad does have going for him is he has a lot of Vultures now still alive. He has 5 fact for much longer, so he's able to produce more units. But he's got +1, or Terra has +1 almost done. He's got his 3rd base done, so he's going to explode in terms of factories pretty soon. I did see a drop ship for Terra, and we know this map is very easy to drop that natural tank and a couple Vultures. It's going to take forever to actually bust through, but there's really not that many SCVs at the Nat.
No, there's absolutely nothing to...
There's like 10.
Guard there. There's nothing to scout on the way either. Yeah, here it comes. This is actually so ninja-esque. And there's this high ground too, which just makes it insane. So you can get time to siege, time to lay mines. Oh, time to say goodbye if you are these SCVs. Oh no. Oh, that mine. Oh my God. He targets down the mine. Beautifully done. Tank on sieges. Can he pick up in time? Yes, he can. Tons of damage, lost mining time, and he picks out and runs into the main for free.
And supplies are very even, but there's a 15 worker advantage for Terra. This is huge for him. Now he's just being super annoying. abusing the inability to actually move around the map from Mad. And I saw he was building more dropships back in his main. He's going to have like 3 or 4 by now. And Mad is going to go into Raise. There's the 3 dropship. 4th one should be coming pretty soon. Once you start getting 3 or 4, that's when drops become very scary. Like, you need to actually send your real army plus SCVs.
Yeah.
So I'm waiting to see one more dropship from Terror go and try and drop anywhere. This map is so open. You can drop the main, you can drop the natural. If he drops the natural, how do you ever bust it? You have high ground.
Yeah, you're right.
I see a vessel being made.
I mean, there's only so much you can fit on that high ground, but still, it's just a bullseye for drops. Like, it's like there's a giant sign there that just says drop here, and it circles that high ground. If we had one of the things I want to add for season 10 of BSL is the ability for Zero or maybe us to draw on the screen while we cast. That'd be insane. It would also be inappropriate, but look, a man can dream. And I would just draw a sign that said drop here on that high ground. So let's see if Terror can get out and do it again. Terror loves the drops, but I think actually Mad's put up a turret there.
Oh,
so
God.
Let's see if this drop version 2 can be as successful.
So he's got 3 dropships. It's 5 tanks, 1 Goliath. I saw a vessel, but it's not coming with the army. But if it was moving with the army, we're also going to have defensive matrix.
Oh, God.
And he's about to drop on top of 2 tanks that are right next to each other. So they're not even going to fire.
Yeah.
So Mad might be exiting this game very soon. He's got a huge contain, but it doesn't matter if your whole natural is just going to get wiped out.
Yeah, Terror calls the positioning of those 2 siege tanks terrible in Espanol. Yeah, here we go. Just drop it and pop it. Those tanks are dead. They are out of there. They are muerte, if you want to say that. And now, I don't know if these tanks even siege. Okay, well, maybe that was not the siege he was looking for. The SCV's coming up, and that's actually really going to help take these tanks out. One by one, they start falling, and I mean, especially even this mine being targeted, gets targeted down there at the last second, but I mean, this is taking quite a bit of resources to kill. Yep. Oh my God, that AoE splash is so devastating. More and more SCVs go down, tons of lost mining time, but eventually it gets cleaned up.
Yeah, actually, really good hold from Mad right there, and also he picked off one of the dropships, and he really didn't lose that many tanks. He lost like 2 tanks there. He's closed the gap in terms of workers. It's still 58 to 70, but still it's not bad. But this is the same issue that we had versus Dandy, is that there's so many units trying to set up a huge contain throughout the entire map that there's not one that, if Terror builds up a consolidated army, we can bust through any of these positions. Look how many units that is, and he has D-Make.
Yeah, and look, it's just it's gonna be like I don't know what you call this, like phagicide. It's where the cells eat each other by engulfing it. So look at what Terror is gonna do. He's gonna engulf the top of this contain and just munch on down through what would otherwise be a very strong tank line, except he's just bypassing it with, like you said, a consolidated force. So putting out minefields to make sure that it's more difficult for tanks to rejoin the army. They can't just push aside. And then watch, he's just going to ball up his giant purple Terran fist and punch right through the soft yellow underbelly of this tank contain.
So TVT is all about positioning, and sometimes it's also about repositioning, and we don't see Mad repositioning any of his units. This time, Terror's actually turned around. It looks like he's going to engage in the center of the map, maybe, but now he's hooking around the top. And now he needs to figure out where these units are, because he has like 8 tanks defending the center. But if Terror goes to the top side, there's 3 tanks. There's no way we're stopping this with that little skimpy army. There's double vessel also, so we're gonna have 2 or 3 vessels with D-Matrix. Oh, this is gonna get obliterated.
Oh God, and yeah, you're pushing down at the bottom, which is just the perfect anti-timing here, as you need all your forces up top to hold on against this purple moving down. Yellow going down, all the tanks evaporate, and Terror in a crushing position. There's not even the chance for a counterattack here. He is just mowing over everything. There come down those D-Matrices, protecting out the tanks in the front. Everything dying here for Mad and Terror with a crushing demolition of that third base.
Yeah, and I saw he had a dropship, so he can start elevatoring into the main too, but it doesn't matter. Look how many units he just has. The tank line was way too wide, and we saw this happen versus Dandy.
Yeah, it's just nothing to stop him in his tracks. Now there's a whole host of mines and static defenses not protecting this natural expansion with this gigantic siege line up. D-Matrix not even popped on those 2 tanks. This is just an impregnable wall set up by Terror at the opening of the natural, and I don't think there's any way for Mad to break out.
And Terror has +2, so he's 2-shotting all of the tanks. Meanwhile, Mad does not have +2, so he's not able to 2-shot. Now, what Mad needed to do was he needed to instantly counterattack with the units in the center of the map. We see him moving around now, but it's way too late. Maybe he could have gotten something done.
Oh, he's actually just gonna, I think those are Maynarding SCVs, but they're actually running right into the tank line. So, maybe unintentional there, but a little bit of value, that's not enough. GG, Mad taps out, and Terror takes game number 1 in the winners match of Group A.
Yeah, and that was a solid win. I love the gasless opener at that position. Taking into account that if he has high ground, no way the other player can tank push me because the tanks are so close to the high ground. That was a good opener. I've never considered that on whiteout. So that's
even just the opening drop that Terror did. He was a little bit mini contained outside his natural. Instantly goes for the drops on that drop me here icon, the high ground, gets tons of value there, comes back, does it again, and the tank positioning for Mad, both out on the map in the contain and then defending on that high ground, just didn't do anything. Terror's just like, oh, just killed him and then kill your natural. So what a game 1. It's a series though, so game number 2 is where Mad has to do what every other player has done so far and come back in game 2. The map is La Mancha, so I guess that makes it a little bit harder. It's a bigger map. We still haven't seen any stupid proxies like we had in the round of 24. Maybe now's the time. But the center is unbuildable, so you got to pick which of those little windmill blades you want to build. Either way, let's find out what's going to happen as we get into our second game in the winners match to find out which player is going to advance on to the round of 8. All right, here we go into game number 2 in the upper left-hand corner in the magenta from Peru. It's our Terran player, Terror.
In the bottom left, in the yellow, as usual, we've got Mad. So Terror, gases expand. We haven't seen any real aggressive play from him today. It's kind of surprising. I would actually like to see him send an SCV to like mid-right. Go for the 66% chance that they're on the right side of the map and try and get an 8 racks win, but you rarely see that.
Well, even if you don't go for the 8 racks, even if you just proxy your barracks out there, eventually you're going to catch a guy going 14 CC.
Yeah,
it's statistically on your side.
You can catch a lot of players even just building 1 Marine and floating. We saw, was it Dandy? Remember he was building a 2nd Marine versus Mad? He wanted to catch that SCV, but it got locked up behind the wall. And then he ended up canceling it just to go catch the SCV. So I have to get Mad out. I didn't see the first part.
Oh, I was about to reply to our guy in the chat. Instead, I'll just let him fade into obsolescence while we keep casting this game. I appreciate Mad's continual ongoing commentary. TBT is downloaded Monte Cristo today.
Well, he had good success.
Look, I was gonna say it worked.
How risky is that to say that in a series? This is the 2nd game, right? If he wins,
you're right.
I would instantly pick Monte Cristo. But this doesn't make me feel any better because Terra just said, "What is Monte Cristo?"
This guy did not study his classical literature. Ugh. How will he ever understand the idea of the 2nd greatest League of Legends caster?
Well, we've got 12 gas top for both players, so no deviations from either side. Now, let's see if anybody can get frisky. Is anybody going to go for 1 base Artosa style? Is one person going to go for starport follow-up? Terra likes to go starport follow-up after 12 gas and going for an expansion, so it wouldn't surprise me.
I mean, I really liked Mad's 2-port Wraith. Obviously, that's not really what we're seeing here, but it came at a time where he's just like, wait a second, I can just find this one way to catch my opponent off guard. I don't know if there's too many ways of doing that, other than, like you said, like just one basing it. And actually, Mad Scouting lasts. Is he cross scouting after close?
I think he's just. No, is he cross scouting?
That's always weird to me, because then if the opponent is farthest away, you find them slowest.
He's probably taking into account that the SCV came at a time where it's a usual timing for the SCV, and it's unlikely Terra's going to cross scout.
That's true.
So now, even though he gets a last scout off, he's going to see 3 Marines, which is actually kind of a big deal, because this is almost always a Vulture Marine follow-up. So he should instantly go. Oh, is that 2 Factory?
It is.
Artosis, where are you?
Where is he? This is after you've lost like 4 games in a row. You do the profile check to see how much MMR you're down. You get into your next game, it's another TVT, and something inside you just breaks, and you put down that second factory.
And this is actually a really good mind game from Terra, because you see 3 Marines. Vulture plus 3 Marines easily kills so many units if you don't go instant Vulture. And we do see instant Vulture from Mad, because he's respecting the fact that a Vulture should be coming. But we see that Terra's actually going for a tank because he knows Mad has to build a Vulture. Now, luckily for Mad, he didn't run into 3 Marines and Vulture moving across the map. He's going to see that there's no Vulture here, and now he should know that this is going to be a tank push.
How good's our micro? Can you micro around the Marine bullets?
Oh, that's
amazing. He snipes the SCV. One more hit. No!
And
Fire it! He does it.
Oh, he needed to scout, though. He needed to see, is there a Nat? Is there a tank? What is coming?
He's gonna scout eventually here with the barracks. How much does the scout timing on the 2 racks or the 2 fact actually matter? Oh, he missed the tank coming out.
But he doesn't see the.
He doesn't see anything.
He doesn't see the command center. So all it can be is tanker starport. So a armory has to come down right now. He needs to start building tanks right now. He's getting speed.
Uh-oh.
Luckily for him, he killed all 3 Marines, so now there can't be a bunker. But as I say that, we're building more Marines. This is crucial for Terra to get enough Marines, because Vulture SCV, even though they have low DPS, when you have so many Vultures, you can easily overrun it. Here he comes, though. He's got to control it perfectly.
Yeah, he needs to pick up that SCV building the bunker. Does so. Trying to surround one of these tanks. Gets a lot of hits off with these SCVs. The surround on the tank is good, but the SCVs are dropping. Vultures actually do complete their run by, so they are going to make it all the way across the map for maybe some counter damage, but this is a pretty scary position in front of the natural here, and he's actually going to try to go up the ramp. Vulture up there getting high ground vision. Mischance is still here. Repair goes through onto the Vulture, but the mischance, it's not good enough. He had to re-click repair, and the Vulture goes down. He's got to try to repair the next Vulture here. Tank moving up the ramp. Last mischance. It's so good, but it's not good enough. Vulture by Vulture, they go down one by one, and I mean, he holds on the high ground, but still tons of losses. In the end, Terra can't make it up there and has to settle for mining the natural.
Yeah, but look at how much Mad has lost. He lost so many Vultures. He's pulled off like 8 SCVs. Vultures are just streaming across the map for Terra. Also, Mad ran by with 2 Vultures trying to get some counter damage, and those got lost. So now it's like 8 Vultures a tank versus 3 Vultures on high ground. High ground's good, but it's not that good.
Well, let's not speak so quickly here. A little bit hasty there, Nyokin. Never underestimate the power of high ground. I love it. How does it even work? Who knows? Tank doesn't want to get that frisky up there. And it's pretty good, Nyokin. Okay, here we go.
Oh, no.
We're busting out. Trying to get down the ramp. The SCV's moving forward. There are some scary mines here, but not scary enough when nothing sets them off. The tank goes down. The bunker's up, but not going to be enough to stop the Vultures from pushing out and probably ending this contain.
He actually cleaned it up. That's fantastic. I'm surprised that he cleaned it up. But unfortunately for him, he's not building a tank, so it's going to still be a long time for this bunker to actually get cleared up. On location,
not building a command center either.
On location CC versus 1 Vulture, and Mad has 3 of them?
Wait.
Oh, 3v3 now. Okay, so these Vultures are actually going to get eliminated very quickly. Oh, there we go. 6.
Yes, 6.
Slowly building up. Even though Mad is down workers, he's got the better unit count. He's got better unit positioning. They are a little weakened from running by the bunker, though.
I mean, not very much.
Yeah,
I mean, they're speed Vultures.
No,
so
we can't go up there. We cannot go up there. Oh,
Yeah.
look at this. This is something like we see in ZVZ.
Yeah, what is it? What do they think they are? Zerglings?
But we have Goliath coming out for Terror now, so he's easily going to bust down. And I don't think Mad ever got mines. Oh, he did get mines, but they're not in the greatest position to intercept these Goliaths coming down the ramp.
I think this is actually a big problem for Terror. Eventually, he's going to have to cancel this factory. He might be able to think he can bust down with these continuous reinforcements coming down the ramp. So many mines here. He's going to be able to force a cancel here, Nyokin?
I think he might actually be able to. So close. There's not a lot of vultures left for Mad, but
And you don't want to lose vultures committing to this because then the counter push becomes more scary. He's going for it. No, he can't do it.
he actually is going to save the command center, and that's critical for him because Mad was staging a comeback, but Mad is still all in. I see something at bottom middle. I think it was a. Oh,
It's a command center.
It's a command center. I actually thought it was proxy.
How did that
Starfall.
even get there?
So he's hiding a base at bottom middle. And Terror, if he does, a big hit.
Oh, that's
He needs to go kill that
crucial.
Goliath. Run in there and kill that Goliath. But
He can actually even maybe target down the tank. It's got like single digit HP. Okay,
Well-
35, but whatever.
well, Terror.
Oh no! Okay,
Ooh.
oh no! Okay, he targets down the second mine there. That was almost a tank loss.
Now, unknowing to Mad, there's no other mines on the map for Terror, so he could waltz across the map. And there is a rate that I see on the side of his base.
Let me go snipe that 1 HP
Now,
vulture.
This command center is floating down, and it is going to actually see bottom middle, I think.
You think? Yeah.
Oh, maybe it's going at an angle where it might just barely miss it.
Yeah, actually, I don't think it is gonna see it.
I actually think it's going to miss it too.
You think so?
It's
Okay, this
just so
this
close.
is the most important thing in the world right now, Zero.
If he doesn't see it, he thinks Mad's all in. And
Oh,
so
yeah, you're
Terror's going
right.
to overreact.
He's
being-
gonna. Oh, he saw the
no,
SCV.
No.
No way he alters course.
No,
Oh,
he
he saw
did.
it.
He did.
Oh, there it goes. Well, all right, the jig is up, as they say. And okay, look, we tried. Okay.
Ah,
God damn it, SCV, you had one job.
and now these SCVs get killed off. I really think that he would have never found it. He would have thought for sure Mad's just all in. He's going to kill off a couple SCVs.
He's gonna kill everything. No, never mind. He's just gonna kill off a couple SCVs.
Well, SCV count is still pretty good for both players. Better saturation for Terror at the natural, of course. But this kind of obligates Mad to go for a third command center because it just looks weird. Just from a Terran mindset, you're thinking like,
yeah.
I have to take.
What do you
this
take
hat
every
now.
other base? This is base social distancing, okay? We have to build the towns one base apart from each other.
So I would like to see Terror just into the 5-fact because I really think that this is going to be 3 base from Mad. So just ram it down his throat, go tank Vulture. Mad is the one that's getting into a better position though. Tanks, Vulture's on the high ground. He's going to shoot down that one tank.
I mean, high ground is still not impervious, but strong. So that's at least somewhere Mad can chill for now. He doesn't have to pull all the way back. And I mean, if he can hold that position out there, that'd be insane. He's just basically starving Terror out. But that's easier said than done.
Yeah, and I'm just telling you from my own feelings. When you have this base out in no man's land, it's like, this is so awkward. I got to build the third command center. So if Terror had just gone 5-fact, this would be such a punishing counter. Here come the race. They intercept the dropship immediately.
Oh, beautifully done. He doesn't even drop anything out.
Well, he doesn't find the second one, but still, that's an expensive pickoff. He's going to see the third command center coming up for Terror. He also, no, that's not third command center, that's a Rax. There goes that drop. But is there even anything in it? No, there's not.
No, there's not. Wow. Okay, well, the Rays see the dropship for sure. And they're going to actually
man.
pick off a second dropship. They might even, you might lose.
Oh!
I think it's kind of worth it at that point. Trade a Wraith for basically 2 dropships. Either way, drops are now no longer an option for Terror. And that's one big way he got into a great spot in game number 2. Or game number 1. Sorry, starting to run
Another
together.
drop.
Yeah, but he's still got that one Wraith. It's in perfect position. Mad is really coming back in a big way after catching so many drops.
He might get it.
I don't think he's going to get it
He's
in
not gonna
time.
get it. There's no Goliath there to actually kill a Wraith, though.
Okay, this is not... We're going to fire this Wraith. Look, you had one job, Mr. Wraith. One job.
Throw the tanks in a great position, limit surface area on the SCVs, and now Mad, just like in all the other games, has been rallying across the map. Does he have any scans? He's about to run into mines.
Oh,
No.
Okay, targets it down, targets it, no. Oh, he does actually target that one down, but he kills every mine, loses no tanks, and cleans up the drop, taking minimal losses.
And this is something you don't see often. Mad is actually up in workers. Terror's looping around the bottom side of the map, though. He's skirting around the defense or the contain of Terror, and Mad, or the contain of Mad, and Mad has no idea. Bottom middle's dead. It's 100% dead. There's no angle to come at this. Where are you gonna come at this from? From the bridge, where you can only funnel in one at a time?
Yeah, no, this is out of there. One tank is not enough. And so everything here is going to die. He's immediately going to lift. And I mean, if he saves everything here, I guess it's not super, super bad. He'll be able to like retake that position eventually, I guess. But I mean, there's the 5 factories you were talking about from Terror. He just has tons of stuff.
Yeah, 6 fact for Terror. There's the 3rd and 4th factory for Mad. He just doesn't have any money. He doesn't have any units. And
Well, he
now
might actually lose his command center.
now he's gonna worry about having his NAT contained, and that isolates those units on the top side again. So, and he doesn't have the production. So, wow, actually Mad's risking it. He's gonna send all of his tanks to the top left
Really?
side. He has no defense at his NAT. Now, this is some of the things you can do in TVD because you can't know where their units are all the time.
Yeah.
So he can make a move like this as long as Terror just sits at bottom middle, doesn't use his units. This is great for him. He has so many tanks.
He does have the tank advantage here right now, which is, I mean, kind of surprising considering, you know, the way it's been. Great volleys on these SCVs forces that base to stop mining.
Yeah, but Terror knows that, like, wow, man, how do you have so many tanks up there? You can't possibly have them at your natural. I think he's just going to counterattack the Nat now. Oh, Mad, moving these 3 tanks.
Oh, and he sieges them where they don't need. Well, I guess.
Oh, actually, this isn't bad.
Yeah, it's if he just fully withdrew rather, and wiped Mad's tank contain, then that'd be great. But if he comes to try to counterattack in the natural, those
We're
are
not
actually
mining at the Nat.
Oh, how did we go from 1 base down to 1 base up just in this? Yeah, wow, holy cow.
So now Terror has 6 factories, but he can't use any of them because we have no econ.
Damn. Okay, wow. Well, we're killing it. The Viking longboat. We rocked it back and forth, shook the water out, and we're going. Okay, so for Terror, how does he bust out here? He does have another dropship, okay, so we can try to use that, but I mean, there's it's basically a pure tank contain, right?
Yeah, it's pure tanks. There's like 1 wraith maybe for defense. That's it. It's giving vision. There's only 1 dropship out for Terror, though, so it's not like he can even go for a mass drop. Also, Mad is already ready for it. He's got 3 turrets.
Oh my
set up.
god.
But
that's the don't drop me, bro turrets.
yeah, I see a scan at bottom middle. Don't know if it was Terror or Mad that went for the scan, but ooh, he sees the units moving out of position from the natural. So now Mad needs to shadow this movement because he does not want to lose these 6 tanks set up at the Nat of Terror.
This is so scary. This is a big, big move. Let's see if he can come across the ramp. I mean, ramps are rough, but the sandwich looks like it's filled with the delicious meat of victory for Terror. He's gonna be able to clear this up. There's a bonus tank on the right-hand side, right over that little partition. They got a couple of extra pot shots off, but actually the follow-up, sieging behind. How many layers we got? Is this a club sandwich? I don't know. But another one coming through from behind. More tanks from Mad clear that up. And I guess Terror stabilized on his side and Mad on his own, but I think that comes out better for Terror in the end, right? At least he's back to mining.
Terror ended up killing more than I actually thought he was going to kill. I thought he was going to lose the entirety of his army. But still, Mad has a good position. He's got more workers than Terror. Terror has a better gas bank. But everything else is great for Mad. Mad, now that he has mid-left kind of set up, this is where our base needs to be. It defends our main also.
Yep. He builds another
great
turret ring.
And we have misusage of the SCVs at the Nat for Terror. There are 4 on gas. I thought there were 5. Not a huge deal, but I thought I saw one of the players, maybe Terror doesn't have +2 weapon. I see +1 armor coming in for him. Meanwhile, Mad, I don't think has +1 weapon.
Well, mains are basically mined out now.
Yeah.
So this position that Mad has gotten himself into, the 9 o'clock base, needs to be his new home. but he can't really even think about that. He's floating there, but we've got to hold on against this big mega push waiting for us in the middle of the map. He's got SCVs. It's super, super scary. And even though there's a big minefield in front of it, let's see if Mad can hold on here and stop Terror from punching through.
Yeah, and Terror's using the fact that the bridge on the left side is so tight, you can't send units across there without taking huge losses. So he has skimpy defense up there. Meanwhile, repositioning throughout the center of the map.
I love how Terror's running his vultures back down to 6 o'clock when 9 o'clock, the command center actually floated from 6 to the Nat and now up to the 9 o'clock base, which will be up mining, while all these vultures just waste their time denying a base that will never be there.
So third base is up for Mad. Meanwhile, third command center just started for Terror, so it's not even going to be up and running for a very long time. A Goliath drop going to mid left again, but there's a Wraith just sitting there, so it's probably just going to get instantly killed. Who's going to try and run it into the main? No, he's decided that's not going to work, and now I'm just going to lose it for free.
Yeah, he turns around, which is really confusing. At least drop it, pop and reverse it, but he tried. He got the reverse off, but then it popped. So Terror, what are you doing? Got to find a way to get a third base up now that he knows he's a base down. And I mean, Mad, after making that big move to shut down mining at the natural, seems to have taken back control of this game.
Well, we've got double drop for Mad now. He's got 2 tanks, 4 vultures. He's got +2 weapon going also, so he's going to have a huge power spike over Terror. And I don't think Terror has science facility yet, so it's going to be a long time for him to actually complete that. And he's setting up in a good position at the natural.
Oh, here we go. Are these dropships of our own? Mad going in for the drop of his own. Gets 2 siege tanks, a bunch of vultures, and a whole lot of pain down here in the natural. Tanks being repositioned here by Terror to come back and defend, but look at these losses. Oh, big clumps of SCVs.
Oh.
Big clumps. Big clumps. Now they're not there anymore. Several SCVs do make it through, and so the siege tanks will go down eventually, but not before inflicting massive losses on the natural once again.
So big hit there to Terror's econ. He's at 29 SCVs versus about 55 for Mad. So Mad in complete control of this game. He doesn't have the great map control that Terror has right now, but he has such better econ. He just needs to put down some more factories, get some more dropships, go for another drop like that.
Yeah, I mean, it was super effective once, fool me once, shame on, well, you know how it goes. There's a big army now moving down to retake control of the 6 o'clock base as Dandy, or goddamn, I can't say the names of the players today. Terror is taking the 12 o'clock in response, but I think this is just an overall straight up win for Mad because he's just the base up. So he clears 6. Now he's going to run around and see what's out there. He's already mined top right and the 1 o'clock base. So it's process of elimination time as Mad pushes out to try to do what all Terrans want, segment the map into his.
Yeah, he's got the opportunity to do it. He's up 140 to 90 supply. He should even push.
Oh, he's about to have a +2 upgrade. Yeah. It's going to be 2-0.
And he has +2. He needs to push this tank line farther up. He just killed a lot of SCVs. He had a huge tank game for the majority of the game. And he's going to get up his 4th base faster. So he needs to try and push the issue, try and cut off top right. We do see vessels coming out for Terror, so it looks like that's going to be his way to actually bust out of these contains, just go for mass defensive matrix again. Mm-hmm. That's so many tanks.
I mean, it's so many tanks, but also due to the windmill blades in the middle of the map, the high ground, we might have to kind of lean back a little bit in our chairs here in Ioken. I mean, it's 4 bases versus 3 bases. But unsurprisingly, Terrans can just kind of live on those for quite a while. It's more about space control in the middle of the map. And I mean, I guess Mad has a big worker lead, so he's going to have a big bank, but he's got to spend it. He's up 60 supply, which is gigantic. He's just got to put that supply to use.
Yeah, I do see that he was consistently building more dropships. I don't know how many he has right now. But if we could get another Doom drop, like 4 to 6, there's 2 on the left side, but I thought he was building more.
I think that's it, actually.
So this is setting up like we're going to split the map. And this is going to be kind of disappointing because Mad has a huge stranglehold on this game. 170 supply to 100? It's crazy. There's 4th base going up for him. feel like he's slowly
Ooh.
letting Terra get back into this game.
Well, Terra is going for a Wraith switch. He is building an extra starport, getting that cloak and going in that direction. It's 2-0 versus 1-1 for upgrades, as Mad has the, I think, most crucial upgrade divide in the game for at least another 30 seconds or so. So if he wants to try to make a push, it will go better for him now. It does not look like he wants to do that, though. He does have, he did build the extra 2 drop
5
ships.
drop ships.
Damn.
Now this is where we needed that vessel to be done. Because I see, we're loading up SCVs even.
We're carpet bombing them. We're bulldogging.
We're
it.
going for
Oh,
it.
hell yeah.
It-
Beautiful
It
scan,
got
though.
scanned.
Yeah. So now, I love how after he gets scanned, the dropships fly the opposite way. It's like, well, we were going this way, wink. It's like, no, you're not. You're actually, he's going to scrape the edge of the map, see if there's a base out there. When he doesn't find one, he'll eventually come to the 12 o'clock base. And I think Terra can kind of connect the dots here.
Terra's realizing that, hey, this guy's trying to just cut off top right. This is great intuition from Terra, but unfortunately, I don't think he just has the units. You can see him scrambling to get up into a position to try and cut it off, but it's not going to be in time.
No, he's going to get a massive drop off onto the high ground. Even if the tanks don't siege, walking up a ramp into a siege tank line is not a recipe for success. And so instead, he's going to send a few Goliaths to their deaths while he tries to trap these units here. But they got dropships. They can just pick up and leave.
Yeah, this is going to be a base denied for Terra. What base does Terra take now? Look at the map. There's no 4th base. I guess he can take the Nat at top right since those tanks aren't in range, but now he's backing off. So now that's can easily just be collapsed on. So Terra's just got to all in, but he's not max. He's at 120. He does have defensive matrix. He's going. I thought he was building Wraiths. I thought I saw double starport for him.
He did, but he built double starport.
Yeah, he's building Wraiths, which are not, super cost effective. So he's the one that has the fragile army with no econ.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say no econ. He's up to 44 SCVs. He's got 3 to 4 command centers producing SCVs. He'll get back there, but you're right. He's not where he should be right now, thanks to how many times that base was shut down. And here we go. Aha! The surprise. The cloaked race. But there's already 1 turret protecting some of those tanks. Goliaths are there in any number, which stops Rays dead in their tracks. And even though Terra wants to make a big push down here, there's still a large minefield, a large tank field, and a contingent of tanks in the center of the map that can come back to sandwich this. So let's see how many layers we got in our club sandwich this time. We got 1 more coming up from Mad as he tries to get up here and stop this. But it's a big push. And while there were clumps of SCVs earlier, they've been replaced by clubs of tanks. And they're dematricized. They are very, very strong. But now the counter race come in for Mad. And they're going to take game number 2 for the Norwegian Terran player. What a comeback. Feels good. We were right on track for 15 games of StarCraft today, Nyokin.
Oh, I thought Terra had him with the tank vulture attack, the 2-fact, those vultures on the ramp that could not die, could not take damage.
They were basically invincible. 50% sounds like a low number. It's actually a high number. We can do the math on that one later. It's very impressive to see what Matt has been able to do against now both Peruvian Terrans and keeping the fight alive here in game number 2. So now we're going to a game 3. Who takes it, Nyokin?
We're 1 game away.
We are. Well, I mean, it's a best of 3.
If Terra loses here, we're guaranteed 1 Peruvian's out.
Oh yeah, you're right. Wow.
Guaranteed.
Well, look, we've Bob Malcolm's over there. He's making these hype videos faster. They're hot off the presses, man. We can't get enough of them. I can't get enough of this series. TVTs in this season of BSL have just been so good. So I want to see what happens here. Mad, he's pulling out all the stops. Like he made the first drop, and then he redropped, and then Dandy was trying to come back with the Wraith switch, but then he got Wraith counter switched at the end, which was really a nail in the coffin there. What do you think was the big move to win him game number 2?
I have to think about it. He set up that big contain. Terra had a big bust out. That was great. And then Terra set up he killed bottom middle.
Well,
remember that?
Yeah, for me it was like, so the only reason bottom middle existed is because he got busted through his natural with that first big 2-fact, right? So we got 2-facted, it busted the natural, and all of a sudden we're like, wait, what? Sneak expand to the 6 o'clock, and then Terra's like, well, I need to go kill the 6 o'clock base. But aha! In response, Mad just goes across the map, and even though he actually retook the 6 o'clock base later, it was that club sandwich push at Terror's natural that eventually got Mad control of the 9 o'clock base. And basically, I'm just your audio replay for the last. You remember battle reports, Nyokin?
Yes.
That's what I'm doing right now. This is my rapid casting battle report. So if you want to rewind before YouTube videos existed, that's how you can consume your content. Imagine, somebody told me this the other day. They're like, why don't tournaments release VODs as podcasts so people can listen to audio versions of games? And I'm like, I mean, that is at the most tangentially useful. You can spend 2 minutes watching the VOD and call it good. You don't need to re-listen to it. Your morning commute made better by listening to BSL podcasts.
I could do that.
That would actually not be bad. There's something to this, but I'm patenting the idea, so none of you guys can steal it from me. Anyway, we've got to get on. I'm stalling to make this epic third game even more epicer. So let's get into it. It's game number 3 to find out which player is going to advance out of Group A, the round of 16, into the round of 8. The map is Escalade, and our players are Mad and Terror. Let's see who's going to take it. God damn it, Kicks stole my idea already. Anyway, in the upper right-hand corner, from Peru, in the magenta, in the upper right-hand corner from Peru, in the magenta, it's Terror.
And in the bottom left, he's not yellow this time. He tinted it just a little bit. In the orange, it is Mad. You know, battle reports still exist.
Wait,
now,
really?
a lot of them don't work. Yeah, because I actually looked it up.
Wait, no
somewhat
way.
recently in the past couple years. And I'm up there on one of them. Now, you can't search for Nyokin because that's not the ID I use. So we're not going to reveal that one.
The secret.
But I remember I am up there. And I remember it was when I was starting to actually play like real TVT. And back then I was still using Marine Medic. So that's how old we're talking that this battle report was.
Hey, at least you had medics. It's not StarCraft 1.
Like at that point, game I was out, so I was trying to play like more Wraith style. So like in the battle report, I open Wraith, and it's just not working. So I just type like, I've had enough of this, and I go in like 7 barracks, Marine Medic,
God.
TVT, it's
Jeez.
Lost Temple, it's just Marine Medic, man, 1 base. It's horrible. But yeah, battle reports was a real thing. It was really cool too.
No, I remember when StarCraft 2 came out, they actually launched a bunch of hype. Before the beta was even launched, they released battle reports with David Kim doing the battle reports for StarCraft 2. And I was like, yeah, this is how you do it. This is how you launch a new game. Obviously, now you just, I don't know, give away free skins or something. I don't know. But anyway, we've come a long way, but never too long to remember where we've come from. So there's your history lesson. Nothing's happening in this game. It's exactly identical. So. Oh, actually, never mind. No, it's not.
For Mad and
Yeah.
gasless for Terror. It actually looked like Terror was going to go for 14cc, but ends up building the racks. I guess he wants to be a little bit more cautious versus Mad. We haven't seen Mad, I don't think, 8 racks. Did he 8 racks?
No.
I actually think he did 8 racks versus
one
Tryout.
game in yeah. Yeah. But that game actually wound up being a long game, so it's not like it was an 8 racks game in double quotes.
So he is just going to be a little bit cautious, not go for 14cc, but this is still some type of hybrid racks timing because it was at like 13. His command center still comes down at a very fast time. Gas comes down at a very fast time. And Mad gets off a quick scout. This was a first scout through the center of the map. He's going to deny this command center for as long as possible. So this is already going decently well for Mad. How many... Is he going to stay on gas is the question. Looks like he's... Oh, I thought he already pulled off of gas. Yeah, he did already pull off of gas. So he is not going to go into any type of one base play. It is just going to be standard follow-up.
Wow. I love the epic micro of the SCVs early on. This is what we find exciting. How are players skimping on Marines? I think they're only going 1, right? Ooh.
It's like this is going to be 2 for Mad. Meanwhile, Terror definitely has to build at least 2. Because we've already seen Mad see a bunker and still go Speed Vulture. And if he just runs by, 2 Marines ain't going to stop it. Oh, there we go. 1 fact, 1 port.
And he only has 1 Marine.
Does he only have one mine?
I think so, yeah.
Well, this is still an old school
Oh, no, yes,
build.
too.
And
Damn.
I'm very surprised at what we're seeing because it's a vulture. So this might actually be for a vulture drop because there's nothing that this can actually do. The bunker's going to be up.
Yeah, I mean, you don't like build a tank and then try to push with that because you're like, well, no, that just loses to whatever your opponent has. So, I mean, he does pick off this SCV before it reaches high ground. So no vision of the presence or absence of a command center in the natural, the factory, or anything else.
So this is a very disguised build because you expect it to just be a standard command center follow-up, but instead it's a faster starport. Now, if I was Terror, I'd be kind of confused. Like, you know I'm going to build a bunker, and you still built a vulture? They're almost the same cost. So it's almost like you're just, you know,
Yeah, why would you do
counteracting it. So this is a very confusing opener from Mad. I think this has to be for speed and drops, or mines and drops.
This feels like a one base build, but with a second base. But I mean, this way you're not behind if the drop doesn't go well. And yeah, there's mines and a Wraith.
So he wants to set up a contain outside of the Nat, then set up a tank line outside the Nat, just like he's been doing all day long. Tank Wraith. This is a good. Oh, we've got 3 factory. And just like in the, what was it, La Mancha game? I was talking about how you just overrun Tank Wraith because they just don't have units.
Yeah.
So if he gets up to 3 fact, 5 fact, even if they don't deal that much damage, when there's 500 vultures, they will win. It's just a fact.
Not a factory, a fact of life.
Yes, it's a fact.
That's right.
Oh, there's 5 fact. So
yeah, how does he know?
So Mad better have like a wall or something because Terra's about to bring it to him.
You're about to see.
How does he know? Why is he building a bunker?
Yeah, there's no way to scout this. He has nothing in the main. He doesn't have scan. He doesn't know. The blind counter.
So we were talking about how Mad was cutting SCVs in all the previous games. Well, it's going to be Terra this time cutting SCVs to get out tons and tons of factories and tons of units. Now, luckily for him, even though these mines aren't going to trigger on the vultures, more than likely Terra's going to run over them. So at least Mad's going to see what's coming. Damn, this is so many factories.
Well, he's going to see it with his barracks when it floats in right now. And 3, 2, 1, there it goes. He sees the 2. And I don't think he needs to go any further to see beyond that. 5 factories for Terror and a whole lot of tech that eventually will be okay, but not for long. So let's see if Terror can swing the hammer fast enough, or if Mad's high-tech answer to this will be able to get out onto the map and set up any kind of a contain.
Instant eBay for Mad. So he knows exactly what's coming. And I did notice that he was cutting SCVs. So even though Terror cut a lot, Mad is not as high up in the worker count as I was expecting. It's still 32 to, is it 28 also for Terror? I think it is 28. He's still so low. Not even mining gas at his Nat. Now, luckily for him, he at least has an armory, so he can build some Goliaths. I don't think he has any Goliaths yet, though. This is 3 Rays.
Oh, God, he's just running straight in. He's going to
has
fly over the
cloak, too.
Marine, but he's just going to kill the Marines almost instantly.
Is there an academy?
No, he does
Academy's not done.
He does not have an academy
done. It's 50%.
Well,
is this it, Bob Malcolm?
No, look, okay, Terror's going for it.
Going for a counter.
We're trying to deal damage, but we're taking a lot behind it. So let's see if Mad can hold on, and he can. These Rays are going to do a lot of damage.
He hasn't shown cloak either.
Oh my God.
This is just amazing. He's going to pop out thinking, oh, I've got Rays. I'm golden. I think he started another academy because he thought it was going to get picked off. Or he has 2 going. Is 2 going?
Well, he's got 2 Goliaths here, and then all of a sudden we're going to see...
Oh, no, he never started. It's Mad that has the academy going. It's just started.
Well,
this is it. He's killing every single SCV. Terror was already cutting units. All Mad has to do is don't get overzealous with these vultures. He's already doing catastrophic damage with the Rays. He just sits there.
He can't even get a turret up. He's just killing the SCVs one by one by one, down to 20, 21, and it's not going to go much higher than that for a while. I mean, eventually maybe you get a turret up, but I don't think so. This is just, I mean, the cloak energy will run out eventually, right?
He's been banking them for a while. He's still got 20 energy on that one, so that's like 30 seconds.
Picks off another gas SCV, 18 to 42 SCVs.
Just build factories and put add-ons on. There's nothing that Terror can do right now. He has no econ. That's all we have to. We don't even need to do this drop, but it's going to deal so much damage.
Oh my God. Yeah, you're right. It's like right as he. Oh well, thankfully it gets scouted, but I mean.
Oh, he has speed too. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
And he's turning around too. Oh, this is just tragedy. Striking 17 SCVs. The Vulture, Wraith, everything terrorist. Mad.
Oh, he's gonna get some
in.
Goliaths.
I like. Oh,
he
boom
gets-
goes the dynamite. All the Goliaths go down. The Viking longboat from Norway sailing in to Terror's base over and over again. Now, even more raids coming to harass the mineral line. He's just gonna have to tap out without even fighting.
He has nothing. He's got 17 workers versus 45 SCVs. There's more vultures than SCVs, and they're just running back and forth. He's gonna lose his eBay now. He doesn't even have the second comm set up. He can pick off the academy actually.
Oh, he
Goodbye,
picks
eBay.
off the eBay. No more turrets for now. And yeah, he's outside of range of that other turret. He can just kill the gas SCVs. And Terra actually has plenty of gas right now, but he won't anymore. Damn. I mean, look at the contain in front of Mad's base, and it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter. There's no econ for Terror. Another drop going out, but nothing in it. We just got to get a consolidated army, and Mad's in a perfect position to take this series 2-1. I saw he had an armory. I thought maybe is that his second armory? Maybe it's his second armory. I thought we had +1 already for Mad. Not too sure.
No, it's his only armor,
No, it's
right?
his, okay,
no,
it's,
no,
his
it's
only,
his-
it's his only armory.
Yeah.
But the fake drop going into the main pulls all of the vultures back.
Jesus. I thought he was just going to preemptively run the SCVs, but I'm like, no, not that. But he does pull the vultures back, you're right. And the vultures coming back for, actually, no, it's the raids coming back to help clear the minefield and help bust out of this mine contain. It is actually mostly just only mines. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Okay, never mind. Yeah. Oh no! Oh my God.
Okay, we don't need to move into 30 vultures that Terra beat. This is the only way. This is the only way we can throw. So just sit there, get ComSat. You got your third base. You already got your third command center landed. We don't even have to secure it. There's no SCVs for Terra. Okay.
Yeah, slow it down. I mean, we've already done insane catastrophic damage, 30 SCV advantage. Just hold on. Whew. I mean, what a way to have this game go. Every TVT unique in its own right. Aha! I'll run by with my 4 vultures to kill your SCVs now. Okay, I'm pretty sure you can kill like. I mean, this is not dealing 0 damage.
Yeah, it did more damage than I was expecting. Imagine if we had lost like half our tank count and
Wait,
then
it's
like
still
20
killing
vultures
SCVs.
ran it.
Oh my God.
It doesn't matter. Still 22 SCV lead for Mad. He's got his third base up and running. Terra still has minefields all over the place, so there's still potential to run into them. Terra still at least has 5 factories, so he's got all of his production up. It's not like he has to spend money to build it. He just needs to build SCVs to get his econ going. But this game, unless Terra can split it and get +2, which seems almost impossible.
Yeah, how do you do that?
He's going for it though. He's got his command center going up. He's got +1 almost done.
I mean, he's got 5 factories, so he'll be able to build some stuff. He just doesn't have the ability to build it right now because he just has no money. So, I mean, for Mad, what do you do? Is it better to try to get out on the map and build a big mine and tank hard contain, or do you just need to make sure you're rock solid at home and solidify your advantage?
I think what he's doing is good because now he's found the vultures, and this is all of Terra's backstab potential. So now that those are gone, now we can start moving across the map with our tanks. We don't have to worry about, oh, I moved across the map and I might potentially lose like all of my SCVs at the third. That's out the window now. So now it's time to go. He can even afford to leave that many tanks there because he has such a huge lead.
Yeah.
Okay, but we gotta scan though. The fact that we're just moving like this without scans is very risky because easily there could have been mines there.
Yeah, on the ramp, you're just gonna move up that? I don't know about that. I mean, all those tanks blow up, he still has a huge lead. He's up 80 supply in a TVT. Ooh. So yeah, he even scouts where most, if not all, of Terra's armor or army is up there. So abort, lay down some mines, and
There's just so many.
oh
tanks.
my god, there's a lot of mines there, but they go down. And I mean, look at this positioning. It's just absolutely masterful. He's going to take control of the high ground. Mad in a beautiful spot.
He still hasn't even used his race. I know they're still alive somewhere. I don't think they got picked off. So he can just swallow up those tanks and vultures on the low ground. There's no Goliath there to actually defend it. This is just easy pickings for the race. And then we set up a contain there, and this game's over. There's just no bases that Terra could ever get again. We're just infinitely contained.
He's trying to take the 12 o'clock base. In no world does that ever come up. He's got 2 Goliaths that do not have detection. He doesn't want to fight that straight up through scan.
No, that was not the engagement, but now he's just going to pick it off with tanks. Oh, well, this is an interesting aspect of Escalade. You can just...
Yeah, you don't do it with the raids, just come back with your tanks over the wall.
So that base is going to go down. Now we have absolutely no presence on the map from Terra. It looks like bottom middle is trying to get taken, but it's easily intercepted by Mad. And Mad is seconds away, potentially, from just ending this game. He has so many units. He's got +2 going. Everything just perfect. He's going to pick off those tanks too.
Can anyone stop him?
There's like no defense actually right now at the natural. I think this is everything.
And behind this, look, he's hitting his macro, continually building SCVs, 70 SCVs, more than we've seen him build all day long combined. He's building tanks, he's crushing it, just robot. Oh, I love it. The robot Viking. God, that's terrifying. He is, here comes the last desperate push from Terror. These are his death throws, essentially.
Yeah, he has nothing at his nat. He's just going because he's got to do something risky, and he's going to get intercepted again.
I mean, he does have some mines to work with here. They're going to allow him to siege in, I mean, not the worst position. Build a command center in the middle of the map. Mine the double bases. Get back ahead.
You know, one thing that Mad needs to do is he needs to constantly scan that nat. Not that it matters in this game, but just like for future reference. Because look, there's literally nothing there. If he moves those tanks on the high ground to the nat, Terra never reinforces ever again. There's nothing. There's one mine.
Yeah.
But he doesn't know that. If he had scanned, he can just set that up and Terra's doomed. If this command center falls to 3 or 4 race, that's something you don't see every day.
We gotta check Bob Malcolm's life alert. It's not looking good. In case you guys don't know, Bob Malcolm is the Spanish language caster. He's a big fan of the Spanish language players, including Terror. He's one of the best Peruvian players out there, who is seconds away from being bopped out after going 1 game up. The literal madman making the comeback. No, that's not where you transfer those SCVs. Not where you transfer those vultures either. Take out? No, I think not. And this is it. The last desperate death throws, the push for Terror being kind of stopped before it wants to be. Tanks holding it there, and a big swing of 100 supply advantage coming down for the final death blow from Mad.
Yeah, so we were talking about Mad's results on the profile. We saw top 16, but that was top 16 of Ghost League 2 seasons.
Yeah, you're right.
Last season, he got round of 24. So he's gone straight from round of 24. He's going to be in top 8 now. Straight from Ghost League 2, round of 16. I mean, that's a big jump from round of 16 Ghost League to round of 8 2 seasons later.
Oh my God, this is it. Yeah, you're right. For comparison, 0 Ghost League promotees advanced out of the round of 24 this season. So for someone last season to do what nobody could do this season bodes well for the people who got knocked out of Ghost League. Oh my God, everything blows up. The worst possible way to have a push go. This has gotta be it. Like I said, 100 supply advantage. He's just A-moving right now. GG, Terror taps out. And the Viking Terran mastermind Mad advances on to the round of 8. The quarterfinals, his highest placement ever.
Yeah, and I said last week that I thought Mad was looking really good TVT, but I am surprised a little bit at the result because I'm reading the chat and a lot of people are saying that Terra's like his nemesis, right? And you don't take out people that just always has your number. So not only impressive to make it round of 8, to also take out the person that constantly gets him, I guess. I don't know, I'm just basing it on what I read, but that he looked good in all the games, like really good positioning. It was exactly what you need to do in TVT.
Yeah, and it seemed like he was being proactive. He was always coming in with these like super hype race switches. His army movement just so good. I love it. So congratulations to Mad. The power of Bacardi promoting him on to the round of 8, and that means that eventually we're going to have to eliminate one of our Peruvian players. So there's a 50% chance for them to advance. Now it's dropping down lower. And coming up next, we've actually got Terror. Well, I guess Terror's waiting for the winner of the next series, which is going to be Crossy versus Dandy. So who knows what's going to happen? And I actually really love this group. What a way to start off the round of 16.
It's a good group. Unfortunately, all the Terrans are in it. I don't think there's many Terrans left. Not all of them, but you know what I mean. There's there are a lot of them are getting killed off. But now we've got another good match coming up. Crossy versus Dandy. Crossy looked super deadly, very sneaky in his series versus Terror.
And let's hold off on the 4 pools though.
No, I like that. That was good.
Okay.
I can say it again. He doesn't know that he did it.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. I forget it. Okay. Anyway, I'm excited. We've got to load up the next map, but just to kind of break down where both of these players are coming from. Just as you can see, Crossy's never made it past where he stands right now, the round of 16. But he's been consistent. He's made it here both of the previous seasons. And he's also played in a bunch of other tournaments. And I think looked pretty strong there. He's had the number of a lot of other contemporary Zerg players. And so I want to see how he handles a guy like Dandy, because he's shown that he can take maps off the best and actually almost eliminated him the round before going for that 4 pool. So let's not get ahead of ourselves. Anything can happen. Let's see who's going to advance on. I believe, what's the first map here? Is it Escalade again?
It should be Whiteout.
Whiteout. Okay, so I believe that is the next map to come, but no promises until I'm giving the official confirmation from our BSL admins. Once again, just a big shout out to everybody who helps run BSL, everybody working behind the scenes. We've got admins, we've got graphics and video people. We've got Zero, whose channel we are on because this is the tournament he masterminds and observes. So if the observing sucks, tweet mean things at him. I'm just kidding. Don't do that. He's the nicest guy ever. And a big thanks to him and everybody else at BSL for all of their help. So go support them on Patreon. That's all I can say. The moral of the story. Let's do it. Our next map, or our first map in the elimination match, is Whiteout. It's going to be a ZVT between Crossy and Dandy to find out whether or not we will be eliminating our first Terran player, or if the only Zerg player in this group is out of here. So let's get into it. It's game number 1 of our elimination match, best of 3 on the map Whiteout between Dandy and Crossy. All right, here we go in the bottom of Whiteout. In the red, playing Terran from South America, more specifically Peru, it's Dandy.
And in the top right, in the blue, we have the Canadian Zerg. It is Crossy. So Crossy playing an interesting 3-hatch style off of a 2-hatch in his main. Very, very weird. I'm guessing a pro has done this recently that I haven't been watching, because really, Crossy really does follow the meta. Now, Dandy also follows meta, and we'll have to see what he has come up with, because the macro did slip quite a bit versus... Was it Mad? Yeah, it was versus Mad. There was some moments in those games where it did slip quite a bit, and I have been watching him over the past few seasons slip versus TT1 too. So I'm kind of worried about his current state a little bit, and Crossy looks really good right now. So we'll see if Crossy can make some magic happen with another all-in. It seems to be what he's going for these days.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, last season it was Terror who had this unceremonious exit, and Dandy who actually made semifinals of BSL. So it's like, wow, you know, the tables are kind of turning, because usually you think of Terror as being a player that places higher, but Dandy was pretty good last season. I was watching some Titanes del Ring, which is like the South American tournament series that happens every once in a while. And they were. I was watching Danny play there. He just looked God mode. It looked like he could do no wrong. Obviously, such is not the case. We're here in the elimination match, so let's see what it's going to be for him here. Crossy is going to go for that 12 hatch, if I'm not mistaken, and it's a gasless. No.
12 gas from Dandy, and we've been seeing Goliath play in BSL, so that's probably what we're going to see here. But we see a lot of 1-1-1 Wraith play in actual pro league like ASL and stuff like that. So we'll wait and see what Dandy wants to go for, because he is very good with the race, just like Koget is. So he does have the potential to go for that, and that is a style that I know for sure Crossy doesn't face a lot, because I don't know any foreigners that play that style other than Koget and Dandy. So this would be a good counter to what Crossy has been showing us today. Here comes the scout in. Okay, pulled off of gas, so it's not going to be Wraith, I don't think, unless he puts back on after this drone gets out of here.
Watch this drone kill an SCV.
I don't want to watch that.
No, okay, close your eyes.
I've seen enough of that.
Yeah, we had that happen like twice last week in one game, I think it was. And then once earlier today, no justice. So there we go. Insta-Lair 2 hatch it is.
Insta-Lair, no surprise there. Not going to go for speed first, but he does confirm that this is factory play. Now, back in the effort days, as soon as he saw that it was going to be factory play, we would see mass speed link, burrow even.
But yeah, that's right.
That's not the meta these days, so we'll have to see what he wants to go for. We saw Flash get a little greedy in all of his games, skipping Academy for a long time, so Hydra or Lurker Ling is very good versus this. We do have Command Center for Dandy, as expected.
Yeah, it really seems, and a lot of this is because of the dominance of players like Flash, and even Sharp was kind of dominator for a while after his KSL win. There will be these Zerg players that rise up to teach the Zerg how to beat whatever race it is that is beating them. Effort did it with this wacky mole Zerg kind of play that you were referencing with Burrow earlier. And I think Queen's kind of doing it now with his kind of Hydra play and a lot of the styles he showed in his victory over Flash to advance onto the ASL finals. So I really want to see those strats kind of trickle down instead of just disappear, because you're right, mole Zerg just disappeared. Nobody gets Burrow versus Terran. It seems pretty standard, at least for now. It's just going to be 2-hatch Muta, and he knows it's coming, but it's a mech response.
Yeah, Goliath play, no shock here. This is kind of what a lot of foreigners play. And we do have Crossy with the Spire at the entrance to create a little bit of a wall off. There's going to be a 3rd hatch coming down. That's the standard follow-up. The real question is how is Crossy going to transition after that? Is he going to take a 3rd base? Is he going to all in with mass Hydras? Is he going to go mass Muta? A lot of times I face players that end up going mass Muta with a 4th or a 3rd base and a 3rd gas. And we've seen it have pretty good success. Zero's been doing very well with mass Muta play. We saw him take out Flash with that. Now, of course, that was versus a lot of Valkyries, but it can beat Goliath play. You just have to stall a little bit, let the Muta count build up, because really Terran has this one timing at like 10 minutes. And if you stall them 30 seconds, that's sometimes all you need. So we'll have to wait and see if Crossy can stall that timing, or Dandy might move out with just the 0-1 armor timing, which is also very strong. But usually it doesn't kill Zerg, it just forces units.
Yeah, and I think for right now, we're thinking a few steps ahead there. Because for right now, we're still waiting to see what happens with this Muta play. I think there will be enough Goliaths out in time to hold off against it, but the real mystery for me about Goliaths is upgrades. Because sometimes we'll see, obviously, the Zerg player get armor, because armor is just always good on mutas, but every once in a while we'll see Goliath attack upgraded, although I think it's been armor almost always. Yeah,
so we see weapon for Danny, so that means that he's gonna camp. And the reason you get armor is because if you think about how much health Hydra has, they have 80.
Yeah.
Goliath does 12 damage, so if you do 12 times 7, it's 84 kills him. So if you get +1, you would hope that it eliminates 1 volley, so it would be 6 times 13. Does it kill 80? No, that's 78.
Oh my god.
So armor helps you more than damage, because the Goliaths get no benefit from it. They still don't kill
the Muta faster.
They don't kill the Hydras any faster.
Hydras, yeah.
So here comes Crossy with some Mutas, and he's also building some Lings. So it looks like he's just going to go for a Ling Muta combo and try and pounce on these Goliaths. And I was talking about how a lot of times you see Zergs take a third base, but Crossy has completely different ideas. He just wants to end this. And I'm worried for Dandy because I just saw him lift his eBay and racks. So there's gonna be more surface area for those Lings to get in.
Well, this is going to be a very, very scary move. It's going to appear like Muta's in time to kill the SCV, but the Dark Woods hide an even darker secret. And that's all these Lings coming in.
Yeah, and it's the same thing. There's no break point here for 12 versus 13 versus Lings. 12 times 3 is still 36. They're all going to die. Here we go. Crossy just wants to end this game.
We are going for it. The big charge coming through. That's a lot of Goliaths and pretty good stutter stepping, honestly, against these Lings. But the Lings abide. The Muta's doing tons and tons of damage in the air. There is a turret here adding on 2 turrets, actually, but there's just not enough on the ground here. Lings are still there. The Goliaths are dead, and the Mutas are still in the air. 7. Actually, was that 9? Oh my god. So many Mutas. It is 9. Ha ha!
I don't think a single Muta died. He just went in.
But how?
Hit right before +1 weapon. Not that that was even an important power spike versus the specific build. And Crossy is going to go up 1-0. There's nothing left for Dandy. There's only 2 factories. He's going into the starport play, so he doesn't have any actual units.
Nothing doing. Dandy taps out GG, and Crossy takes game number 1 in our best of 3. And if you want to rewind it about 8 minutes to when you were talking about how solid Crossy looks, I think that's basically just it. He had the extra hatchery down to make the deep or the wall off the Sim City at the front of his natural to keep the vultures from getting in. He was just like stopping the vultures, stopping the scouting information to see that all in coming at the end. Made it look good.
Yeah, and Crossy, I guess he's just got all in on the brain because this.
Yeah, you're right.
Not that there's anything wrong with it. He should have won with the 4 pool too. It's just, it's not what I'm used to seeing. So I don't think Dandy should expect to see it either. So it's gonna be, I mean, he's 1 game away from knocking out Dandy.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, if we are doing patterns, Mad lost the first game and then won the next 2.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
maybe
yeah, that's a rule today. It can
yeah.
only be best. It can only be 3 games for each series.
Oh, that's right. I mean, we have to have 15 games tonight.
You know, I was looking at the bracket for ASL.
Yeah.
Every single, I think from the round of 8 was 3-2 except for 1. Every single one was 3-2.
Wow.
This
What
is
a good-
actually crazy.
You're
I
getting your
was
money's
looking at,
worth.
I was like, holy moly, are these players really that close? Every single one. Even Flash was 3-2, 3-2, 3-2. It was just every single series was 3-2.
But you can watch BSL on Twitch, so I'm just saying. Either way, it's going to be an exciting finish to this best of 3 because Crossy is doing it? Question mark? We don't know.
Doing it.
It seemed guaranteed that we were going to have at least 1 Peruvian player in the round of 8. Now it might be none. Crazy to think about. Let's see what's going to happen as we get into our next game in the series. Crossy winning that game puts himself 1 game away from advancing. See if he can do it as we get into Neo Sylphid for game number 2 to see if Danny can mount a comeback or Crossy is going to the round of 8. All right, in the 12 o'clock location in the blue, playing Zerg.
Oh, it's not mine.
From Canada, we promised. Yeah, that was rough. It's Crossy.
And in the bottom right, in the red, he's 1 game away from actually being eliminated. It is Dandy. It's the bottom, or all these positions you can wall. Expect to see a wall from Dandy here. I don't see any reason for him to not go for the Goliath play again. This time we need to Sim City a little better. But other than that, you know, Goliath play is so strong. If the guy's just going to all in you, you get a bunker up, let him all in. One of the hardest parts with dealing with Zerg, with the Goliath play, is it's hard to judge their econ. If they get killer econ, they build 5 million. But if you survive on all in, you just have this overwhelming amount of Goliaths that just seem almost unkillable when they have
and
armor.
your mutas can't do anything because Goliath range is just insane. So, so that's the big difference is that game 1 was whiteout. So you saw him kill the SCV as it was trying to scout, but the line of sight blockers in the middle occluded the Hydra or the Lings there. Maybe that played into it, maybe not. Let's see what happens after
Here
the
we go.
supply depot finishes.
Is that going to be a wall? No wall. I'm actually surprised. I would probably wall. Well, I guess he did build the depot in his main, but you could still put it in a position for a wall. So doesn't look like we're going to have mech so far. Doesn't mean that we can't, but wall actually helps so much. And there is 12 gas, so it is going to be mech again, most likely, unless Dandy wants to put on some killer micro with the 111. And Crossy, he does have his hatchery going up. He's going to be putting down his gas and pool pretty soon. There's the pool, there's the gas. This is just so standard these days. Almost never see 3 hatch.
Yeah, nothing is remarkable here. I mean, I'm a big fan of the 3 hatch.
Oh, I'm a big fan of the 3 hatch too, because then I can 5 rack.
Oh, well, yeah. Although, I mean, if you're going mech, is 3 hatch better against that? I mean, I guess it depends on what you do with your 3 hatches.
I think mech is good versus everything, but I love 5 racks. That's my build. We just play one build, TVZ, hope people don't go 2 hatch, play one build TVP. That's it.
Look,
That's
you got to get your 1 builds down, then you get fancy, and you get a 2nd build. But as soon as you add that 2nd build into your rotation of builds, your win rate tanks.
It does tank.
Yeah. So you gotta take the hit to become a more holistic Brood War player. But you know what I find on the ladder? Nobody cares about being holistic.
Mm-hmm.
They learn the one stupid all in, and then they play until it works, and then they go to bed happy. Well, you go to bed miserable. The true moral victory of our time. Ugh. Man, back in the day, we're like nailing theses to walls, and nowadays we're cheesing on a ladder. Man, we've really come far. So what are we doing at the Natural here? We building drones?
We're building some drones, and we still don't know if it's going to be Lair or if it's going to be Spire or Hydra Den. I'm actually kind of surprised that Crossy hasn't shown us one lurker game. It really feels like just the way he's playing today, it's almost like he has to do it once. He's got to do it.
It feels like you just need to add it in. And
Yeah.
oftentimes it comes after he's up 1-0 in the series. I'd love to see that again, but I don't know. I feel like after losing that 4-pool game, maybe that's a little scarring, a little jarring. You want to just go back to your roots,
Yeah, you know that they play mutas probably 90% of the time, so he definitely wants to play his most practiced build. Now, on the other side of the map, we don't see a starport or anything for Dandy. It is just going to be mech play. He's got the armory coming down. He's got his 2nd factory coming up pretty soon. Everything is very normal. The SCV got out all the intel it needed. It's just going to be standard Spire follow-up. Now, are we going to have another Ling muta all in? It worked so well that you would think he might go for it again.
The 2nd SCV trying to come in and scout. I assume that's an SCV trying to get in there, but we'll see. Oh, it's a vulture. Never mind. It's a dude. The wall's going to come down again, just like it did in the last game, and everything looks, oddly similar to the way the last game went too. So, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think absolutely that could work. Maybe the secret sauce this time for Dandy is to be a little bit more vigilant on scouting, to make sure that it doesn't kind of blindside him like it did previously. But I mean, that's really tough to do.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to see what Dandy is going to get for his upgrade. Is it going to be +1 weapon again, or is it going to be armor? I think it is armor that's coming in. Oh, he got weapon again. So weapon again for Dandy.
Someone needs to send him that Nyoken video.
So if you're gonna do a timing, you got to get armor. But +1 weapon is going to give him. He's going to be able to camp much harder. This means that he's going to try and go for split map. He shouldn't be moving across the map at all, really. He is going to be able to kill the mutas a little bit faster when they try running in. But other than that, he has no presence on the map unless he really wants to risk trying to fight a fight that really doesn't help him with his upgrade. And we do see Crossy going for speed again. We see that I don't see a 4th hatch anywhere. This does look very similar to what we already saw. So we may have another repeat of game 1 if Dandy's not in position, and the eBay is in the main, so there's no eBay SimCity here either. I don't see any Lings coming out so far, so that's the only difference, I guess. We can see how many Lings does he want to build with this.
I think he's going to do it.
Yeah,
I want him to do it again.
He's building Lings now, so it could be the same thing. This time, Dandy has changed it up a little bit. He's got a bunker. So this bunker kind of already nullifies Crossy's all in. The bunker is just so good.
I'm waiting for
He's
it.
actually expanding. So this is a good switch up from Cross. He's going to go for a standard expansion. You
Because
want to.
it looks pretty similar.
It looks similar, but it's not similar because he's taking another base. Then you end
Oh,
up.
I
just
love how this
playing it.
Vulture is going to scout that new base instantly. That's super sick.
Yeah. And
So-
now, oh, it is actually more lings. So he's going to
Is
get
it a
damage done.
fake expo?
He's going to take out the turret. He's going to come in here, try and get some SCVs, but the lings really shouldn't do much. Now, he doesn't know if it's armor or weapon, but lings really don't help you versus Goliath. Well, maybe when you build a lot of them, they can help you if a timing attack comes in. Oh, he's streaming. He might just try and overrun the bunker. He doesn't know it's there, but he drew all the Goliaths into the main, so he can overrun it now. There's nothing there.
Yeah, wow.
They're completely out of position.
He's like even less prepared for this all in than he was for the last one. And it's coming with a hatchery behind it. He just bops the bunker. He pops it. Type caps BOP in chat. That's how you describe what's going on here. He gets into the main. There are turrets here once again, but the lings are blocking the SCVs from being able to fight. And mutas are killing everything in the air.
There's no +1 weapon either. It's right before +1
Oh my
weapon.
god, not like it would even matter anyway, but even if it did, it wouldn't.
Yeah, but more lings, I think, are at the natural. They're just ransacking the SCVs. Crossy, he's so close to taking out Dandy. He's killed so many SCVs. It's not like he's all in with this either. He has 23 drones, which is very low, but he's got 4 hatches. He can build so many drones very quickly. He wiped out so much econ from Dandy, and it wasn't like Dandy was going for armor, so he can't even instant counterattack with this.
Yeah, no, there's nothing. He's actually just going to kill everything here. I mean, the repair on the Goliath is clutch, but you can't repair them all. Oh my god, is he going to do it? He holds against the mutas. Wow. Sick repair. I mean, there are still lings coming through, but +1 attack's done. And, I mean, you talked about the breakpoints. That might not matter, but it all adds up, and the lings are pushed out. And so, damn, he holds at the very last, the 11th hour.
But now we got a drone cycle coming up, and Goliath, how do they attack up a ramp into Sunkens if he's Sunkens top left? They don't.
No.
How's he going to attack into the natural? He's not. So we're going to get off a huge drone cycle. He builds like maybe 12 drones. Then we can go into Hydras. We can go into another Ling Muta play. He's got armor coming in for his Muta, so he's already going to have +1 armor to nullify the +1 weapon of Terran. And Terran hasn't started their +1 armor power spike. Remember, that's the power spike that Terran actually wants if they're going to attack. So there's nothing Crossy has to worry about. It's not even spinning. He's built so many turrets, it just now started. So this is a 2-minute, 45 or 48-second upgrade. So we got 3 minutes that Zerg can do literally whatever they want. That means put down 5 hatches, whatever. Build Sunken, he's now coming into the natural, picking up SCVs left and right. This is amazing for Crossy.
Oh my god. No one to harass
He's losing
there.
mutas, but
He doesn't care.
The Goliaths are not going to counter across the map with just 7 of them.
Yeah, I think at this point, him losing mutas for SCVs is almost good just to keep the econ down. Because Dandy is actually at less SCVs than drones. You never want to be there.
Okay, so actually he is counterattacking, but he needs to just put up a Sunken at top left. 2 Sunkens top left, 2 Sunkens at his nat. We're good to go. There's one that might actually be enough with the mutas taking a few hits. But we're actually kind of, okay, we're building mutas there, so we're not understart. I was getting a little worried that we might be able to get up this ramp. Is the Sunken gonna be up
Carapace is
in
going to
time?
finish by the time this hits.
Yes.
It's so close,
Oh,
so
the
close
timing.
it finishes.
Oh, it's an anti-timing.
Yeah, he's got Carapace just in time. The Sunkens being targeted. The mutas are going to kill everything here. That Sunken or that Carapace is gigantic. Look at how little damage the Goliaths deal here. They're not killing drones, which are in abundant supply. Goliaths are not. They are out of there. And with that evaporation, the sublimation, the disappearance, all those Goliaths.
Now remember, he had 1 muta a few minutes ago, right?
Yeah.
He only had 23 drones. Now I'm watching like what, 16 mutas just appear.
Yeah,
They
and he's
disappear.
got 40 drones.
Just Zerg things.
Yeah.
And now
Where do they come from?
the
Nobody knows.
natural is about to be under threat. These SCVs are all going down. There's like 5 Goliaths.
Yeah.
Actually, there's more than that, so maybe not.
But whatever, he stopped mining. Any SCVs he kills here is just the bonus zone because he can do whatever he wants behind it. Build in a million mutas or SCVs. He's actually just, or drones, I guess. He can't build SCVs, so not whatever he wants. But still, just limiting the economy, trading super effectively. Does he have an insane amount? 43 drones, 10 drones up on Dandy.
Yeah, and now he's starting to go into Hydras. He's got his Hydra den. He's got +1 weapon coming in pretty soon. He's got a couple idle drones that he needs to fix, and I did see Dandy was going into the star farm.
Jeez, give him a break. There's no SCVs left.
No, don't give him a break. Just mercilessly kill the SCVs. Bottom right is the position I hate the most because the turret placement is so bad.
Oh, it's so bad.
It's so bad. If you put it in what you think is a good position, it messes up the AI of the SCVs mining the gas. Like, they just get stuck behind the minerals. That happened to me versus Beyond. There's just no econ for Dandy. Meanwhile, Crossy just has so much econ. Like, the supplies, it's 92 to 50 or 60. It's crazy.
Where's our Guardian tech switch here? That's the ultimate, like, screw you to the Goliaths, because like you said, that positioning is just so bad. I mean, look, Crossy has a myriad. Well, he doesn't have a myriad of options. He has myriad options. He can do whatever he wants. And the answer is Hydras. They're great against Goliaths. They've already got the armor upgrade. Well, actually, no, never mind. They don't. That's Flatter Carapace. But I think he actually does have range on the way. He has speed on the way. +1.
Ooh, we don't need to do this. This is... well, I guess we can afford to lose some mutas here because of how much damage we've done. But this feels like one way to let... It's only 8 mutas, so I'm not too worried, but... Mutas soak up a lot of hits. You know that at some point Dandy's got to move out on the map or do something. Coming in again for more SCVs. He's dealing a lot of damage. Gets in, gets out. Only loses 1 muta there, so that's not bad. Vulture run bys. We have no success up here. Maybe kill a couple of drones. But we've got like 50, so it doesn't matter.
Jeez, yeah, he's up 12 drones. I mean, it's actually doing more damage than I expected it to.
Yeah, more drones going down. Mutas, he's killing way more drones than I expected, but still doesn't matter. More mutas coming out. Now, this is one way you can actually throw, is go mass muta into Goliath Vessel. The Vessel is out.
Wait, worker count's like even now. It's crazy.
It's close to even, but we've got 5 or 6 hatch for Crossy. There is 3 factories for Dandy. He doesn't have anything that can actually deal with Hydras. So he's going to be in a bit of trouble once these all come in all together. And he's going to have +2 armor on his mutas.
God.
But we saw the splitting of him versus Terror.
Splitting did not look good.
Yeah, so he's got to be very careful because that's 2 vessels. So that's going to be 2 irradiates. And it's going to get ugly real quick.
Yeah. Well, let's watch. Oh, one of the best ways to counter Vessels or Valkyries or anything is to split the mutas up. And I think he has enough mutas where the micro is not their strength. It's just the sheer amount. They've got +2 armor. So you really don't need to have that much control because they're just, I mean, the Goliath's shots are like plinking off them like BBs. So,
ooh, +2 weapon is about to hit for Dandy, but I don't think he has siege mode. So these tanks really are not going to be that impactful.
I mean, he's got +2 weapons now. So, I mean, I guess that evens out. Queen's on the way. Say what?
Yeah, Queen's coming in. That's just going to nullify any tank that Terran ever makes. You only need to build like 5. That seems to be like the go-to number for any push that Terran would have.
That is
that is so many mutas. But that's going to be like triple irradiate now, actually. So we got to be very careful.
Watch Crossy like perfectly split 3 irradiated mutas out of his clumps and we just lose our minds. I'm waiting for it. I'm here for it. 4 queens. I don't know if we got that kind of time. What are you going to do? I guess ensnare, right? Like,
no, Broodling. Get rid of the tanks.
Oh, okay. I was really hoping that we could see that ensnare.
Now, I am a little worried because Crossy 41 drones is not that much, but it's hard to argue a 50 supply lead for him. He's got units that will one-shot tanks.
Well, let's. I mean, they take a million years to get that energy.
Yeah, but he's not going to be moving out. This
and
is
that's all
2-1 style. He's going to be taking his 3rd base, setting up right here, and just sitting. And even though irradiates will kill queens, they're not instant.
Well, I think would you rather have a queen irradiated or your muta clump? I mean, you've got like 12 queens, so let's keep an eye on these mutas too, because I feel like there's a little bit of amnesia here, because this is 2 control groups of mutas with +2 armor, and I don't know if those turrets get a weapons upgrade.
Oh, I think he just baited the vessels back. I don't know if I want to bait the vessels back because I feel like I'm playing with fire now. I'm gonna run into vessels.
I wonder if he's gonna bait and irradiate.
You don't even want to
Yeah,
do that
yeah,
because you can't kill the queen instantly. It doesn't
No,
matter.
but that's
if
the
queen-
ultimate flex. Is you bait the irradiate out and you split it instantly, and the guy's like, "What?"
Oh,
Just
well, we're
taps out.
about to have +2 weapon for Zerg.
How many control groups of mutas does it take? Would you say? Is
To
3
do-
the magic number?
to do what?
Win the game.
3?
We need 4 control
This
groups.
game?
Of muta. We're on 2.5 control groups
Probably
of
need
mutas.
more because the radiate is so good.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's the answer I was looking for.
Well, we're approaching max, so we got to do something. And
Yeah.
if we sit any longer, Terran's gonna have +3 like in a minute and a half. So we're about to get broodlings. This is our time. We've got 5 base or 4 base, something crazy for Cross. He doesn't have a huge drone count, but he's got a huge, massive army. He's gonna have like 160 supply of army.
I mean, that's no joke. Yeah, Dandy has been down in army supply forever.
Well, Dandy should know what's happening now because he just scanned and saw that the hive just started morphing. It can only be
One thing.
mass Hydra and queens. It cannot be anything.
Yeah. Okay, well, how many queens does he have? He's got like a control group. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, basically, he's gonna stack the queens to make them impossible to clone the larva. Anyway, here we go. We're setting up for it. Streams of blue.
He probably doesn't even need it. He just has so much stuff.
Yeah, washing over. It's a flash flood alert, and here come the queens. Okay, first it's one group of mutas, then it's the other group of mutas, then it's the queens. Broodling on everything. There's 1 tank, there's 2. He doesn't need the broodling. You just run over. The irradiates actually do kill quite a few mutas. Splitting is not bad. Okay, yes it is. Never mind. All the mutas die.
Yeah, he loses all of his mutas very sloppily, but it doesn't matter. He kills the command center. He kills off almost all the tanks. All that remains are 3 tanks. Crossy is about to just bust through. Huge tank shot, but there's just no econ for Dandy. Crossy can make so many units off of this. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, no way he remakes all this stuff. There's oceans of Hydras, infinite Zerg pouring across the map, and down 0-1 in the series. I think Dandy is about to be eliminated from the BSL. He taps out GG. Crossy advances on to the final match, and Dandy is out of BSL in Season 9.
Yeah, Dandy, he got crushed. He got crushed in game 1, got crushed in game 2. He looked good versus, what was it, Mad? He looked pretty good versus Mad, but Mad just played very well, and Crossy's playing very well. But now we're gonna have a rematch of Crossy versus Terror. And if I was Terror, I'd be very worried because we got all in 3 times.
Yeah.
One of them should have worked, and we would have been eliminated.
Yeah, you're right.
So, and now I'm assuming Dandy and Terror are probably friends, and he just knocked out Dandy. So I'm worried for Terror.
So while Nyokin is worried for Terror, we're going to take a quick break for a second. So don't go anywhere. We've got our final deciding match coming up next to find out whether or not a Peruvian will make it out of Group A. The Terran group of death might just have a Zerg advancing on if Crossy continues looking so... No, glossy doesn't work here. There's no word that rhymes with that I can use to make an F. We're heading to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll have the exciting conclusion of Group A of the BSL round of 16 when we return. Be right back.
can win! You can, Terror! Please beat Cross! I trusted you, Terror! Terror! Don't give up!
Yeah. Every Muta life matters.
Terror, please!
A fresh Muta comes to join the flock. He powers down.
You told me! You told me that you will win the BSL! For all the Peruvians! For all the Peruvians who are watching you in a stream! You told me, Terror, that you will win the BSL! Please don't lose against Cross! Terror! I beg you! Terror, please don't lose against Cross! Por favor, Terror, por favor! ¡No, Terror! ¿Por qué?
Oh my God. All right. Well, in case you didn't know, our favorite TV novela star, Bob Malcolm, coming at you with the hot take. And keep in mind, that's from last season when Crossy eliminated Terror from the BSL. And now, history, as they say, Nyoken, repeating itself. You heard it here first. Maybe. Or maybe Terror has learned from his previous defeat at the hands of Crossy and is now about to bop him out of the BSL and advance on as the sole Peruvian hope into the round of 8.
I didn't realize that it was Crossy that knocked him out last
Yeah,
season. So
it was.
Terror got a little bit of revenge earlier, but now this is the decider. It's
That's
1-1,
right.
right? And who's gonna knock each other out? Is Terror gonna get revenge, or is Crossy gonna solidify that it was no joke he did it last season?
I mean, you're right. He did it once, but it takes, you got to tell him twice. So I'm excited. Our map that we're starting, the final series of the round of 16 on, is Escalade. And already this is a newer map to this season. So there's a little bit of mystery sprinkles put on. It's new. Okay, guys. It's game number 1. Crossy versus Terror. Look, a storied rivalry in BSL. So let's see who is going to be the winner once and for all as we get into game number 1 to find out which player will be eliminated and which player goes on to the BSL Season 9 round of 8. Okay, here we go. In the bottom left-hand corner, in the olive. Okay, there we go. No, we can't. In the yellow. In the olive green. This is our Terran player from Peru. It's Terror.
And in the bottom right, in the blue, coming off of a nice victory against Dandy, we have Cross. So Cross really surprising me, man. Like, I've played with him a lot on ladder over the, I guess, past year and a half. He never plays like this. This is a complete switch up from what I'm used to. Usually it's just standard lurker time, it's standard muter, standard lurker timing, go into that 10-30 defiler, we take our bases, we just go into a big macro phase. But now we're hitting them with all ins left and right. We got a 4-pool even, something you never see. I didn't even know that was possible unless your name was Taitu. So it's very, very unusual.
That's how you win lands, man.
That is.
Either way, we've seen it all. And so I think that's a very dangerous statement for Crossy to make. Because I think actually losing to a 4-pool is maybe not as devastating as almost losing to a 4-pool. Because then you're never sure. It's like, do I think this guy could have killed me if he did it right? Or do I think that I only won because I was lucky and saved that 1-2 HP Marine? Also, do you know if he's going to do it again? No. So anything is possible. You'll notice that Crossy is not banned from this game because he only typed 2 Ps instead of 3, so he can't disqualify him under Kesper rules. Either way, I'm excited to see the kind of builds he wants to bring to this. I think 12 hatch is the way that we've seen him open basically every game, but also just trying to get into this powerful 2-hatch muta play, which seems to be working super well.
Well, we do have a wall for Terror, and this time it is no gas. Well, this is going to be another expansion, but sometimes you do have 12 gas behind this. But luckily for Cross, he gets the first scout off because I think he barely would have been in range to see if there's a command center. Maybe, I don't know, if he was sitting right next to the depot. But you can do a whole bunch of builds. Oh gosh, is this drone really? Is it gonna get?
No way! No! 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 Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! No! 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 One hit away.
You got lucky. I thought it was gonna pop out on the wrong side. Now you can do a lot with this, and versus someone like Terror, who is known to do mix-ups consistently, this is a very dangerous wall. You could, okay, there is the command center, but the drone didn't move in to see it. So this could be 12 gas. It could be a 2 racks. What I've seen Firebat Hero use sometimes is he just instantly techs into a +1 weapon, like we saw Casper do, except Casper didn't even hide it.
Yeah.
But you hide it, and there's the fast gas. So a 3-minute gas for Terror on 17 SCVs. This looks like it could be very, very fast eBay, or it could be delayed mech, which we saw Flash use. Now, Crossy, I saw the PP. Okay, the Lings did come back, and I thought he was going to let that SCV scout his name forever. But what does Terror want to do? Okay, it is eBay. So this is similar to what like I've seen Firebat Hero use a few times. You just get the fastest +1 on the planet, like what Casper did. You have range on time. You can skimp out on units, but you have +1. So when the mutas come in, you just mow them down. And based on the games that we've seen from Terror versus Cross, he was killing mutas without +1. You remember that?
Yeah. Imagine what happens when he has it.
He's just gonna kill them so fast.
Now, yeah, I think the Firebat Hero build that you're talking about doesn't necessarily have to go into what chat and me and everybody else is hoping for, and that is a Valkyrie build. I think we're jumping ahead of ourselves a little bit here, but I don't even not like it. Although I will say, right before we cast BSL, you and I were watching a Flash versus Larva show match, and let's just say Flash tried to build some Valkyries, and he got bopped out of this world. So haven't seen a lot of success rate there, but I'm interested in seeing what this gas timing is going to lead to for Terror.
Well, we do see speed is kicking in for the Zerg. He doesn't see anything else. I don't think he even saw the Spire, so he doesn't know exactly what this is. Is it Hydra? Is it Spire? If this was a Hydra Den, game's already over. Because we don't have actually any units. He will be able to scan, but he doesn't have range or stim or nothing. He has just 2 Marines, I think. There's the multiple racks going up, so there's going to be tons of racks. I wouldn't be surprised to see a 5th one. 4th might be all he needs, though, because you're kind of pushing it on how much you can support versus a 2-hatch play. We've got stim coming in. That's going to be done any second now. He's got range started, so this is amazing. This time Crossy not all inning, so he's actually going into more macro play that I'm used to.
Yeah, 3rd hatch on location, so a lot of times it can be hard to get that, to hold that against Terran. They just push out, kill it. But kind of interesting to see history once again repeating itself. It's flyer weapons, not flyer carapace.
Yeah, +1 weapon coming in, so he's going to try and get as many kills as fast as possible. He may even be able to take out the depots because Terror skimped out on so many units. He has like 4 Marines, that's it, maybe. He's going to have range, though, which is one of the powers of this build, is you can have +1, you can have range, all right before the
it all
come.
hits right at the same time.
It's crazy how strong this is if you get away with it, and he's going to get away with it. Mutas coming in, not able to find any success.
Yeah, just rock solid. Nothing doing at the front. I mean, maybe you can get behind the mineral lines a little bit because it's awkward to build turrets farther up the high ground, but yeah, there's rock solid. Can't get in.
These units already have stim and range, and they're about to have +1 in about 15 seconds. This is absurd. Now, Terror doesn't have a 5th racks. 4 is still good to support them. Versus a 2-hatch, we do see that. Okay, we need to be careful. Now, he's got up enough units. He's got a group of Marine Medic here. We already saw how many units he could kill earlier.
+1's done too, so that's going to make a big difference. Oh yeah, he doesn't have a critical mass of mutas. He's halfway to +1 flyer weapon, so he doesn't have that going for him either. This is just not a great time. He also doesn't have a big contingent of blings like he had in the last game either.
Yeah, we don't see Hydrogen coming up. We don't see lurkers or anything just yet. It is just pure mutiling for now. It's going to be very hard for him to hold any incoming attack. Now, he may find success going for a backstab now.
Yeah, he can free shot turrets
this is
without
great.
that. And he actually does find a blind spot in the back of the base. Going to kill off SCVs, depots, and actually gets the final remaining turret in the main if he wanted to. Instead, he's just going to kill off maybe even the academy. I mean, oh my god, he's got such a devastating position here. Loses one muta, but he's killed way more.
Oh, but he didn't pay attention to where the actual units are, and this is one of the problems. Terran just stemmed across the map, but I don't see very many medics here. He should be able to actually clean this up, and as long as he keeps his third base up, I still like this position for Cross, but he cannot afford to lose all these units flying in one by one. Here come the big mutaflop.
Yeah, he comes back home, clears out the muta or the bio ball. They actually killed, I mean, like 3-4 drones, so it's not like they didn't do anything. But with them going down, that means that A, they're not at home, B, they're not pressuring, and C, now Flyer Weapons is done, and that makes holding off more with less even more difficult.
Yeah, so a big loss there from Terra, but he did get some damage done. He is teching nicely, though. He's already got his factory done. He's going to have Starport coming pretty soon. He does need to be very careful to not lose this next fireball. This is a non-existent army, but it looks like it's just trying to sneak around the map.
Yeah.
He knows that Crossy's going to go for the main, so this is a very sneaky move. But if Crossy finds the army, which it sounds like, or it looks like
man.
he knows something's got to be missing.
Oh, he turns back away. He grouped the muta instead of letting it fly out to scout. So yeah, you're right. This is a really cool move. It's at least going to trade something, but the mass of mutas is almost critical here. This is...
Oh, but now he shows himself. Now watch the units terribly. Instantly moves to the right side, but he's going to lose a lot here.
He's going to lose everything in his natural if he's not careful. The Marines are running in one by one, and actually, no, he's turning around.
This is okay. I don't think he can kill the hatchery with just this group of Marines. It's taking so long to kill that sunken. He's also focusing the extractor. So this group of Marines really didn't do that much damage. They forced a full drone pull, but
it should be
who cares?
Scary for Crossy that Terra was even able to get into that position. It means Crossy had a whoopsie, not scouting about that Marine group lurking in the shadows. Immortal medic.
It looks like Crossy's going for another all-in. He's got Carapace coming. He's got Lurker upgrade coming. The Lurker upgrade is pretty far along, whereas Carapace is not that far along. But if he can just build up mass Ling with like 7 Lurkers, that's going to be such a killer army. I saw where his barracks were positioned. There's no real spot to put an add-on, so it's not like there's going to be tanks anytime soon. He's going to catch another army. There's only 2 medics.
Yeah, this is... Well, he's got +1 on a full control group and a half mutas.
He's got to be careful. One group of mutas can kill this army, but they got to be very diligent on what angle they want to come from. Lurkers are coming out, though. First couple are out. Hive is coming in.
Do you have more Sunkens back home? No, he did not rebuild any Sunkens. He's got Lurkers if they're out in time. He's got to. Oh, supply block.
Ooh,
off
he got
the
scanned.
Kill. Yeah,
You see there's nothing.
Shows that there's nothing. The Lurker's not done yet. He can go for it, but he wants to catch the mutas here. He's being indecisive, and I think he's about to miss his window. The Lurkers are about to pop. The Lurkers are down. Does he just go for the third base instead? Oh no, he's getting microed on.
Muta's finally finding some success versus Terra's Marines, and there's no healer energy on these medics, so they're all gonna fall.
Another bio ball down. And now the Lurkers, they're unburrowing, they're heading across the map. This is pre-irradiate, right?
Yeah, we have 4 Lurkers versus 1 vessel. It looked like 1 tank, so not a lot of DPS. There's 2 bunkers, but if we had Mass Ling coming out for Crossy, I think he could have ended it. He's luckily not going. He finds success on the mutas, though.
Yeah, he actually did weaken
they're
or
so weak.
kill almost all the mutas. That is a nice pick off. I don't think he remade any mutas either, so it's just Hydra Lurker coming in behind this too.
Yeah, but now Hive is done. I would like to see Greater Spire. The muted count has gotten to a number where it's really not scary at all, but going Guardians would be very scary. Lurker contain being set up. One
nice
goes
irradiate.
off. No, he's not watching. He doesn't see it. Crossy, please. They're all gonna die.
Are you kidding
They're
me?
all gonna die.
Are you kidding me?
Oh my gosh, all of them except one
Crossy's
died.
splits today have been horrendous. Like, you just... And anyway,
Oh no, now he runs into it. Not like this.
Well, that's it. Okay, so the mutas are dead. Lurkers are still good at containing, but they're not the best. Defilers are a million years from being out. The den is not even done yet, and he's gonna have to, okay, it is done. Immediately goes for consume. I guess he will have that by the, oh, he's trying to do the slingshot method on the Scourge to get them into the vessel. But I don't think that's gonna happen. He's just gonna have to pick up and run. What? It's a Jadon lurker.
No, those lurkers.
What is happening? Crossy is kind of falling apart here.
So he's throwing away a bunch of lurkers, and meanwhile, Terra's just building up his tank and vessel count. He's not doesn't have much irradiate though, so it could be a similar situation to, was it Dandy? No, what? Yeah, to Terra earlier on Monte Cristo, where everything was going well, and then the Dark Swarm came in and just ended it. So,
yeah, don't count your chickens before they're hatched. Man, I'm full of these farmer's almanac metaphors. He found the upper right. I'm not sure what that's shutting it down, but he at least saw it. Maybe it's just the residual scan. He catches another lurker. That's a Jadon lurker, where you leave it unburrowed on the high ground and get stimmed on. Okay, it's an SCV that saw the upper right, and that means that at least he knows. So there's a myriad of options here for Terra. He can go upper right, try to take down that fledgling base, which maybe takes too much pressure off the other three pumping. Where do you think is the best move for Terra to make here, Nyokin?
I think he needs to just try and bust the Nat, because if he goes to the right side, he's going to be so exposed to a counterattack.
Yeah.
But he is going to the third base. I guess the third base is also easy to bust.
Oh no,
the Defiler gets instantly irradiated.
I mean,
how many Defilers do we actually have?
I think he only has one more at the Nat. Yeah. Okay, no, two more.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Oh no, well,
there's 4 vessels here. That's so much irradiated. There's gonna be another Defiler down. The Scourge are kind of just bleeding off. Muta's bleeding off. Those are so expensive.
I think Crossy might have thrown away too many units. He's actually going for ultras behind that, but ultras take a million years to come up. So we're going for the third. I think he's got enough, even mixing in some tanks here, single-digit lurkers. So it's not like he has a giant army if he hadn't lost so much of it earlier.
Yeah, so we need Dark Swarm right now if we're gonna hold this base. But the lurkers are getting irradiated left and right. A dropship's going to top right. That's gonna get taken down. Meanwhile, Terra's just gonna kill mid right. Defiler comes out. He's gonna get Dark Swarm. He's gonna save it, but he's not gonna be able to save top right. There's no way. There's nothing there. Oh, the Nidus is at 230 health. Focus it down, Terra. It's so close.
My god, he's not focusing the Nidus. The Link's popping out. The lurker's burrowing. The hatchery's still alive. He's not going to be able to take this down. The dropship lives. Nothing else does. And a beautiful save with a clutch Nidus. What is this, a StarCraft 2 Nidus swarm? Just comes up instantly. I mean, the vessels are going to come up here and irradiate everything to death, but I mean, that was a sick hold.
Yeah, really nicely done by Cross, but he needs to scramble to get some more units up there. Ultras are out. +2 armor is going to kick in pretty soon. +4 armor even is going to kick in pretty soon, but he needs to transfer units right now.
Okay, Ultra's popping out. No Dark Storm. Oh, yes, there it is. The Dark Storm pushes him back. He needs another one on the ramp. He gets it. The Ultras, rather, kind of stuck outside the Dark Storm. They will be able to push down. They should be able to overrun these tanks.
This is perfect timing from Crossy. He's going to hold this. He's going to hold all 4 bases. Meanwhile, Terror, I don't even see a command center up. He's going BCs. There's no third base for him.
Jeez, another Dark Swarm right on top of the tanks. They get taken out while the the vessels might have survived. Plague's done, so you know that's coming.
Oh, dropship wants to get intercepted, but it's not going to. This could be what Terra needs to get back into this game. He needs to do damage at mid-right. There's a decent amount of Marine Medic there, but Lurkers and Lings should clean this up with one big volley. Oh, not able to clean up. Muta, can they be the hero?
The hero Muta.
No.
No. Wait, what? Look, this is what I hate about it. Man, one dropship, they just kill everything. So yeah, that's actually catastrophic. He does have a Nidus to the Nat, but okay, he's just gonna have to run all the way back there. Look at how much damage this drop's getting done. He just picks up in tragedy.
The Scourge, nowhere to be found, not able to find this dropship either. There just now finally pops, but okay, now he's gonna finally kill, but he still has 4 bases. He's got a decent supply. He is down 35. He's got to be a little bit careful. BCs are now out. That could be game changer. I think these vessels also have a lot of irradiate too. Uh-oh, all the ultras are going to get irradiated.
Actually, only irradiates one Ultra, now 2. Okay, so maybe look for the third one. Go ahead and sack those, but you need Dark
He's gonna
Swarm
lose
here.
them all.
Yeah, you gotta get the Dark Swarm.
Where are his dark? There's the Defiler, but we don't have anything to counter the
Plague
BCs
the
right
double
now.
BCs. I mean, that would not be a bad option. Oh, Plague. Oh, he killed the Defiler, right?
No, he popped up in the Nidus. Was it a misclick? He's trying to go back. Was gonna focus down.
Oh my God, the full
What?
HP Defiler, the full energy Defilers, it's at the wrong base. Now he's gonna have to go without Dark Swarm. This is gonna be catastrophic. The BC's in the air and the bio on the ground, everything killing these Overlord or these Ultras. He doesn't have a Defiler at the natural. He's gonna have to run all the way down.
Oh my gosh, that was a game-ending move. Crossy's gonna lose his natural. There's 2 BCs, there's 4 vessels. Ultras are just bleeding in left and right. These are heavily upgraded Marines. They have critical mass. Look how fast the Ultras melt.
Oh
We're gonna
my
lose
God.
2 bases at the same time. I see a block of yellow at mid-right. I don't know what it is. That is gone.
Lurkers are gone.
Everything falling apart. Vessels just erasered, I guess. Mid-right, maybe?
GG, that's it. Crossy taps out. Damn. Down to the wire there. And the Defiler goes through the wrong Nidus? What? That's how you lose the game? No. Man. Crossy looked great with the exception of bleeding off a few units here and there, and then obviously that one kind of flaw at the end. I'm just like, what? Man, it was just so close to being flawless, but you know, not flawless is not. Anyway, what do you think needs to change for game 2? We just need to clean things up a little bit.
It looked fine, except for that. We had it. Well, maybe. Terror's army was still massive, still had 4 vessels, still 2 BCs, still had a huge Marine ball. It's hard to defend all the bases of Zerg. It's not like it's a guaranteed win for Cross, but oh my gosh, that one Defiler changed the whole. He didn't even have a third base. Terror had no third base.
Yeah, I want to give a quick shout out to Zero, our observer. Catching things like that. I mean, you missed that, and then as a caster, you like make up something. Wow, he just couldn't hold the natural. But like, obviously, the question is, where's the Dark Swarm? And to see that little magic moment happen should encourage every one of you that plays ladder. You should, because you too can lose that way over and over again. And then you watch a great player like Crossy lose that way, and you're like, it's not just me. And you feel that moment of catharsis before feeling crushing depression, losing so many ladder games. Hey, it happens to everybody. And that means that Terror is one game away from achieving the sweetest revenge on the player that knocked him out unceremoniously in the round of 16 last season, Crossy. Matino has already made it out. So he is out of here. And for Terror to be the second Peruvian, not only in the group, but out of the group, would be unthinkable. So let's see if he can close it out 2-0, just like Crossy did in the previous series against his compatriot, and advance on to the round of 8. The map is Neo Sylphid, and we are about to get into game number 2 of Terror versus Crossy. All right, here we go. In the, excuse me. In the 12 o'clock location, playing Zerg in the blue. From Canada, we promise, it's Crossy.
In the bottom left, one game away. In the pink, it is Terror. Oh, I thought Terror was going to win with his initial pushes.
No joke,
But
yeah.
then the Mutas cleaned them all up. And then he had a huge secondary follow-up, but then Crossy just barely held. And then I thought Crossy holds. It's like he's got 4 bases. How can you lose 4 bases versus 2? But the Defiler, Traitor Defiler, all he had to do was just Dark Swarm. He didn't even have to plague the BCs, because then at least the BCs can't deal any damage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. So another heartbreaking loss for Crossy there. First the 4 pool, now this. Now I might actually be a little bit tilted, because that's 2 games now. Because I feel like I'm just in a dominant position, or at least in a good position.
Yeah.
And they just slip.
I mean, that is one thing about Zerg, especially when you do get into a good position. It can be hard to control everything, to keep track of everything, manage a lot of diaspora bases. It's not easy as it looks. It's even more not easy than it looks. It's hard, guys. Anyway, as far as builds go, I think we've seen some remarkable consistency versus Dandy. It felt like Crossy got to this magic moment where he could mute a Ling all in, and that seemed super potent. This time around, versus Terror, it's not the secret sauce that it was against his compatriots. So it's still going to be the same openers. I would imagine still going to Hatch Muta. But do you think he needs to change anything? What?
No, he's had good success all day long. He had a good up until the Defiler, good build up until the Defiler kind of just snuck off through the Nidus Canal. Now we do have Terror, no 12 gas this time. Not going to be any Goliath play, so we're going to have just standard opener from him. Could still have delayed mech, but I'm not expecting that. I'm expecting to see what we saw earlier today, which was 2 racks, extremely fast tech. But he's going to have to manage his bio ball a little bit better, because last game, finally Crossy was able to pick off the army. All the other games, not able to pick it off. They just killed so many mutas, but finally, last game, he was able to do it. So he can't afford to just throw bio balls away with 2 racks. You do that, mutas will come visit your main, and there will be nothing. You're just going to lose everything.
Well, I mean, we're well on our way to exactly what we experienced in the last game opener. Expo coming down. No gas yet, though, after the racks. Because I think the big thing for the last game was that Terror went for pretty fast gas, right?
Yeah, I think he did go fast gas. We do have second racks coming up. This is standard play. I really like Goliath on this map because of the mat terrain and even the entrant or even the little choke. But we've got some shenanigans. So we've got fast gas for Terror now. So this is going to be a very fast Marine medic bust. He's going to try and put pressure onto Crossy before Spire hits. Oh, we got Speedlings, mass Speedling. So we ain't messing around.
Oh, snap. Okay, so this is going to be a lot of fun. Both players are going for something a little bit fast and crazy. Oh, he got through the SCVs there, pulled them into that perfect wall that's so hard to do, and the Speedlings are held. They're going to catch one SCV on the map, but the rest of the Lings are going to be taken out. One exception. He lives to tell the tale and goes back home with his tail tucked between his legs to tell the tale.
Is this just over? Okay, there's the Spire. I thought we didn't even have a lair going, so I thought we were just all in.
Yeah.
But we do have Spire coming up, but that's a big loss to build that many Lings and get no damage done.
He killed like one SCV.
That's nothing. At the Nat, we have no drones mining. What is it, 1? There's basically nothing mining there. There's also no gas there. He's just continuing to build more and more Lings. He has to get game-ending damage. He finds Marines isolated. This is what he needs.
Okay, I don't know if it's game-ending, but he actually ran through instead of dealing a lot of damage there. The Marines dealing damage, but they're popping 1 by 1. The Marines survive, but so many of them go down, and that means these incoming Speedlings, they're just rallied across the map, so many of them. And is there a bunker? Almost, but not yet.
Bunker started. Fire bats are coming out. More Lings are coming. So many Lings. Oh my gosh, he's just going for it.
Yeah, I mean, the fire bats are the answer. I think he smells blood in the water. If this bunker gets up, then that smells smells disaster. I was trying to come around. He's trying to snipe the Marines, but the SCV pull is so good. But he finds his way through the SCVs and takes them out. I don't know. He's got Lings in the main. The bunker is down, but the bio actually did survive in significant numbers. So he's got a micro against the SCV or against the Lings in his main and hold on to the natural. Can he do it?
Rapid, he has no anti-air. He has no Marines. He just started his eBay. So there's no turrets either.
That's late.
So that Nat is going to be dead 100%. Lings are still in the main.
Did he do it?
Damage. Do we have a sunken going up in the main? Is that a sunken in the main? Trying to prevent some fire bats stimming in there and killing drones.
This is
a crazy game.
Yeah, there's so many Lings here. I mean, yeah, the fire bat's good against them. Bad at shooting up though.
He's just trying to pick off all these Marines as they pop out. The mutas are coming across the map any moment now. There they are. There's only how many? There's no Marines.
The bunker doesn't shoot. Okay. It's got one in there. They have one little BB gun, but unfortunately, that is not enough. Trying to desperately get up turrets anywhere, everywhere he can. Maybe one gets up, but I don't think so. Yeah, very, very limited anti-air. The micro, not good enough to keep the turrets from coming up, but good enough to get a lot of damage done.
Yeah, Firebats are streaming across the map, and this is going to be hilarious. I don't think I've ever seen someone build a sunken in their main to prevent a Firebat run by, but he's got it. And there's absolutely nothing in the natural. Finds one of the Firebats, he's looking for the rest of them. Look at him go. No, he gets taken out.
Yeah, the Firebats, they can't shoot up, but they can shoot up to run away.
And the funniest part now is now that all the Firebats are gone, all of a sudden Ling Muta is very strong versus a bunker that has, no Firebats, and the Firebats eviscerate things. Oh, he's gonna get on top of the 2 racks. I was talking about, you have 2 racks production. If they get on top of you, how do you ever stop the Mutas? You just don't.
No.
There they go.
Here we go. Watch him run into the
He's gonna
sunken.
be like, what? I bet he started studs back.
No,
He just went for it.
no.
The drone blocked it too. That's hilarious.
I've never seen something that could have done so much damage do so little. Wow. So now he's just going to run in with the Lings, pop the Marines down there. And he should actually, he gets actually the bonus Marine. Just so much damage being done. The Muta count will continue to go up. The Marine count will continue to go down. And Terror is, we're at the cusp of the game. Depends on how good this Muta damage is. I think it's going to be pretty good.
Yeah, we need more turrets. Look at the SCV counts, 23 or 22 to 11 drones. So Zerg is mega all-in. Terror just has to live, and he'll be making it into the round with 8. But it's going to be such a struggle. His medics are barely able to come out. This rack is probably going to get taken out. Seems like turret okay. There we go.
Terror did it.
Oh, maybe.
He's going to kill all the Mutas.
He's going to kill all the Mutas. There's really nothing left across bunkers going down.
He's actually going to kill the bunker. He didn't leave anything in the main or in the natural. He's trying to come in, but the repair comes through at the last second. I think he did it.
Did Terror just do it?
I think he did. He held the main. He held the natural. He's losing so many Mutas there. Crossy. Ah, man, that was just so painful. He's got no econ to speak of back at home. He went for it, and I think he missed.
There's extremely weak Mutalists. There's not very many Lings. There's really not that many Marines, but the bunker can just be repaired forever. Finally, Crossy is trying to transition into a macro game. He's got 16 drones now versus 26. The problem for him, though, is that we are mega starved on gas. There's not like we can build 25 Mutalists. There's just...
We got 25.
We have like 6 Mutas and that's it.
Ugh, yeah, wow. He has to build another Overlord, which sucks because he's just capped out where he is right now. He's supply blocked. He's getting +1. Is that the answer? I don't think so. Look at how many turrets there is. Terror just knows he needs to hang on.
He's got like 10 turrets. All Terror has to do is just sit in his base. He scanned and saw, or he's been watching the Nat forever. He knows that the drone count is non-existent. There's really only one option for Crossy. He's going to go into Hive, try and get Guardians, I guess, would be the move. He can just sit over the ledge, try and nullify the natural that way, but how do we ever get there?
Is it the move? I would love Guardians. They're my favorite unit. I just want to see them more and more. Is this the time for them? I mean, look, how do they... I mean, very rarely do you see Guardians used to guard, and he will need to do that because there is Infinity Marines pushing across the map and no upgrades done for this Muta flock.
Yeah, and that's a very large bio ball, about 1.5 groups. Terror doing a good job to keep up on his tech despite all of the aggression. He's got his starport coming in, +1 weapon not done for either player. The Muta ball is still only 7 or 8, and that's like 2 groups almost.
Jeez. Yeah, okay, so I think it's time. We're going for it. No sign
There's no
of
sunken.
lurkers, sunken, static D. It's not there.
Oh, you just...
Oh,
okay.
that is
He
big.
sees it. Oh, but he's actually getting turned around. That's going to buy Crossy some time, and that's exactly what he needs.
Still only 1 sunken. He's going to need a few more, I dare say. A few Lings get caught with their pants down. Another Overlord's going to fall. He's trying to get the Hive up in the meantime, but I don't know if that's has any chance of coming. Trying to pick off his medics. The medic count is actually significantly lower than I expected it. Ooh, takes a big loss there on the Muta count. Continues to try to micro, picking off single Marines here and there. He's almost done it, but his Mutas are so low health.
Yeah, they're just so low that every time they come in, they're taking a big beating. He did cancel those Sunkens, I think, to get his econ a little bit better. And he can actually wipe out this fireball. There's really no energy for these medics. He can just fight it straight up. He knows he can fight it straight up.
Yeah, I mean, he wants to like trade as effectively as possible because keep in mind, he's still only on 20 drones behind us. He finally does clear it out.
Oh gosh, he loses so much there. There's so little.
Yeah, wow. Marines, man. What can you say? He does have +1 here, so in theory that helps him pick off these turrets. There's just infinity of them. Science facility almost done. Behind this, he's trying to get these lurkers out, but it's just gonna take a million years. Defiler Mountain's halfway done, so maybe there's some underestimation that can happen. I don't know. At least he's gonna get some damage done picking off these mutants.
Well, he got rid of the majority of the bio balls. Defiler Mound is, I think, a minute, then Consume is a minute, something like that. So there's, if Crossy survives to about 30, 14 minutes, he's gonna at least survive, prolong the game. The Radiate is coming, Vessel is coming. Mutas are trying to deal damage. They're doing a good job killing as many Marines as possible. He still has 9, but Terran's going up to 5 racks. There's no third base for Zerg. Oh god, they're so weak. They're so weak.
Yeah, we're gonna see them dive in for like one of these Muta micros, and they're all just gonna pop. But actually, the Muta's purpose is not actually to deal damage right now. They're to be annoying enough to allow time for the Defilers to come out. I think he's doing a really good job at that, but at the same time, both players know like the game is perched on a tenuous edge. So, God, it's just so tense. The Muta micro is so significant. He's got a macro as hard as he can. Get these Defilers out, get the Consume up, and get in position. Because either he gets pushed and has to hold on desperately, or he tries to push again to bust this almost impregnable natural.
3 tanks out. That used to be the go switch for Terran. There it is. Tanks and Vessels are out. 1 Irradiate. We've seen Crossy struggle with splitting the Mutas all day long. If the Radiate goes off, I imagine that we're going to lose like 4 or 5 Mutas. They're so hurt.
Yeah, already the splits on the Mutas have not been that great, and they're so low now. Oh god.
Oh, they found the lurker, so this is it. There's nothing left for Crossy. He's got to fight here, but there's just too much bio.
Yeah, we're going for it, and that's it. Crossy taps out, and Terror gets revenge against the man who eliminated him last season. And now here in Season 9 of the BSL, it's Terror who will keep the Peruvian hope alive and advance on to the round of 8. I think we have Goes Through Dark as well, who's from Peru a little bit later on. We'll see if he can make it to the round of 8. But man, what a tense moment. That was so clutch. Going for that all in early, putting all your eggs in that basket. So close to working for Crossy.
Yeah, so close. And even though he lost, Crossy looked very good, and he brought good games, and his Terror got by the skin of his teeth. He should have been gone. The 4-pool, I still can't believe the 4-pool. But Terror moves on. Bob Malcolm's going to be a little bit happy. He's not as happy as he could have been, but...
I expect the happy videos from Bob Malcolm, not just the sad ones. So there's good times, too, being a Peruvian StarCraft fan. So, damn. Already only 1 group into the round of 16. So good. What do you know? 2 Terran players advancing out of the group.
Yeah, but Crossy made it close.
It was so close.
It was so close. What a disaster that Defiler last game. Oh, that's a tilt.
Yeah, you're really gonna play that one through your mind.
But Terror looked pretty good. Mad looks really good this season. In TVT, that's all we've seen of him, right? Just TVT across the board.
A couple seasons ago, you remember SPX really like fought super insanely hard, made it way deep. And we were like, damn, this guy like looks so good. Kind of feeling the same. Same thing for when we saw like Jae Yoon make it through last season. TT1 make it all the way to the top 4. Is that mad this season? Looks like it. Through the power of Bacardi kicks his cat. I think he's maybe on his way. That does it for our round of 16 coverage for Group A. If you liked it, tell your friends. Make sure to come back tomorrow because we've got more round of 16 Group B coming up then. It's going to be even better, dare I say, than today. But before we get there, we have to close things out today. And before we do that, we have to talk about the player. Oh, actually, no. We'll just talk about the players. TT1, it's the god that I mentioned earlier. True Touch, champion of BSL 4 times. Can anybody stop him? And if there is anyone that can stop him, is it Zeke? This guy is an old school legend. At one point in time, almost the best foreigner in the world. And so he's come back. He looks better than ever. That's hard to say, but he's so good. I can't wait to see him play more against one of the toughest groups we've got. Group B is coming up once again. Same bat time, same that channel, Zero PL. So like it, follow it, favorite it, sub if you can. If you can support us on Patreon, you can do that too. That's my next plug. So if you like BSL content, you want to help support it. It takes single dollars, okay? Look, I know it's a rough time. No, I'm not going to do that speech, but we do appreciate your support on patreon.com/bombastic. And a big thanks to the Patreons who have supported us so far this season. Star Lover, my man, $100 a month. Striker at $50 a month. ARG Sad, Chemcheck, Moontang Spacewalk, Linden Pump, LML at $20, and a whole host of amazing donators at the 10, 5, and 2 levels. If you want me to read your month, you can sub at $20 or more, and we will shout you out at the end of the stream. But actually, it's just so impressive to see so many people supporting BSL, even if it's just you guys spamming stupid memes in the chat. I promise you, they're not stupid. I appreciate each and every one. Wow. So big thanks to everybody for tuning in. What did you think of this group, Nyokin?
It was really good. I thought Mad
Yes.
played very well. Crossy impressed despite losing, and Terra did a good job to hold off the all ends. So I'm just really looking forward to tomorrow, because that's when we're going to have Group B.
Yeah.
And I'm looking to see if Zeke is as good as he said, because like I said earlier, I didn't see him in the old days, and True Touch last time he got eliminated, right? Is he going to get eliminated again? Can he get eliminated? Is it possible to get eliminated?
Once you
twice
win
in a row?
BSL 4 times, like you've got expectations. Now, let's just say, who's the only other player who's won a tournament 4 times? Oh, is that Flash? Did he lose the season 2? Is the curse transmitted?
Oh,
I don't
no.
know.
Oh no.
Anyway, all that and more tomorrow for Group B of the round of 16 in Bombastic StarLeague Season 9. Thank you so much for watching tonight on behalf of Nyokin, myself, Zero behind the scenes, and everybody else at BSL. We'll see you back here tomorrow for more BSL.